start. Do not even start on that.
Alien.
But for Perfect Dark, how do you think that game is going to look in modern times? It's been roughly 20 years.
Yeah, that's my question too, and it's been 16 years since Perfect Dark Zero as well. So it's like it's a different type of shooter than what people are used to today with your Wolfensteins and Doom. So I'm very curious to see how can you make something that's authentically Perfect Dark that's going to satisfy someone like me, and then someone who's used to faster-paced shooters that maybe haven't even played the original Perfect Dark.
Yeah, y'all, there were so many items I wanted to discuss. Fable 4, Psychonauts, Forza, Indiana Jones, but we have to get things rolling here. So thank y'all for weighing in, but there's so much to look forward to with Xbox coming up soon, but we're gonna take a quick break. When we return, though, 24 Entertainment will have the floor showing us their current project. Do not miss it. We'll be right back.
I believe I started gaming probably like 7 or 8 years old. My brother got me my first Xbox.
I do love Fable. I've played the franchise. I even had the Kinect one.
But I would say my main one that I loved the most was Fable, The Lost Chapters. It was just something that I really enjoyed and I always go back to whenever I can.
Gears of War, it's what made me start making videos online in the first place.
Microsoft, listen. Can you please make a new Banjo game? I need that, you know what I mean?
I would be remiss without shouting out Psychonauts. Was like mind-blowing for anything, not just video games.
When I got out of college, someone introduced me to Skyrim and I was obsessed with it for a while.
Every time I open my eyes on that cart, I'm like, what am I gonna find this time?
The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, which I played in college. It was unlike any other game I'd ever played before at the time. And then I probably also would have to say Minecraft.
Minecraft.
The really nice, wholesome game of peacefulness that's really not peaceful, and I die so many times, and a lot of children have set me on fire, set my house on fire.
From the roots, Halo's always been my game. It's always been my favorite game to play.
I really love Halo.
Halo is my favorite, and I usually have a Master Chief helmet. Oh, I put it in storage!
Halo 2 dropped, and that's something I'll never forget because that is what really took my competitive drive to the next level.
Halo 3 was the first game that I got into like really competitively. Just playing video games and getting better at them is really, really fun.
But I just want Halo Infinite news.
I was so hyped up for that.
And hopefully when Infinite drops, yes, I could play that and try to get somewhat competitive.
I love the series, man. I love it. And I want to be like a die-hard Halo fan again.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
Thank you, Lucy James, my former roommate. Battle Royale games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, and even Call of Duty Warzone have dominated the free-for-all landscape over the recent years. And now, 24 Entertainment has what they hope is the next big bad battle game to take over the industry. Here's 24 Entertainment with an exclusive look at Naraka Blade Point.
Nice. Now, no! The counter! No! Just flicker end their own life!
又抓到，哇！这一套直踢爆一丝血。
너도 대가리 돼!
Not the first, not the last.
Got it, baby. Woo-hoo! Now that's a ride.
Let my friend be here!
Let me finish this.
Let my friend be here! Not the first, not the last. You're more valuable. Not the first, not the last.
Chug, chug, chug! Ooh, I'm a great shot. Can't do that. Who says monks have no flourish? Spectacular!
Hi everyone, I'm Ray Kwan, the lead producer of Naraka Playpoint. First, I'm honored to announce that more than 1 million players have wishlisted our game. We're really thankful for your love and support. Naraka Playpoint is a battle royale game with strong action elements. This game provides mighty heroes, diverse weapons, and unlimited parkour system. You can choose to be a sniper, killing enemies from nowhere, or a warrior, facing your opponents in close combats with swords and blades. You can also use breaking hook to wave your way through buildings and mountains. And of course, you can party with your friends. Eliminate your enemies with combo of skills and ultimates. It's what we call unchained multiplayer combat, and you need to unchain your imagination. The Soul Jet enables you to create your own fighting style. There is also a variety of interactable machinery waiting for your exploration. And don't forget the character customization that lets you to create your unique appearance. In the upcoming beta, we're also adding a new melee weapon, Spear. In China, Spear is called the king of all weapons, and hence, we gave it a brand new mechanism, and took inspiration from a lot of martial art movies. We hope that Spear can bring you a fresh experience of action combat. Naraka Playpoint will be globally released on August 12th, and you can pre-order the game right now on multiple PC platforms. Pre-order players will also unlock a new hero and an exclusive outfit. After the August launch, we will continue to release new contents and work hard to crack down on hackers and cheaters. We'll try our best to provide players with a clean gaming environment. On June 16th, we will start a one-week beta on PC. Right now, you can wishlist us, download the demo, and enjoy Naraka Playpoint.
Oh my goodness, we are here for it. Why are we golf clapping? Like, I want to scream. Like, that was, it looks so good.
You're screaming, I'm drooling.
I know.
I'm drooling over that game.
It looks so fun. And so
Need a napkin
we just enjoyed it so much, we had to bring Golden Boy in.
Yeah.
Because you gonna play this?
Yeah.
How
So
dare you?
I played the first alpha and I was really blown away by it. Like, I feel like one thing that the Battle Royale space was missing was like an awesome melee Battle Royale. Because, you know, it's just a fun, like, I know everyone's like, oh, Battle Royales are like so tried and they're done and done and done. But like, something like this is something we really haven't seen before. Actually got to give a huge shout out to my buddy Genghis Khan, who I saw on Steam. He was playing it, and I was like, dude, what the hell is this? He said, download it, it's super fun. So I went for it, and I spent the entire afternoon just cutting through people nonstop. I had a blast playing it. That's why I'm so hyped up about it.
Well, we are all very jealous of you, by the way. It looks amazing. But how do we think this is going to change the Battle Royale dynamic? You were kind of touching on that a little bit, but want to open it up to everybody.
Yeah, the thing about Battle Royale is like all of them are, or the biggest ones are shooters. So you could like take pot shots, or you can snipe fools, or you can like maybe take some shots, dip out.
Snipe fools, huh?
Yeah, but here with this game, you need to pull up. You need to like. You come through and
let them know who it is.
Yeah, you square up and you gotta fight. And from all the gameplay that we saw, it gets wild because there's like spell casting too. It reminds me of Spellbreak, which is another battle royale that focused on magic and stuff like that. And so you know, and I was also thinking of we were talking about Ultimate Ninja Storm, Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm.
Yes,
yeah, because it's super fast and loose. Because I also play For Honor, which is very heavy and very deliberate. But this one's like, nah, just go all out. Yeah, it looks wild.
Absolutely, and just want to draw some attention to the pull-up right now. When will Naraka Blade Point, the demo, start? And yeah, I think we all know.
Everyone
June
watched it.
16th. We were all taking notes. We were like,
This is more like a did you pay attention children in class?
Did you all pay attention? Okay, we were definitely paying attention.
77% of the audience paid attention.
I definitely want to talk, though. I mean, there's Fortnite, Call of Duty Warzone, Apex, like that list goes on and on and on. Do we think that Naraka can compete with those titles?
I think absolutely, because people want differentiation. There's this feeling of battle royale fatigue right now because it's so much of the same thing. In this game, you can 360 no-scope someone with the brand new spear weapon and then have this like wuxia anime-esque style fight up in the sky, just raining down holy hell. It's gonna be awesome. Like, I think it's something that the space needs. You have to keep it fresh. You can't just keep adding on other game components to that core battle royale mode. It needs to feel fundamentally different, and that's what Naraka looks like from this gameplay demo.
Oh my gosh, look, it's so different.
There have been several other examples of non-shooter battle royales that have been successful, right? There's Fall Guys, there's Tetris 99, there was Mario 35, R.I.P. Naraka looks awesome. Mitchell Saltzman previewed it for IGN, and he's our fighting game expert, and he came away impressed. He said the fighting mechanics in Naraka are legit. So I think
love
this
to
game
hear
is gonna be
that.
the real deal.
I definitely noticed the grapple hook, the verticality. Talk to me about the mobility mechanics.
Yeah,
Do you think people are going to adapt to that well?
So I think one of the big things for a lot of Battle Royale games is like, when can you disengage from a fight, right?
Yeah.
You know, Fortnite's really good because you have the building mechanic and you can build up, gain height, try and take your opponent who's on the low ground, right? They have to then try and do the same thing, which is why they incorporated like different things like grapple hooks into the game. Well, the grapple hook mechanic adds, and I said this while we were watching it, any game that has a grapple hook, I'm in there.
I know,
You know what I mean?
yes.
I'm in there because I just love the freedom of movement that it provides. And when you have like the characters and also it's very stylistic as well, right? Avali, I know you were going nuts about that.
Yeah.
Like stylistically speaking, it
100%.
looks really cool. You feel cool. And I know that this sounds like a hardcore shill for the game, but I'm telling you right now, if you are a competitive player, if you're an esports person or you're just an individual who likes competing at a high level, I guarantee you'll like that game because I did. And that's my background.
Oh yeah, no, but the first thing that I was thinking of when I saw the trailer for the first time, I'm like, okay, cool, so we got the Battle Royale Fortnite elements, but like the combat looks like a faster Blade and Soul, and then all the characters that we see, plussing that character customization option, I'm like, okay, it has the simpability of Genshin Impact, and I'm like, hold on a second, hold on, I'm like, I think all of us are about to jump into it. It's in the dictionary, Golden Boy, look it up.
I'll look it up for sure.
But no, it just looks so
Is his
incredible.
picture there? No, I'm kidding.
It should be. It should be.
Sim
Just
for me,
like,
everybody.
it's in the new dictionary copy. But I'm so excited for it. And as you were talking about the parkour ability, being able to jump and fly everywhere, I'm tired of kids being able to outbuild me, right? Like they're so much faster at building the dang stairs up and down, and I just, you know, they shoot me faster. So if there's, you know, some sort of thinking involved in here where I get to parry something and then run away, that's what I'm excited for.
I mean, there's so much I'm excited for. I absolutely love the game design. I love the landscapes.
Yeah.
And that might seem like a softball question, but skins make money, people.
Yeah,
and people
listen.
talk about maps all the time.
This game's got style. They
Yeah.
are going to sell so many damn skins. It is going to be ridiculous. Yo, they are going to be printing
Amelie
money.
said she wanted sparkle skins.
Oh,
if
yes.
Amelie gets
Oh, yeah,
sparkle
yeah,
skins.
yeah. Hey.
Sparkle skins, but I mean, think about it. Like all of the different crossovers we've seen with battle royales, like Fortnite is the big one. If we get any like type of anime IP crossovers
Don't
into this
even,
game,
girl.
oh my god,
Don't even.
I'm broke.
Like,
I'm broke. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, we will be broke for sure. Okay, we got 30 seconds left. Which class are we picking? I know you're crowd control, right?
No, I'm just going to get up
Really?
there. I'm a very
You told me
aggressive
crowd control
player.
rehearsal.
No, no,
Lied
no.
to
That's classic misdirection, so I can get up in there with the spear.
Yes, the spear. Spear's exciting.
Okay.
Spear's exciting.
I just want to jump around and cause chaos and confusion. So whatever that is.
So like what you are right now.
Big sword for me. Big sword for me.
Oh yeah, big sword, big sword.
Okay.
Gauntlet, so y'all can catch these hands.
I'll do the archery just to be something different.
I like that.
I like it. Okay. Well, we can't wait to get our hands on Naraka Blade Point. But real fast, we got to take a quick break. But do not go anywhere. We will be previewing Square Enix and Warner Brothers games Back for Blood coming up as E3 2021 continues.
There's videos that I can specifically remember that I can't believe I did. I feel like I remember the most regrettable ones the most. When I lived like a sim for 24 hours. For anybody who hasn't seen it, it's you let your sim live how it would in a game, and then you have to replicate it, but because sim time is so quick, you end up standing around and doing something for an hour that should take you like 10 minutes. Now, I did it all day. You can slowly see me just deteriorating as it goes. So I'm pretty proud that I stuck that one out.
Hey E3, it's Posty. I just want to say hi and hope everybody's doing good and staying safe out there. I'm so excited to see the new announcements for some games, and hopefully we get to see a little something about Elder Scrolls 6. Maybe, I don't know, but I hope everybody's having a great time, and hope to see you soon.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles, California. And hey, if you feel like some sweet merch, why don't you check out our limited edition gear at e3expo.com/shop. It's right here.
All here.
I did a presentation yesterday that
You
Mid-Max
did.
kids really liked, right?
Yeah.
So let's go back. If you remember, I was saying, doesn't that there Tom Cruise have a new, which camera we're on? Doesn't
They're
Tom Cruise have a new movie coming out where he wears a bomber jacket?
Yeah.
You could wear this at the theater.
Yeah.
And then you'd get up to leave and you'd go like this, and they go, wait, are you one of those pilots like we saw in the movie? And you go, no.
Zone.
I
don't know.
I'm an E3. And they'd say, what that? And you'd be like, Electronic Entertainment Expo. And they'd be like, oh, you went there? And you'd be like, well, no, it was a pandemic year, but I bought it on e3expo.com/shop.
High quality. I'm no kidding. It actually is quite nice.
It is really nice, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna steal one. Also, the hat.
The dad hat. Hey, kids. Aren't you a dad? You're gonna have to do some yard work at some point, get underneath the house.
Hey, kids, aren't you a dad? All right, we'll move on. That's what you just said. All right, I'll tighten it up, Greg.
Square Enix presents this later today, and we'll get a world premiere. A world premiere from IOS Montreal, plus an update on Babylon's Fall, details on the Black Panther expansion.
I'm on board, Ash. I'm on board.
And a first look at Life is Strange Remastered. Golden Boy, what are you most excited about? I'm glad you asked, Greg. Ladies and gentlemen, in September 2020, a game called Marvel's Avengers came out, and y'all enjoyed it for like a week, but this guy enjoys it to this day, and this is my day, all right? This is the day where I take it back. Black Panther, War for Wakanda. How excited are you, huh? See him out there, Wakanda forever, let's go.
Anything Black Panther related, I'm totally in.
Yeah.
I've always been a fan of the character way back in the day, so I'm cool with that, Greg.
good,
I'm
good. Yeah.
I just want to know what else they're bringing to the table.
Sure, of course.
All right, that's an important thing.
I mean, you know, fun and games aside, I did put up a video back when they were getting ready for their last Avengers thing that was, hey, Avengers isn't in a good place. I enjoy the gameplay. I want more out of it. What can they do? And hopefully, War for Wakanda is going to be that, right? We need endgame content. We need things to be going on. We need raids. We need 150 power level stuff.
Yeah.
I need a reason to turn this on again every day, and we haven't had that for a while. And they've been better about their roadmap, But today's the big test of what they actually have.
Yeah, and another game that I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about because I don't know much about it. For me personally, is Babylon's Fall. Michael's been going nuts about that game.
Oh my God.
I kind of going into this one super cold.
Yeah.
So I want to be dazzled. Platinum's an incredible dev. I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to bring the heat, and I think it's going to be really exciting. I think Square Enix is going to have a pretty decent show, and I'm looking forward to it.
100%. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they have up their sleeve, right?
Yeah.
Because the other big thing that we were just talking about. Well, first off, full stop on the unannounced game. Life is Strange. Huge fan. I want to see more about the brand new one that's coming out in September. But then to kick it back into Rumor Patrol, right? Like, Eidos Montreal, all right? We've known the rumor forever of what you're working on. You're the Deus Ex team. There's been rumors you're working on something new.
Yeah.
Is it true? Is it today we see it? I mean, we see something from them today. There's been this conversation you've continued to have of like, it is interesting because obviously there's rumors of what's coming, right? Maybe a Marvel property. But it is also a great time where Deus Ex could thrive in this day and age.
This is true. You know, I know that like Deus Ex as a franchise is one that's kind of flown under the radar, but it has been for the longest time one of my like hallmark games. Like it was like a huge part of my I mean, Deus Ex Conspiracy on the PlayStation 2, I'd have played that like a million times. I love that game so much. Human Revolution, another great game, or Human Revolution, excuse me, Mankind Divided. You know, they just make great games. And I think with Cyberpunk and the hype around that, you know, neo-future kind of thingamajigam, the thematics that we're seeing now, it's a great time to do something like that, right? Like that futuristic city appeal. I think Deus Ex could really nail it, but I don't think we're going to get that today, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine.
Well,
just don't let me down next year.
It's
okay,
what
guys?
I've talked about before, especially as a comic book dork, you know what I mean? What I'm excited for is seeing something, I take this like Insomniac, where I think Insomniac is an amazing studio. Obviously, everybody knows it now, but Spider-Man really put them on another level in terms of video game pop culture. And I think as we look at Square Enix Montreal, or Eidos Montreal here, right, the same could be applied here, where Deus Ex games were great, and the people who loved them.
Yes.
But now if they work on a bigger property, a Marvel title, let's see what happens.
That's true. That's true. It'll be helpful.
That's what I hope it is. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, what are you excited for? Hashtag E3 2021. You can get right in there. You can see what's up and have a great time.
Get in there, baby.
Now, following Square, they want me to read the teleprompter. This is another one. Look at right here, right here. We don't need to.
I don't need to.
Following Square is
it.
WB Games Back
for Blood.
Oh my God, Golden Boy, we can't wait. I played that alpha and I was like, I'm done. Yep, the people who made Left 4 Dead are back with a spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead. And it's amazing and it's got a deck building thing. So every time I play the campaigns, they're gonna be different campaigns. Let's go.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to preview this game with the WB Games crew, and they were all amazing, all wonderful people. And I got there immediately and I was just like, this is everything that I want. It is genuine excitement for a game that's ridiculous, that knows exactly what it is, and it plays right into it. Even from the name, they know what they are, they know what they're doing, and yeah, that alpha was fantastic, right? You know, I remember talking to the WB Games crew and saying, like, me and my best friends, like, we love games like this because they like yelling at each other and, you know, cursing each other out and having a good time, because that's just what friends do.
That's what friends do.
And they said this is literally that. It's exactly what you want out of a co-op shooter. They added some new set pieces, different elements to the game.
New kinds of monsters, right?
New kinds of monsters, yeah. So they're bringing something new to the table, but they're doing enough of the same that it just feels right.
Yeah.
And that, at the end of the day, is all you want out of a game like this.
100%. You know, yesterday there was comparisons drawn when we were talking about Rainbow Six Extraction, not Quarantine anymore. Rainbow Six Extraction, right? And I was watching that, and it was the conversation that was happening on the media stage, where there's going to be those two types of people who want the tactical. Let's go in there. Let's plan how we're taking out this hive, right? And then for me, it was definitely like, I want the Back for Blood. Cool, I have an Uzi, now I have a shotgun. It doesn't matter. I'm having a great time.
Exactly.
Shooting everything up.
Exactly. And that's the reason why I'm so excited for it. We're going to see that later on today. But also another thing we're getting is a PC gaming show, because it's coming to town, baby. And we know one thing, we are going to get an entertaining look at some of the best news releases, including indie releases coming to a PC near you. They've got 39 game trailers, Greg. I just saw that pop up on the read there. I didn't even know that. That's wild.
Hey, that's what people usually want in E3 is game trailers.
It's game trailers, dude.
They love to see things that they might be playing. Yeah, so that's incredibly exciting, right?
Yeah, and us, and our embrace.
And us, that's right.
He could do that because I'm short. You know, but I'm looking forward to the PC Gaming Show.
See, I'll do it for you too.
We did it, guys.
Get your screenshots right now.
This is freaking friendship right here.
Hashtag E3 2021.
Yeah, there it is.
People don't like this bit. They do not like this bit.
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing, Greg.
We're talking games. I mean, that's what I am notoriously not a PC gamer, right? I am a simple person. I like my console to plug in and go. But what I love about the PC gaming show every year is the diversity of games you get.
Very true.
Right? And of course, Sean Plott always shows up to host it and does a great job. He's funny as well. DevBot's always being goofy. But we get to go in there and we get to see a whole bunch of different stuff that will maybe come to console one day or will be the game that inspires me to turn on my PC.
Very true. And that is the beauty of PC gaming. There's so much variety that's out there. You know, you could go multiple platforms. You could do whatever you want to do. And by the way, I just got informed.
Stop talking about PC! God. Stop talking about PC!
It's okay because Microsoft also supports PCs as well.
Oh, crap. Damon, this isn't a drill. It's happening.
Did we get Halo?
Oh, God. Take me. I need a 12 minutes release date, Phil, all right? I need that. I need Starfield.
Take me, Phil.
We need to see Halo. Don't do this to him again. Tim Schafer, make Psychonauts come out today. It's a simple request,
Greg,
all right?
the lighting can't get there, Greg.
It doesn't matter.
The lighting can't get there.
Most people are listening to this as a podcast.
Philip Elizabeth Spencer.
39 seconds.
Philip Elizabeth Spencer, if you're
happening.
watching this right now, just know, man, just bring the thunder, brother. That's all I want. Just bring the thunder, dude. Give me the chief.
I don't think Phil's watching this right now. He's
probably
getting ready for that over there.
Oh
my gosh.
Yeah, that's his nickname, though. Yeah. Well, let's do it, Greg.
Okay, fine, everybody. Now is the moment Master Chief and Golden Boy have been waiting for. Here's the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase.
"20 years. That's how long Xbox has been with us. And like you, this is a moment I always look forward to. I love seeing the new games, crossing my fingers for my favorites to return, hoping for a few surprises. Most of all, though, I love seeing everyone around the world come together and celebrate what games mean to all of us. And I think, you know, this past year, they've meant even more. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for the support you give us and one another. Xbox is turning 20, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the friendships we've had that whole time. At Bethesda, we believe video games do one thing better than anything else. They transport us. Through art and technology, there's real magic when you step into a new world and can make it your own. We've traveled the worlds of Elder Scrolls, of Fallout, and now, for the first time in over 25 years, we're creating a new universe with Starfield. Set hundreds of years in our future, it's an epic about hope, our shared humanity, and answering our greatest mystery. It's a game we've dreamt of playing, and it wasn't until now that we have the hardware, the technology, and the team who's hard at work at home to make that dream a reality. We're excited to finally share our first in-game teaser and something to look forward to.
Constellation Starship Frontier, we have you on scanners. Performing remote systems check. Helium-3 tanks checked. Seals are intact.
They say, the wonder is, not that the field of stars is so vast, but that we have measured it. You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family. What you've found, it's the key to unlocking everything.
We reach your constellation.
This is all we've been working towards.
Jemison route looks good.
We've come to the beginning of humanity's final journey.
Prepare for departure. Graviton loop array spool check. Your space lane is clear.
That's why we're here.
Main engines go. Ignition.
To discover what's out there.
Good luck, Constellation. You are go for launch.
It is awesome to share with you for the very first time one of the most anticipated games in the world from Todd Howard and the team at Bethesda Game Studios. A groundbreaking game, and yes, it's exclusive. Welcome to the Xbox and Bethesda Game Showcase. I am so excited and proud to be here today celebrating games, because although it's been an incredibly tough year, I am grateful that games have been such an important source of joy and connection. We are committed to forging the next era of gaming, conjuring worlds never before possible, unlocking play across all devices, and delivering the power of games to everyone. And now, we get to share that quest with Bethesda, not just as partners, but as one team, united in bringing the very best games to more people everywhere. So today, we get to reveal more of what's to come. We have an amazing show, 30 titles, 27 in Xbox Game Pass, and of course, every single console title you'll see today is optimized for Xbox Series X and S, offering next-gen performance, speed, and features. We get to work with the best studios on Earth. Next is something truly riveting. The latest entry in the haunting and evocative franchise created by GSC Game World, Stalker 2. Coming first to Xbox Series consoles and PC. This will be a true next-gen experience, targeting 4K resolution and ray tracing. Let's take a look at what you'll get to play when it launches next year.
Как спали. Ну, чё там?
Готово.
Ну и пошли они нахрен.
Спасибо тебе. Ты многим сталкерам жизнь спас.
Ну, давай, малюй картину маслом. Вот поэтому я ни в какие разборки и не лезу. Не хочу пулю поймать.
Ну, не знаю. Между аномалией и маслиной я уже лучше пулю выберу.
Слышь, а я прям вижу красоту эту. Не первый год в зоне, вроде примелькалась уже, а каждый день удивляет.
Зона надоесть не может. Говорят, ты знаешь, где вход в фундамент.
Узнаешь мотив? Слышал? Вот это культура! А ты одно и то же по кругу лобаешь.
Сам же просишь. У меня музучилище, если что.
О, месье, прошу прощения. Может, вам кучёна? Профессура. Они вам лабораторию найдут.
Да пошел ты.
Зря ты так с друзьями. Ты же его на вылазки таскаешь.
Чего-чего, а дружбы в зоне я точно не встречал.
Это верно.
Он мучился?
Нет.
Это хорошо. Он этого не заслужил.
А пулю заслужил. Жаль, что ты так с ним поступил.
Мне тоже. Считаешь, я не думал, как обойтись без его смерти? Она не могла быть свободна, пока он жил. Зато теперь посмотри на нее. Нет, Скиф, я не отдам ее никому. Зона дала мне жизнь, новую жизнь. Жизнь, которую я готов вернуть, если потребуется. Я буду защищать ее. Всегда. Охренеть.
Похоже, пора.
И куда ты теперь?
В Припять. Нужно с ним поговорить.
Удачной охоты, сталкер.
We're surviving here. Rebuilding. Surviving's not enough. We've got to fight. No, we don't need to do anything. All right, when was the last time you saw written in any numbers?
All of my best friends like to go and get up. And they talk about all the lies they never got to live. Hang in there, Holly. Get high with your best friends. No rest for the wicked.
Let's go.
Through here. Come on. God, I love Mondays. Another day in paradise. Just like on the map. I'll run. Getting high with your best friend. Buckle up, buttercups.
We've got one shot.
Let's make it count.
Over here!
An ill wind blows from beyond the horizon. A new danger is coming on the tides. And the one who might stop this ruin, trapped for all forever in the sea of the damned. Now to save the pirate life, you must start by saving the life of one.
Oh, didn't realize we had company. Captain Jack Sparrow. But I suspect you already knew that.
Because of the treasure Jack stole, a darkness followed him here. And if it's not stopped, this world will sink into shadow.
The sea holds many secrets.
Ah, a new body at last.
All I can do is show you the way.
From what I hear of this so-called Sea of Thieves, it's nothing but cursed crews, bloodthirsty mermaids, a legion of dead, angry pirates. Ah, yes. And now, one Davy Jones. Hello! Well, I believe that now is the perfect time to use these cannons.
A world without the attack our best. Is a world that refuses to face the truth. Nothing lasts forever. Destroy that!
I don't suppose, by chance, there's a second one of those? The Sea of Thieves, eh? Bring me that horizon.
Hey, how's it going? Let's do this!
Reputation is everything. If a Yakuza shows weakness, he's done.
Time to call a friend! Order up!
What the?
Happy birthday!
Attention all squads. The Russian troops are falling back. Do whatever you can to secure the sector. We pushed them back, but not far enough. Do not let them regroup. Hostile close! Hostile now! Stop! Watch out! We need to get away from the store! Elevator, right here!
So, how was your day?
Oh, you know.
I have something to share.
When is this, my birthday?
We're having a baby.
Police, you're under arrest for your father's murder 8 years ago.
What's going on?
Shut up! You know what this is.
You've been lying to me all this time?
I should never have told you.
I'm out of patience.
What? I know I say this a lot, but I love you.
I say this a lot too, but back at you.
Approaching the Motherlode. I can't believe I'm really here. Psychonauts headquarters. Look at all these gadgets.
The mind is the final frontier of humanity.
I'm ready for anything.
Time for justice!
The fate of the free-thinking world is in your hands.
I'm afraid that means the dead letter office for you.
The mission is falling apart.
A psychonaut must always remember how to roll with it.
What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
This is a mission about the fate of the world. Can you do that?
Yes, if I can find some bacon.
I'm going to ignore that last part.
This is usually the moment when I say hello and welcome to the Bethesda E3 showcase. We love that we can share the stage with Xbox this year, and whether you've known Bethesda for 35 years or are just getting to know us, we couldn't be happier to bring you the latest on your favorite games. We started this showcase with my good friend Todd Howard, who gave you a first look at Starfield. Along with Bethesda Game Studios, all of our teams are continuing to work on the projects that have been in development since well before we joined the Xbox family. So rest assured, the games you've been expecting and hoping for are still in the works. And today, we're bringing 10 more titles to Game Pass for a total of 30 Bethesda games. That includes several id Software games, like the award-winning Doom Eternal. If you're looking for another reason to play it, Doom Eternal will be optimized for Xbox Series X and S on June 29th. Powered by id Tech, this next-gen upgrade will be free for everyone who owns Doom Eternal. And on Series X, it will offer improved visuals at 60 FPS with ray tracing, a 4K mode, and an optional performance mode up to 120 FPS. Or maybe you're in the mood for an RPG, like Skyrim, which marks its 10th anniversary this November. We can't celebrate it without you, so share your favorite Skyrim memories, stories, artwork, and more on Skyrim10.com. Or explore an ever-changing post-apocalyptic wasteland in Fallout 76. Everything you love about Fallout games. Custom camp building, rich storylines, warring factions, unique characters, places to discover, you'll find it all here. In fact, Fallout 76 is now one of the most popular games on Game Pass, thanks to an incredibly welcoming and collaborative community. Here's a look at what's coming next in Fallout 76.
Brotherhood of Steel are the guardians of human civilization. Fort Atlas is safe. It came at a great cost.
The Brotherhood must stand united. The super mutant threat takes priority. This proves more than anything the need for our justice.
You are splitting our forces, Shin. The most important thing is finding everyone that has gone missing and returning them home.
So it comes to this. I thought you understood what that insignia meant. You are no paladin of the Brotherhood.
I set this plan in motion, and I am the only one who can stop it.
The Brotherhood of Steel must protect the future of Appalachia and of the world. Your righteous crusade has gone too far.
While it may seem that we are fractured, I believe that we are now stronger than ever. This is a choice that can never be undone.
What the hell was that? Expedition Squad Delta, report. Over. Squad Delta, what's going on out there? Come on. This isn't funny. I know you can hear me.
Wasteland isn't the only open-world playground with an amazing community. The Elder Scrolls Online from ZeniMax Online Studios has now surpassed 18 million players and shows no signs of slowing down. Right now, our players are enjoying the new Blackwood chapter, part of the Gates of Oblivion year-long adventure. We've got a lot more to come in ESO, including the conclusion to this epic story later this fall with ESO Deadlands. And with the release of ESO Console Enhanced this Tuesday, the game will deliver a true native experience optimized for the Series X and S.
It's a new world with new rules. Now, nothing is off the table. Winning this battle will take a new breed of fighter. Wait.
Stupid boy. I told you nobody gets out of here.
Try and stop me.
This holiday marks the 20th anniversary of Xbox and the 20th anniversary of Halo. To our millions of passionate fans, thank you.
We wouldn't be here without all of you.
Our goal has always been to bring players together, and for the first time, we're thrilled to offer our entire multiplayer experience to all players across Xbox and PC with no barriers. Halo Infinite Multiplayer will be free to play and invite more of you than ever before to become a Spartan hero. I'm excited to be here with Joseph Staten, the creative director of Halo Infinite. From helping craft the original Halo Combat Evolved to leading the fan favorite Halo 3 ODST, Joseph is a Halo visionary. It is so great to have him back with Halo.
Thank you, Bonnie. And hey, everybody. For us, and I hope many of you, Halo has always been about heroism and wonder, about fighting to keep humanity safe against impossible odds in a beautiful and mysterious sci-fi world. This is just one part of the Zeta Halo ring, the largest, most wide-open environment we've ever built, and we can't wait for you to explore it. The heart of Halo is Spartan 117, the Master Chief. In the next chapter of the Chief's story, you'll face his greatest challenge yet. But you're not alone in the fight.
Oh, the main batteries are shut down. We're stuck out here. You have one bullet against an entire army. What can you do on your own?
I told you. It's enough.
So I see.
I need you to understand. There's not much time. If you knew how you were going to die, you knew how you were going to die. How would you live your life differently? How would you live your life differently?
What happened? Where is Cortana?
The rogue AI known as Cortana is gone. She's been deleted.
How? By you?
Of course not. Did you hit your head or something? Don't you remember? My instructions were to enter this installation, imitate Cortana, and lock her down for retrieval. Yours were to take her back to the Infinity for deletion. So if it wasn't you... Okay then. There's something else. On successful deployment, my deletion routine was supposed to complete. Still here.
Good.
Good.
Something stopped your deletion. We need to find out why.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions changed. They always do.
Are you sure?
Of course, you can't have a Halo game without multiplayer. And on Xbox Series X, you'll be able to enjoy Infinite's multiplayer action at up to 120 frames per second. Finally, I'm very happy to announce that Halo Infinite's first free-to-play multiplayer season and Infinite's story-driven campaign will launch together this holiday.
A new day is upon us. A new generation built to fight. Together, we are unstoppable. Are you ready?
No scope, shot. Killing spree. Double kill.
Hello. Let's do some damage.
Skewer acquired.
Grapple jet.
Claim the enemy flag. Return it to base. Ordnance drop inbound. The flag is ours. Please call at your earliest convenience.
Now, show me what you can do.
Evil has survived. A dark figure wanders in the east. He must be stopped. At all costs. This may be our darkest hour, but it will be your greatest moment.
From all of us. But he's my brother, and I
Drinks every hour, señor presidente.
Hola, fascista.
I recognize that voice. Let me ask you a question. When I am dead and Yara is burning, what exactly is your plan? Hold hands, sing songs around the fire?
Sure, I know just the song.
Time you learn about resolver, Danny. To take down Castillo, a guerrilla needs the right tool for the right job.
Keep talking.
It's a stealth operation. I got you covered. Taking out a high-value target? I have just what you need. You wanna blow shit up? Juan Cortez at your service. Everyone in Yara saw that shit. What? Wait a second. Who brought the rooster? Hey, whatever you need to get the job done, Danny.
Next time I see you, I want to play with that crazy backpack, deal?
Resolver, Juan.
So do I.
Boom punch. Welcome back to Shred-ageddon. Here's a new trick. Let's go. smothering whipwalk.
Позабудь об этом дне, что не нужен никому. Не читай нотации мне, мама, это ни к чему. Снова друзьям я твоим убегаю, что меня тянет, да я не знаю. Без музыки мне оставаться надолго нельзя. Музыка нас связала, тайною наших стала. Всем уговорам скажу я в ответ, нас не разлучат, нет.
In the first year of Grounded, millions of players kept busy with crafting, fighting, the pond, ziplining, flying things. Now, to celebrate, we present the Shroom and Doom update. It gives the people what they've been asking for. Like sitting. No, seriously, a lot of people want to sit. Pets for when you get sick of your human companions. And of course, mushrooms. But not those kinds. We've also got something that literally no one was asking for. The Brood Mother. She's so terrifying. You should probably turn on arachnophobia mode. Oh, even her blob scares the shit out of us. Go big. Or never go home. Oh, and it looks like we added achievements too. Nice.
You have shown an aptitude for applying lethal solutions to conflicted situations. We wish to test your abilities.
History is all around us. Those who made it have never been forgotten. Their daring choices echo across time, turning land into kingdoms and mortals into legends. If history was in your hands, what would you build? How would you fight? Where would you go? What will you be remembered for?
We begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything seem cool and should bolster pre-sale numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero, but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact, the only thing they have finished is the title.
Everybody talk right now. Tell me what you want right now. You could get it. Yeah. Well, you can get it. Yeah. Yeah, you can get it. Tell me what you want and I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm not giving up. Come on, we got nothing left to lose. I've been it from the start. You know I'm not going anywhere. I don't give up. Tell me what you want. You can get it. Yeah. Well, you can get it. Yeah. Yeah, you can get it. You can get it. You can get it.
Hello, I'm Mike Brown, Creative Director at Playground Games, and I can't wait to show you what we've been working on. Horizon is known for fun, freedom, and beauty. This year, the Horizon Festival arrives in beautiful, diverse Mexico. This is the largest and most diverse open world ever in a Forza Horizon game. And there is no better car to explore it than the stunning AMG Project One Forza Edition. Rendered in unparalleled detail and with ray tracing in Forza Vista, thanks to the power of the Xbox Series consoles. I've invited along some of the team to help give you a taste of some of the amazing content that's waiting for you in Forza Horizon 5. Please welcome Bill, Maddie, Sierra, and Don from the Forza team.
Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
And we also have Abraham with us as well. He's one of the talented actors who will be appearing in the game.
Bienvenidos a Mexico. I can't wait to show you what we've been working on.
We begin in the rainforest on an expedition. This is a new campaign mode in which you set out on an adventurous journey across Mexico to explore new locations and discover places for the festival to expand.
I'm on the river now. We're getting close.
There you are. How's the expedition going?
I'm racing a car through the Mexican jungle, Rami. Doesn't get much better than this. I can see some ruins up ahead.
Bienvenida Alpsmal. Look out for the flamingos! This city is still a jewel of Mayan architecture.
That's a peek at our adventurous campaign. But Forza Horizon has always been a game that's best enjoyed with others. Let's go and see what some of our other players are up to. The Xbox Series consoles allow us to capture every last detail, right down to the individual needles on these cholla cactus. The scene looks real, but there are no tricks. This is in-game. Maddie is behind the wheel of the AMG Project One Forza Edition in Mexico's lush living desert. The perfect place to meet up with friends and head out for a drive. Thanks to the next generation of our Horizon Live servers, everyone else we see here are real players. And it looks like Maddie has been joined by some other members of the Forza team. Let's leave Maddie for a moment and head out to the coast and meet Don. Don is already on the move, exploring this idyllic seaside town. This is a recreation of Mexico that is honest, authentic, and filled with love. Speaking of, hold up, Don.
Oh, hey, what's up?
This is a mural by Mexican artist Farid Rueda. Just one of the many beautiful, faithful pieces of Mexico you'll find all over Forza Horizon 5. While Don drives down to the beach, we'll jump over to the Gran Caldera volcano. Check out this geology detail, implemented with precision accuracy using photogrammetry data captured on location atop an active Mexican volcano. The entire world has been recreated at this level of detail. And here's Sierra, in her favorite off-road buggy. The volcano Sierra and friends are exploring is the highest point ever in a Horizon game. And thanks to the power of the Xbox Series consoles, from up here we can see for miles in every direction. In the distance, we can just about make out Guanajuato. Let's take a closer look. Guanajuato is one of the most beautiful cities anywhere in the world. It's a colorful, undulating city full of vibrant architecture. It even has a sprawling network of tunnels. And these twisting, turning, overlapping streets mean that as well as looking good, it plays great too. As we see here, as Don is challenged in Horizon's open world battle royale, The Eliminator. While Don tries to win that race, the rest of our players are still out exploring this diverse open world. Let's head north to the canyon. The Horizon series is known for its uplifting beauty, and using our unique HDR camera rig, we captured 24-hour shoots of real Mexican skies at 12K resolution. And thanks to the Xbox Series consoles, these photorealistic skies result in lifelike lighting that dynamically changes every frame, making you feel like you're really there. Here's Maddie again. She's joined by Abraham and some other members of the team. Our players are using Forza Link, the new AI assistant that intelligently tracks the status of you and the people you meet online, and then helps you link up and play together. We'll now head deep into the rainforest and rejoin Bill and the rest of our players. Here we see our new volumetric lighting system, filling the scene with God rays as the sunlight dapples through the dense rainforest. A Horizon arcade minigame is about to start. Forza Link knows that Bill loves minigames, so it intelligently prompts Sierra to invite Bill. Bill accepts, and they're seamlessly linked together with their GPS route set. With that Horizon arcade minigame starting soon, all of our players are coming together. This minigame is called Piñata Pop, signaled by the Horizon cargo plane dropping a payload of piñatas.
Ooh, over this way.
Gotta catch up to you guys.
Our players now have to work together to find and pop as many as they can.
Okay, go up here to the left.
There's loads along the main road.
Here I go.
I'll take a look through the bushes here.
There's some between the houses.
Oh, there's a couple more over here.
Sweet.
While the team grab those last few piñatas, we're going over to the stadium because I have one more thing to show you. This is Event Lab, the incredible new toolset that allows you to create your own races, game modes, and gameplay experiences. You customize everything, right down to the fundamental rules of the game. Forza Horizon 5 is the largest, most fun, and most beautiful open world we've ever built. And it will truly be an astounding showcase for the Xbox Series consoles when it comes to Xbox Game Pass this November 9th. Thank you so much. I'll see you all in Mexico later this year.
Team Xbox is on a mission to bring the joy and community of gaming to everyone on the planet. That's why you, the gamer, are at the center of everything we do. Today, we showed you 30 games. 27 of them will be available on Xbox Game Pass. Now, through the end of the year, you can look forward to back-to-back monthly releases landing day one on Game Pass, led by 5 new titles from Xbox Game Studios, as well as highly anticipated games like Back 4 Blood, 12 Minutes, and The Ascent. And as we look ahead to next year, I'm inspired by the creativity of Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios. We showed you the highly anticipated RPG Starfield coming exclusively to Xbox. But we also have some of the industry's best RPG storytellers working on Avowed, Fable, The Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 76, The Outer Worlds 2, and Elder Scrolls 6. We unveiled the stunning multiplayer mode for the world's most beloved shooter in Halo Infinite, adding to the roster of iconic Xbox shooters alongside Wolfenstein, Gears of War, Perfect Dark, and Doom. We premiered the most epic open-world racing game, Forza Horizon 5, bringing you a vibrant and authentic depiction of Mexico in a game built from the ground up for next gen, while the team at Turn 10 is hard at work on the next Forza Motorsport. Our growing family of 23 studios is devoted to advancing the medium we all love. Xbox has been here for 20 years, and that's because of you. Our team strives to make Xbox a place where you'll find the greatest games, the most dedicated developers, and the most passionate community. Together, we all make Xbox the best place to play. Before I go, there's one more thing. take a look at this brand new original game from the Arcane team at Bethesda, the studio that created Prey and Dishonored. Arcane created something new for them, an open-world immersive shooter that you can play alone or with your friends. And like Starfield, this game will be an Xbox exclusive.
Pobre bribón. I'm gonna have to take you apart again. Hey, Dev, anything interesting?
Aliens exist too. Mandible, 25 centimeters. Dramatically elongated.
Go on, make yourself useful.
So, that was fun, right?
That's your cue, mate.
Sleep tight.
You know what this reminds me of? My time in the Himalayas.
Ready's later down.
You think they can't kill you anytime they want?
Hey, asshole! How do we always get into this shit?
In the field in Redfall, Massachusetts. Behind me, we are witnessing clear signs of cult activity as the locals engage.
Hey!
Really hope the video was worth it.
Everybody, fall back! People need to know what happened here. Layla, with me. Get me on the roof now.
Thank you, Layla. You're the best. Oh, Jacob, don't even mention it.
Reverend! Now or never!
Where's the other one? Where'd it go?
Give me a taste, bloodbag.
Bloody hell.
Taste this, cabrona!
Watching you.
Ah! Jacob, there's something!
Thumb goes through rabbit's heart.
Oh, shit. Dev's gonna love this one.
You better have a plan, Jacob!
Yep. Don't miss.
Don't touch me!
Look! A new one!
Primo, venente! Go, go!
Kill me, end me. You can't break the blood trance. It's only just begun.
I think there's vampire in this.
Really? What does it taste like? Be specific.
Like blood and death and strawberry.
Sun's coming up. Let's keep moving.
Let's keep moving.
Sure thing, Edgar Allan Bro.
That's a good one.
Do you think things will ever go back to normal?
Would you want to go back to normal?
Not if I still have to pay my student loans.
always wondered that place in our dreams we can disappear into a world beyond.
Bring me that horizon.
If we can imagine and know what to do, we can fall into the blue. A world beyond.
Halo Infinite!
Yes!
Okay, down on one knee, sir.
Okay, yes.
Down on one knee.
Yes.
Spartan,
Yes.
stand.
Oh, wow!
Woo!
I just got knighted. Okay,
Yes,
I'm all about that.
I was like, if we're gonna talk about Halo, we gotta like bring it, okay?
I'm down. That was amazing.
Plasma sword, I
Yeah. Top to bottom, 10 out of 10. Put it in my veins. Do it again. Run it back. I don't know, but that was awesome. I think that's like what that was like the perfect mix of like just a few informative little bits, but what gamers love is just trailer after trailer, hit after hit. I mean, really, there were a lot of great games that they announced. It's insane.
I love your enthusiasm right now. I don't even know where to start either. We got to see a little bit of the story. There's new AI. I loved her personality. I thought that she was absolutely adorable.
Yeah, for Halo Infinite, it was. I mean, I think like Halo Infinite, we knew that it was going to come, right?
Yeah.
It was a game that was supposed to release last year. It had, I guess, a really lukewarm response visually, and then Xbox just hits it out of the park. You know, they did such a great job, and then also showing off multiplayer like that. That looked like big team battle, and I love big team battle.
Oh.
So I'm all about that. And yeah, it was really, really well done.
When we got to multiplayer, you were definitely like head over heels. You were like,
Yes.
I am here for this. All the nostalgia feels. I also thought the environment looked fantastic. Like you were saying, there were a lot of conversations when the gameplay was revealed, but everything that I saw animation-wise, like I was impressed.
By the way, so normally for our E3 polls, we're only able to fit 6 games.
Oh,
but our
so much
crew
great stuff.
was like, there's just too many games. So there's 7 games in the poll right now. So get out there and vote. I mean, there's actually a lot of hype centered around, well, you know, what we just saw.
For sure.
Redfall looked really, really cool. Stalker 2 looked incredible. We got a Psychonauts 2 release date. It's just, there's so much to talk about. Where do you want to start? I know we talked about Halo. Where do you want to go from here?
To be honest, Redfall, I'm all about a sexy, violent vampire. When he showed up, I was just like, okay, I'm here for it. And all the villains, I was totally blown away. The flame hair, the wraith-like character, and I like the protagonist as well. The hooded man with like the bird and it just like went off in the distance. So cinematically, I was like, okay, I'm into this story.
Exactly.
I want to see more. It was funny because we were hooting and hollering the entire presentation. When Redfall came on in the end, we were all dead silent. And I think just really excited about a new IP.
Yeah, exactly. A new IP from Arcane Studios, makers of Prey, which is another phenomenal game if you haven't played it, which, by the way, on Game Pass, so check that out. I think that there's just so much excitement around this Bethesda Xbox crossover to really get the best of both worlds here. And it also goes to show, too, the not only the investment, but the trust that Xbox has in Bethesda to bring some real fire on that stage. You know, that they put Halo in the middle of the show, and I thought Halo was going to open the show.
Yeah.
And they opened and closed with Bethesda games.
Yeah.
Which goes to show the faith that they have in that team to churn out massive hits for their games.
Yeah, and they said Redfall is probably going to be similar to an epic RPG with what we're going to see with Starfield. Opening with Starfield, that just made me smile.
Beautiful.
And then 25 years in the making, the release date reveal, we all went wild. We're like, 11/11/22.
There really is a lot. And you know, I said this to the crew when we were watching, if they just give me, you know, like what we got with Oblivion, what we got with Fallout, right? If you just give me open world space adventure, that's fine. You just wrap me up in a little ball. I'll wait till 2022 and I'll be right in there like swimwear. I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, spaceships, robots. I'll be honest, we didn't see a lot, but we were like, that was enough. That was enough.
It was enough to tide it over.
I'm totally here for it.
Yeah.
I also want to talk about Psychonauts.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I mean, we've been waiting so long, since 2005. That makes me feel very old.
Yeah, it's been a while since we got that.
We're aging ourselves a little bit there. But it's interesting, actually, because Michael was talking to us about how he actually played it. I'm sure he'll elaborate on that later. But we're like, we've been waiting.
Yeah, he saw it at a showcase. He didn't get to play it, but he saw it at a showcase.
He said he got to play?
I don't know, but he'll clarify later.
Okay,
but
he'll clarify. No, he said he got to play a little bit, and so he's like, we've been waiting.
This game looked finished, and we thought it was going to come out in 2019. Then we thought it was going to come out in 2020. Then obviously we, you know, got blipped, and 2020 didn't happen. So now we're going to get it here in 2021, and it's so short. It's so close. August, was it 23rd or something like that? It really, I'm really pumped for that one.
To clarify, I think it was an early build of it, so it probably wasn't like
just felt dumb because it just goes to show like what that team is able to make over there and the quality that they churn out. It is outstanding.
I think what stood out to me was just that they're really focused on making it perfect. You know what I mean? Like they're putting a lot of time and they want it to be quality.
Speaking of perfect, by the way, Forza. I mean, we're seeing shots of Psychonauts here, and it looked amazing. But Forza Horizon 5. Yes. There were moments, people, when we were watching. I know you guys at home felt the same way, okay? Where it looked like a picture. It looked like it existed. It does exist in the real world, but it looked like that it wasn't the video game, and it was the video. Like, how do they, like, Playground manages to pull off magic every single time? I mean, the visuals are wild. And then on top of that, they add these fun game modes. You know, their Battle Royale mode is back. This Pinata mode, which is, I think, a subtle way of saying we're never going to get Viva Pinata again. So there's just a lot of really cool things that they added with Forza Horizon. And that also build your own track creator, like the challenges you could make. Oh, my goodness, Jackie, there's so much to discuss.
So this is my thing with Forza Horizon 5. I am an awful driver in real life, but I feel like I can play racing games decently. And then I can drive around in a jungle or a desert, and if I hit a cactus, it's okay.
Yeah,
you know,
it's okay. It's okay
It
to
ain't
hit
a
a
big deal when you're doing it in a video game.
Drive safe, kids.
Yes, please drive safe. We fully encourage that, but I'm just a really awful driver, so when we see a game like Forza, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can
Never get in a
chill.
car with Jackie,
I can have fun. That is a fact.
Never get in a
That
car
is
with Jackie.
definitely a fact. I did want to talk about Replaced a little bit. I might have gotten lost in the pack of like all these great games. It had a very classic twist to it. This is one you got really excited for. It was post-apocalyptic side scroller with some 3D effects to it. You and I
visually.
were both like, this looks so fun.
Yeah, it's that HD 2D thing that we're starting to see more. We got a little taste of that with Project Triangle Strategy, which was announced a little while ago. It's a tactical game on the Switch. And we're starting to see more of that happening, and I love that art style. Gorgeous. There were just so many games, and I just want to say real fast, Outer
What do you
Worlds
want to say?
freaking 2!
Yes.
Yes. That was a pleasant surprise. I am actually in my second playthrough of Outer Worlds right now, and I love that game so much. The expansions, amazing.
Look at this animation.
And we were back and forth because we were like,
what is this?
We're like, this isn't Fable because it looks really weird, you know? And then, you know, once you hear the witty dialogue, and we have these earpieces on, so it was kind of hard to hear it. But once we had the witty dialogue and you know, you saw the Moon Man turn around, it was perfect. Spacer's choice, baby. Spacer's choice.
Golden Boy, I had all these titles to get through, but we don't have time to talk about it. So just
We don't have
throw
time.
them away.
Throw them all away.
We're going to, I think, hand it over to Greg with our folks over there.
It's not
Greg,
fair. Why is he getting
you
to
don't
talk
get
about
the plasma sword. You don't get the plasma sword.
Well. Thank you, Jackie and Golden Boy, for trying to talk about every Xbox game so we would have nothing to talk about in this panel. But luckily, with more than 30 games being talked about, we still have plenty of ground to cover. So let's go around the room real quick to start off. Dan, we'll go this way on the horseshoe. What was the most hype? What was the game? What can't you stop thinking about right now?
Eiyuden Chronicle, a spiritual successor to Suikoden, one of the greatest JRPGs of all time, over 100 recruitable characters. I'm very proud to have backed that game on Kickstarter, to see it here in the showcase, just getting so many new eyes on it. It is a phenomenal looking game, and I can't wait to get my hot little hands on it in 2023 and 2022.
I was going to say, how do you feel about there being the 2022 one and then a 2023
that was a surprise
version?
to me, so I'm stoked. I can't wait.
Okay. Avi?
I do have to say that you also convinced me a little bit. I'm like, oh, I've never heard of this before, but your enthusiasm, I'm like, okay.
I am here to help spread the good word of Eiyuden Chronicle.
Yes,
it looks incredible.
Exactly.
So pretty. I mean, Redfall. I definitely was not expecting that. I was sitting here going like, that's Fable though, right? That's Fable though, right? That's Fable though, right? We didn't get any of that. We got like a small little mention, but still Redfall, no one knew that was coming.
Sure.
Like Jackie was saying, we got like Big Daddy and Mommy vampires coming out of nowhere, which I clearly have a bias towards.
We know that's your thing. We know that's your thing, all right?
I know. But that game looks incredible. All the different weapons that they were showcasing. You had the woman who was like levitating people with the special purple powers that she had going on. We had, what they call him, Edgar Allan Bro with the bird. And then like the UV ray light gun. I'm like, I never thought of dealing with vampires that way before. So that is just incredible to me.
100%, I can see that, and especially for Arcane coming out swinging, right, showing what they can do, what their style is. Obviously, the trailer for it would be interesting to see what we actually get from it when we get gameplay for it. For me, I got my wish, which of course was a 12 minutes release date. 12 minutes coming August 19th. Can't wait. Obviously, a great cast, but a great concept of that Groundhog Day. How can we get out of this one situation in this one room? Michael, what about you?
The Outer Worlds 2, that was a genuine surprise because Obsidian is one of my favorite developers. When they come out with RPGs, they go wild on them. And Outer Worlds was like one of my favorite games of the past couple years.
Sure.
So when you think Obsidian, you're probably thinking about Avowed, which was revealed a little while back.
I'm thinking New Vegas, all right? But if
no,
what I'm talking
about,
I'm thinking of Grounded, which I've also played and enjoyed.
No, I'm talking about like what you expect next from that.
Sure.
Yeah, but like, you know, Fallout New Vegas. If y'all ain't played Fallout New Vegas, it's on Game Pass. Y'all should check that out. But yeah, that is one of my favorite Western RPGs of all time, Fallout New Vegas. So obviously Outer Worlds was fire. Outer Worlds 2, that was like completely unexpected. So I think that element of surprise is sometimes what we miss during gaming conventions. And
Sure.
that's what they brought with Outer Worlds 2.
Well, especially with what we're talking about coming off the year 2020 was, right?
Yes.
Where so many things got delayed, slipped, there's been so many leaks. Like, yeah, E3 is about those surprises, about this kind of thing. So the fact that they were able to do it and just put it up there, right? Just show you the trailer and be like,
there's no gameplay, there's no gameplay. It's all good.
And real quick, while we're on this trailer, was everybody else's vibe, were you ready for it to turn into Fable at any second? I know it's not traditional Fable, obviously, from the gameplay, but the inherent humor they were doing.
Exactly. It was the narrator and starting off, because I know the Fable trailer that we kind of got last year was like a little fairy going through the forest. And I'm like, that's the forest! That's the forest! We're going in! And then it's like, and then you got here. And
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, we weren't sure where we were going to end up with that one. Damon, you had your mention of Perfect Dark.
I mentioned, yeah.
What about it stands out, though?
What about Perfect Dark?
No, about Xbox E3.
I'd probably, can you guess what I would pick?
I'm sure
it was replaced.
Oh, yeah.
For a Damie game, amazing pixel art, and I love a good 2D cinematic platformer or brawler, whatever it ends up being. But that game definitely caught my eye.
Yeah, great art style, right? And that was another one going through, like, is this last night? What are we talking, like, where are we at? What game is this? And then have it come out and be something new. That was great, yeah.
To refresh, that was the one where it was the family with the dog.
No, that was Somerville.
I also like that one.
Somerville, I'm all about. Somerville, I'm all about.
That one's former Playdead developers, so Limbo Inside.
Yeah, that's
I missed that.
Like,
Jump ship. Okay.
Excited, but then at the same time, the dog kept disappearing. So I'm going, can my heart take it if the dog disappears? But
when you got like weird purple javelins coming down from Alien, that dog ain't making it in at least one playthrough. I'm sure there's a happy ending. I'm sure the whole family makes it through, but I don't think you have to worry about that overall. So now the question I think becomes, is this the best E3 press conference we've seen so far? Like,
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It was an easy question. Yeah, I think Xbox really came out and delivered on this.
Yeah, and like Bethesda did too, because you start with Starfield, which we actually saw something from Starfield and a release date and all that, and it's also going to be like a full next-gen game. There's so much to talk about. But then they also bookend it with Redfall, so it's like Bethesda are the highlights of us. So it's like, yes, we have Halo, we have the expected Xbox franchises like Forza, but to start and to end with Bethesda, like, we spent that money. It's about to pay off. You know what I'm saying? So.
Again, we were talking about Jackie and Golden Boy eating up so much oxygen. One of the things I want to talk about, right? They just yak. Let's talk about all the big games. But there are so many things we haven't even touched on, again, with more than 30 titles. Something that stood out for me that I wasn't expecting was the Sea of Thieves crossover with Pirates of the Caribbean. Right? I have had multiple friends on me that I need to play Sea of Thieves.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
it was like a real lifeline for me during the pandemic because I was able to connect with my friends in a way that we couldn't do in person because we couldn't hang out, so we could take to the high seas and just wreak endless havoc. It's like a sandbox for chaos. Anything you want to do, you can make it happen there. And to see a massive license like Pirates of the Caribbean come into this, it fits so well narratively and diegetically, but also the gameplay potential there is really exciting too because you really want more quests that are story-driven in that game in between just the random things that happen when you're out and about in the world. So I'm super excited for it. And it's a free content update too.
So talk to me about that. How much content is there in Sea of Thieves right now in terms of storyline and stuff? Because if I can interject, one of the things that scared me off was in the beginning it was content light. Okay, and I know they've added stuff to it, but Grounded spoke to me a lot as a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids fan. And I had put in a lot of time, or not a lot of time, but like a few nights into Grounded when that launched, and it was the same thing of like, cool, now every week we're gonna give you a little bit of a reason. I'm like, oh, okay, like there's not enough here. Is Sea of Thieves right now already before this stuff content complete in a way that's like...
I would say yes. I think that there is enough content to satisfy you at this point. It really depends on what you want to do. If you're the kind of person that likes to really grind out reputation and unlock achievements and things like that, you can do that. You can grind it out with all these different sort of daily quests, but there's enough tall tales and other quests you can do where you get that narrative in there. But I'm excited to see how this brings in a very purposeful narrative in a more structured way than what you already have in there, because for so many players, they've already reached the end game. They are pirate legends. This will give them a reason to set sail on the high seas once more.
Of course, yeah. And then I think the presentation and the production value of Disney having all Yeah, right, yeah. Avi, what else do you want to talk about? What jumps out here for you?
So, I mean, I started screaming about it, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy, but Slime Rancher too? Slime Rancher too? Like, I know that not too many people had picked it up, or they just saw, like, the cute GIFs and stuff on social media, but it's a game where you go around and collect slimes that are shaped like animals, and then you breed them. And you just kind of get to keep collecting them.
Whoa.
Well, you can make bigger slimes, different slimes, you can combine the slimes, you can feed the slimes. It's a cute game, just appreciate the cuteness.
Oh, yeah.
You
I mean,
sit
it's
down
gorgeous,
and you relax.
right?
a bit, right?
Yeah. So is it like, I think one of the things I saw in the Kind of Funny Games chat over and over again was Viva Pinata. Does this give you that same kind of vibe of like, it's chill, we're doing something, obviously you're breeding things like Viva Pinata.
I thought it was funny when someone had said like, oh, looking at the Forza, we're not getting Viva Pinata back after running all of them over, but it does have like a very similar feel. Like you could see you're picking up all the slimes right here. There's a bunny slime, there's a bat slime, and you basically kind of create these own little pens and environments for them, and then you feed them and stuff. So it is a very chill game, similar to Viva Pinata. You're not going in trying to, you can min-max things, but it's just chill. And then those are bad slimes. The icky goo-goos.
They deserved what they got there. Okay,
yeah, no, you blow those up.
Gotcha.
I hate to see it.
You know, again, as driving for release dates and things that I've wanted for a long time from Xbox, finally getting Flight Sim on Xbox Series X, right?
Pretty cool Top Gun crossover, too.
That was the thing I was gonna do. Ladies and gentlemen, you said, why is Greg Miller been doing all these bomber jacket Top Gun references? Let me tell you, I did not know that was going to happen, but you will be getting a lot more of them when you go to e3expo.com/shop, all right? But yeah, like the fact that this is actually finally dropping and we're going to be able to go out there and do that on the console, again, I'm so stoked for that, let alone, yeah, the idea of being Maverick now and up there.
That's what's up, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's gorgeous right there. Damon, anytime you want me to fly you back to Kansas, give me a call. Come on over. Get in there. I'll be all set.
I think overall, the conference, I enjoyed it. It was good, maybe great. I'm still mulling it over in my head. But I do think there were a couple missteps that are worth noting.
Talk to me.
I think it's interesting that we get that Starfield gets a 2022 release date, but still no release date for Halo Infinite.
Holiday.
I mean, yeah, holiday.
I know. I'm not throwing it.
Really, it was supposed to be there at launch with the Series X. So
of course.
I don't know about
that. Don't you think that comes down to the fact of right now, they're confident they can hit by the end of the year, but just not on a date. They can't do it again.
So.
They don't want to be a punchline yet again on
It's going to be like the Halo 2 ARG. You have to find out what holiday they're referring to specifically.
That'll be the easiest way to track it down, right? Yeah. Michael, as we keep swinging back, what else stood out to you?
Psychonauts 2, because that's coming soon. I know Golden Boy was talking about it and Jackie was talking about it, but I did not play Psychonauts 2 yet, so I saw a hands-off demo. So Tim Schafer, if you're coming for me, please don't. But I love Psychonauts because it's surreal, it's different, it's experimental, and it's kind of the game that, Double Fine has been acquired by Microsoft, but they still have that independent spirit where they could do wild things. And Psychonauts has always been like that cult classic back in 2005. When are we going to see it again? When are we going to be Raz again? Like, I think they're very creative.
You played, of course, the genre-defining PSVR title they did.
Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, damn, my bad. I forgot about that. Oh, yeah. Damn, Tim Schafer's
So did the world. So did the world. Don't worry about it.
Psychonauts 2 is coming out soon. I can't wait to play it. It's mad whimsical, and I think that's very important to balance out a lot of the violent shootery types of games.
Damon, you got about 20 seconds. Anything else?
Anything? Oh, I also was impressed with Eiyuden Chronicles. I've never played Suikoden, but I know that I would love Suikoden. So now I get to experience like a modern-day take on Suikoden.
Jared Petty's heart just broke somewhere. You said you've never played Suikoden.
It's not the first time I've broken Jared Petty's heart.
All right, fine. Huge news from Xbox, and we've got even more to show off. We got 3 former Xbox leaders to sit down to talk the past, present, and future of the console. They all helped launch.
Hello, E3. This is Dean Takahashi. I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat. I've been covering games for about 24 years, and I have also covered tech for about 30 years. And so that means I was around when the original Xbox launched, and had the opportunity to write a couple of books on the Xbox business. The first one was Opening the Xbox. And I'm very pleased to have this panel of sort of a reunion of Xbox leaders here, and I'm going to have them introduce themselves as well. Let's start with Shane Kim.
So I'm Shane Kim. I spent 20 years at Microsoft, and most of that time, thankfully, was spent in the Xbox business. In fact, I joined the games business with Ed. Got to participate in an incredible time in the Xbox history with the launch of Xbox and the Xbox 360, where we really competed pretty fiercely with Sony and had some great times, including the launch of Halo 3 in 2007. So really great to be here.
And it's Robbie Bach.
Hey, everybody. My name's Robbie Bach. Like Shane, I was at Microsoft for
a little over 20 years. I spent some time in the office business and then moved over to the consumer area in 1997 and joined Ed and Shane working on the PC games business. And then when Xbox got started, there was a guy named Rick Thompson who was going to run it, and Rick decided to leave Microsoft. So suddenly I was chief Xbox officer. 2010, I left Microsoft, but it's great to be back with my pals at E3.
Great, and Ed Freeze.
Yeah, I'm Ed Freeze. Like these guys, I was at the company about 20 years, starting in the mid 80s, and took over the games business mid 90s with Shane, and we grew it as much as we could on the PC side, and then this crazy Xbox project came along that we all did our best to make happen, and
still betting on the games business.
Absolutely, love the game business.
Let's start with Robbie. So, Robbie, what do you remember as the most important lesson of creating the Xbox?
Well, so I'm not the technical person, nor am I actually particularly a gaming person. So my lessons are going to be a little bit more on the business side of it. And the two big ones I took away from this time period are, one, strategy is really important, because the first version of Xbox didn't have a lot of it. It was just about sort of getting things done. And the second version, we really focused on strategy. And then the second thing I'd say is it took us quite a while to build sort of a culture as a team. Xbox team went from 0 to 100 miles an hour really quickly. And so we hired a lot of people, and there was a lot of incredible individual talent and not a lot of good team work at the beginning. And when we got the team working better together, things really started to move. And strategy and teamwork are super obvious lessons, I know.
Content is king, right? I mean, I think that's we learned that. And I think this is where we did a lot of things really well with Microsoft Game Studios. We figured out that exclusive content was going to matter in the battle, especially versus Sony.
I agree with these guys completely. I mean, the first Xbox was about us running as fast as we could to meet a date, and then after that we could breathe and reflect on all the things we did wrong, and I think you really could see that thinking expressed in Xbox 360, and saw it do better. So.
Well, Shane, let's get you the next one here. What are some contributions that your colleagues here made, I guess, to the whole effort? Like, what do you give them credit for?
That's a hard question.
Dangerous.
No, I think I'm not going to say this just because he's on the call, but I think Ed deserves a ton of credit. I mean, I owe a lot to Ed personally and professionally. I mean, Ed brought me into the games group in the 90s. I'm not, like Robbie, I'm not a technical guy. I'm not a gamer. I think that's really well known. And Ed gave me a chance, first starting on the business side and then on the content side, which led, I think, to a lot of fun and success for me personally. Ed was one of those guys who really drove at home. And, he first had the vision for Microsoft becoming a bigger player in games. First of all, that was on the PC side. And then when the Xbox project came along, he really drove that. And I don't think without Ed's credibility with Bill and Steve that project really would have happened. And Ed, I think also Ed gets a lot of credit because he, and others, of course, found Halo and Bungie and brought that into the Microsoft family. And that, that clearly was a critical success factor for us. And the other guy I would credit, I think deserves a lot of credit, is Jay Allard. While I wasn't as privy to everything that Jay did, I think, when he was running the platform team, he had the vision to, drive Xbox Live. I believe he deserves a lot of credit for us not putting a telephone jack in the back of the original Xbox and just sticking to an Ethernet connector. And
I remember Robbie making that decision.
And then Robbie, of course, deserves kudos because, just getting the project off the ground in the first place is what I remember the most. Everything else that happened after that, we were committed to it. So we worked through a lot of problems, obviously, and learned a lot as we went along the way. But just getting it done, these two guys deserve a ton of credit.
Well,
that hurt.
I think that this project, to be successful, needed so many different expertise, you know. And so, yeah, I came with kind of a product, you know, making something technical background and a passion for games. But I had never run a business before, and you know, without Shane, there's no way that we would have grown the game business, you know, from the mid '90s like we did. I mean, so many different things had to come together in a short amount of time to make this happen. So it was really a team effort.
You know, Dean, I was talking with Phil Spencer in email the other day, and he said sometimes he get asked who was the father of Xbox, and the answer you just heard is the right answer. There was just a really interesting collection of people as a team, and they weren't actually particularly alike. Figuring out how we worked, to the thing I said before, as a team was super important, and everybody got to play key roles at key times. I know it sounds sort of cliche, but it's actually how it played out. And Shane and Ed absolutely played those key roles as they described.
So now we've pissed off everybody whose name we haven't mentioned, right? But one person that comes to mind, I'm going to save all you guys here with this answer, but the one person who comes to mind is having the vision for this and to actually get it off the ground. I have this admiration now for Bill Gates, being willing to lose something like maybe $4 billion on the first Xbox, and and so you know, who else has that kind of will these days? I mean, look at, you know, some of the other companies. Like
I might flip it around a little and say that, you know, once the company gets big enough, it really needs to go after big projects. And that was actually a problem at Microsoft at that time, was they couldn't find projects big enough to matter relative to the Office business and the Windows business. And so this was a project that was big enough to matter. Robbie could probably talk to this better than I could, but.
No, you're spot on, Ed. And I actually think both Bill and Steve, look, there were other people in the first 2 or 3 years of Xbox, senior leaders inside the company, who wanted to kill it. That's not new news, right? We were losing a lot of money.
On every project at Microsoft, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. We were losing a lot of money. Wall Street wasn't happy about it. People thought Microsoft was crazy being hardware. But Bill and Steve, once they got on board at the beginning, were incredibly steadfast about it. And to Ed's point, I think it was the fact that it was so big, it was a chance to break through.
I'd also add, and I think it's different today when you look at the company of Microsoft in 2021 versus 2000. But it's important to remember back then, you know, I've always thought that Microsoft was a platform company, particularly then, and we fought very hard to establish platforms like Windows and like Office. And we looked at the Xbox business opportunity as another one of those platform wars. You know, that Sony, if you remember, had incredible success with the PlayStation 2. And I think a large part of the company strategy was we just could not cede the home territory to Sony unfettered without competing in that space. And that's why, another reason why I believe, you know, Bill, Steve, and the company were willing to make that investment, because we just needed to go compete with Sony.
Good. I think you're all back in good standing with Bill Gates now, so we'll move on. So, Ed, did you see particular challenges that were like totally surprising to you, or like challenges that maybe were just underestimated at the very beginning there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all super naive, which is kind of a good thing, I think, when you're going into a project. If you knew all the troubles you were going to have and how difficult it would be, you probably would never do anything. But yeah, I think the biggest thing was that we had never made a console game, right? And now we're going to make a console and a whole lineup of console games in less than 2 years. I mean, it was super, super ambitious. And you know, fortunately, we had a near infinite amount of resources. So you'd think that would make it possible to do the impossible, but it just made it somewhat possible, I guess. You know, we made a bunch of bets, and you know, one in particular really came through with Halo. You know, the hardware barely came together in time, as I remember it. And there were a lot of moving pieces that just kind of had to come together. And I think I think actually, when you take the net of it, we did pretty well on that first launch.
Look, there were challenges everywhere. I mean, we didn't have a supply chain. We didn't have a real retail sales force. We didn't have an operations team. Our best hardware at that point was a Microsoft mouse. We had some PC games, but no console games. Xbox Live didn't exist. Broadband was just getting started. I mean, I could go on.
Other than that, though, it was all.
I could go on. I could go on for a long time. One thing I didn't mention, which I think was particularly impressive and really changed the industry in a huge way, is the bet on Halo wasn't just the bet on Halo, a game from a company called Bungie. It was a category bet too. First-person shooters were like unheard of in the console space. I mean, there'd been like one that had been successful at that point. And now you look at the console space and it's completely different. And so that to me was a transformative change. And kudos to Ed, Shane, and the Bungie team. But that was a really transformative change. And I didn't understand that when we bought Bungie. I had no idea that we were not only betting on a content company, but betting on the ability to create an entire new category on a console. That was, to me, just new territory.
I think most people doubted whether or not Halo could be successful on Xbox precisely because of that, because it hadn't been done. And then Halo's impact also, like you say, can't just be measured in terms of its success as a game franchise, but Halo in terms of driving multiplayer on Xbox Live when Xbox Live launched as well was, significant. So when we joke that content drives hardware and platforms, it's not really a joke. It had an incredible effect on Xbox and Xbox Live.
Now, Robbie, was there a pivotal moment where you thought, hey, this might actually work out?
So yeah, there is, and it's a weird moment for me to identify because it's not like something special, some game did well or we sold a bunch of units or something like that. But it was the E3. I'm gonna get the year wrong, but I think it's 2003. Might have been 2004. Electronic Arts agreed to join Xbox Live. Everybody forgets that at the beginning, Electronic Arts wasn't on Xbox Live, and so I'm standing on stage with Don Matrick and all these sports athletes from EA Sports, and then Muhammad Ali comes on stage. And I know that's a weird thing to identify, but somehow people walked away from that, in my mind, saying, okay, these guys are here to stay. And that made a lot of things a lot easier. And I know it wasn't the fact that Muhammad Ali was on stage, but it's just such an iconic moment for me that's kind of burned into my memory. And I won't forget it.
I'll say, since we're picking strange moments, and Ed was gone at this time, but it's not the best moment in our history, but when Xbox 360 had its technical issues after its launch, and the company stepped up and provided at that time an unprecedented warranty, and the Xbox 360 survived and in fact thrived after that. I mean, that's a real Tylenol moment for those of us old enough to remember something like that, where a brand can survive a hit like that and actually really come back super strong. You forget that Halo 3 did not launch until 2007. So 2 years after the launch of the Xbox 360, and still Xbox 360 was able to get off to a great start there. And I think once we survived that, I think certainly I felt very confident in our ability to compete in a big way with Sony and Nintendo.
Thank you for pointing out I had nothing to do with the Red Ring. Sometimes that gets brought up, and I have to explain the history. So, for me, honestly, it would be launch day of the original Xbox. Up to that point, E3 that before that launch was pretty bad. Early reviews of Halo were sketchy. Wasn't clear that the hardware was going to make it. I mean, It was a lot of things, and to see everything come together, to be standing there in Times Square with Bill Gates, and watch him give away the first Xbox, and it just kind of almost magically everything came together that night, and it really felt like this was the start of something big.
And lastly, I have a quick one for Robbie here. Robbie, do you see Microsoft's gaming strategy as being very different today versus the early days of the Xbox?
Yeah, I think it's actually changed quite a bit. You know, Microsoft has become more of an enterprise place since we left, and yet gaming is more important there now than it was when we were there, I think. And so that's an interesting, I think that's an interesting dynamic. I think Satya looks at Phil in the gaming business as people are kind of out at the cutting edge of technology, and they are driving new trends and new ideas, and those ideas can come back and help the rest of the company. So, you know, in many respects, I mean, he's not, maybe he'll watch this, I don't know, but probably not, but who knows? Phil deserves a lot of credit for shaping what I think now is a really great business for Microsoft. And, you know, Phil worked with Shane and Ed and learned a lot from them, but I think he's put the business in a very good place.
Well, thank you for the reunion, everybody. And we'll have to do this again in either 10 or 20 years.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dean.
All right.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
All right, so even though we are still this far out from the Xbox conference,
Look at you with your papers here.
I'm
all
a professional.
official.
We still haven't talked about Hades coming to Game Pass.
Oh,
we
looks
still
so
haven't
good.
talked about Stalker 2.
Oh.
I don't hear anybody talk about Shredders. There's just too much information.
So
the
much.
Ascent being shown again, which looks dynamite and dope, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah.
What a conference that was.
Yeah.
It was so much. It was, I thought Xbox delivered. Like,
100%.
they came out, and also, Xbox being bold. They were like, Xbox exclusive.
Yeah.
Xbox exclusive. Like, I was like, okay, they're stepping up. You know, I
Everyone,
appreciate
all
that.
hail the Lord and Savior Game Pass, because that was there left and right as well.
Yeah,
I know.
that too. By the way,
Do you want to play with it?
Yes.
You can take it away.
I have the wait, wrong show. But yeah, I just want to say, guys, Halo was amazing.
We know Halo was amazing.
We know you're a fan.
How do we
That
know
samurai
Halo was
Spartan
amazing?
suit. Oh.
We of course heard you screaming. We of course saw you talking
He cried
on the
a
camera.
little bit, yeah.
We have the reactions. They have the reactions ready
Cue
to
it up.
see. These are not
Yeah,
canned. This
that's
is
me.
legitimately happening. This is how he watches the show.
Aw, Avi.
There's
Avi
Amelie.
Sean.
Some stuff too. Then back to
Battlefield. Oh, I was so excited for Battlefield. Yeah.
Look at you, a kid on Christmas morning. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
But did you see we didn't even, you went through all your notes. We didn't even talk about Battlefield.
I'm telling you, that's how dense the show was.
There was so much.
Yeah.
There was
so much to talk about. Look at you
truly.
and Michael here. Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was hype too.
Aw.
Got a lot of
See,
great moments.
And again, this is how you know it was a great E3 press
Yeah,
conference.
man.
That's the reactions you want, right? Especially not having it live in
My
person,
face.
not hearing an audience, right? But
Yeah,
getting to
that's
see
Halo.
that.
My
Yeah,
arm got a
that's Halo.
cameo. I was punching you.
Yep.
There you go.
That's what it's
Yeah.
all about. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about.
Little
Smiling
Amelie.
and screaming.
Do
Yeah.
we have Dan's reaction when was it Ueden? I forget the name of it. When Ueden Chronicles
Yeah.
came out. I mean, the man was yelling at the top of his lungs. He kept yelling about how he financed it on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
He just kept talking about Kickstarter. It felt like he's finally getting his money's worth. You know, he was a happy guy.
We were talking. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, on top of all the
Yeah.
games and stuff we showed, then they snuck it into the very end, which pissed me off, but I'm glad they did it, the Xbox mini fridge.
Yes.
The Xbox Mini.
I was behind this on
fridge.
Twitter. I'm one of the reasons we got it enough likes, or they won the Twitter competition.
Yep.
Thanks to me retweeting it, and now we are all going to be able to
Okay,
give them
well,
our
are you
money.
taking credit for it?
I
It
put the
was-
Xbox mini fridge on the map, and you need to know it.
As a proud owner of an Xbox mini fridge.
Oh, how much did you pay for it?
We're
How much did you
flexing
pay
here.
for
Actually,
it?
it was sent to me by my good friend Dwayne "The
Back
Rock"
it up.
Johnson.
Put the sword down. You're making me a little scared. Now I don't know if I should have given that to you or
But it
not.
was really, it's an awesome fridge. So you guys are going to love it.
Little
But I already
flex
have it
there.
because I'm
Yeah,
famous.
just
just
a
a
little.
little
just a
I'm famous
there.
because my friend The Rock sent it to me. What's up, DJ?
Are
How
you
doing, buddy?
aware? Because of our video yesterday, Ryan Reynolds followed me on Twitter today. So.
Wow.
Okay,
really?
can we all stop flexing? Cut
didn't
him off.
follow me.
Cut him off. Cut
He
him
was
off.
in Fantastic Four.
Okay.
Didn't tag you on purpose.
Oh.
Wow.
Jack, you want
Do
to
you think he would have followed you after that comment, though?
I probably wouldn't.
Yeah,
to be
no, I
fair.
don't think it would.
You want to talk
happen.
about Stalker 2? Another game we haven't actually
I
talked
mean,
about?
honestly, I thought it was eerie. It was this creepy post-apocalyptic
Yeah.
world. When the guy was dancing alone to that creepy music box, I was like, I'm here for this. Like, I just want to see more. So that was definitely at the top of my list, I think. I thought Bethesda stole the show, though, to be
Couldn't
quite
agree
fair.
more. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Understandable. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how we're getting things started. Xbox, your time is over. It is, ladies and gentlemen, 9
Let's walk
minutes.
over. Come on.
17
All right, I'm going.
seconds.
We're going.
Wait, but this is the wrong brand. Wrong brand.
No, this is my moment.
Oh,
this
sorry.
is me
Go
as
back.
an Avengers fan.
Go
moment,
back.
There's
all right?
no lighting there.
Don't worry about
We'll
it,
stand
everybody.
here.
It's getting there. We're doing it. It's about time. When we return, ladies and gentlemen, Square Enix takes the spotlight. Stick around, find out what's next.
Okay, watch.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
The Kingdom Hearts franchise is my favorite franchise of all time.
Kingdom Hearts, that has a very special place in my heart.
Lara Croft is the reason why I started to become really adventurous in my own life. Tomb Raider, I think, became a symbol of who I wanted to be.
Tomb Raider is very important to me, and not just because I worked on it. Dad got it first, and I remember him being really excited at the T-Rex in Tomb Raider and completely spoiling it for me.
Final Fantasy VII, the original, that's what got me started on JRPGs, and I love JRPGs.
Kingdom Hearts 3 was like the biggest hype I have ever experienced. I remember taking time off work, locked myself in a room, and I stayed in that room for as long as I could.
Final Fantasy XIV is a game that I recently dipped my toes into. I didn't know anything about Final Fantasy, but I tried it and I think I put 1,000 hours into it, and it's just a matter of a few months.
So I was playing Tomb Raider, and every time I'd like get stuck, I would just like rage quit and like pop out the disc and put it back in again.
When they showed the Final Fantasy VII with new technology, to see it reimagined in such a perfect way was amazing.
The remake in general is stunning. Which again, it's a Square Enix game, not shocking.
Welcome back to E3 Live from Los Angeles. Don't forget e3expo.com/shop, where you'll find all the limited edition shirts, hats, and jackets you've seen me modeling throughout the presentation. Dad hats. Up next, of course, is Square Enix Presents. Guys, what are we looking forward to most, and why is it Marvel's Avengers?
Oh my goodness. I mean, where to even start? Like, there's so many different.
Baby. Babylon's Fall, baby.
What are you doing here, Michael?
All y'all stop the show. Babylon's Fall is gonna be the most fired thing Square Enix is showing. It's gonna be game of the show. Check it. Babylon's Fall, baby.
You just hijacked this.
I have never run into the media suite.
that just
You know what I mean? Never done that. But Babylon's Fall is being shown.
Can't believe this man.
A lot of people are stoked about it. Michael Heim from GameSpot being one of them, of course. That's always good to see.
I didn't know it was going down there. I was like, Michael's coming in here really hot. Okay.
That's all he knows how to do.
Exactly.
Michael's either asleep or that hyped about weird video games.
My goodness. We were talking about Marvel's Avengers, right? A little
talking
bit there.
about everything.
Yeah, I was like,
Square
okay.
Enix in general. Yeah, of course. Babylon's
This show,
Fall.
I'm just like, anything goes. Anything goes.
We told you we're insane.
You know what? I'm starting to understand that at a different level. So yes, War in Wakanda. I'm totally amped for that. We saw a little bit of an art reveal yesterday.
Sure, yeah, new look at Black Panther, right?
Yes.
So far, all we've had is that teaser trailer at the last time they had done one of the Square Enix Presents or whatever, so that's nice to see. Obviously, as I've talked to death, so we won't go any further with it.
Yeah.
Excited for more content. I need to see what the end level stuff is. They're calling this an expansion, right? It's not like the episodes we've gotten for Kate and Clint, so what does that mean? How big is this going to get? But then, of course, another one that speaks directly to me and I want is Life is Strange True Colors. I love Life is Strange. We have a brand new one coming up this September. I can't wait to see what that's all about.
Yeah, Life is Strange True Colors, that hits very close to home for me. It's obviously about a woman dealing with the loss of her brother. And what I absolutely love about that series is that they are bold and they're like, okay, we're going to confront trauma. We're going to confront self-work. And then they somehow turn it into this beautiful video game that just absolutely hits you to the core and the feels. So I am definitely psyched to see more about Life is Strange True Colors, but also the remastered collection.
Yeah, of course, right?
Yes. Super here for it.
Yeah. Eidos Montreal. That's it.
The new title.
That's all I'm looking forward to. I've been a big fan of Eidos Montreal for years. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. I've loved Deus Ex for years and years and years. And while I don't think we're going to get that, which isn't a bad thing, I feel like so long as more people are exposed to how great of a studio Eidos Montreal is, that to me is the winner. That's what I'm looking forward to the most, hands down.
Ladies and gentlemen, what are you excited for? It's super simple. Hashtag E3 2021 on the social medias. Shout it out there. Tell us what you want to see. We're getting closer. 2 minutes to go. That's the exciting part right here. Do you think there is going to be Xbox hangover? Square's gone out of their way, right, to say these are the games we're showing, which is great. You manage expectations. Microsoft just came out and was like, hey, here are more than 30 games that we have that we think you should be stoked for.
Yeah, there could be. That's a very common thing. It happens at a lot of different conventions, right? There's always this hype of like, this is what's going on, but we're looking forward to this. But yeah, I do think, though, that Square Enix has a great opportunity here to just show some high-quality games as they usually do. And yeah, I think it's going to be a great, palate cleanser, if you will, from what we got, from like the overload that we got of the Xbox presser.
And that's the thing, one of the things I was complimenting Xbox about when we were off camera is the fact that there were so many games that's great because you can go in there and then find the 5 that speak to you. So when you come in with a smaller roster like Square is, it really is, do you like Marvel? Do you like, well, if you don't like these things, then maybe we're not for you that time around.
I mean, it could be a marketing strategy. They might be like, hey, this is all we're doing, and we might see more. I don't know. I'm definitely in the camp where I like being kind of like, let us, what's coming, what are we going to see? So they have been a little bit tight-lipped, but and they're like, hey, this is the docket, but we'll see.
Who knows? Anything's possible. It's E3, baby.
Yeah, E3, baby. Who
People
knows?
do lie to us at E3 quite
That's
a bit.
right.
And so if they have something else out there,
there's one thing I've learned is that E3 is a place for deception. It's like an Among Us lobby before Among Us was even a thing. So that's
That was a good comparison.
Sure.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, I guess
I'm smart.
Here we go. Look at this.
I'm smart.
Oh, we're 16 seconds out. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time break.
Without further ado, here's Square Enix Presents.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Matt Mercer here, and I'm back as your host of Square Enix Presents. Today, we have a special E3 edition of the show for you, with new game announcements, updates, and exciting news from our studios across the globe. So let's kick off with the world premiere of a brand new game from Eidos Montreal. We hope you enjoy the show.
I am so proud of you. Do you know what a birthright is, Peter? Something that's a part of you. Like your name.
Gardeners of the Galaxy?
What? No, Rocket. So I let Groot fill out the paperwork. So we got fined.
We appear to be 6,963 units short. I know, we clearly need a plan.
If you see anything with claws the size of Drax, let me know.
We got this. Drax, throw him. No! You want monster? I'll show you monster! No! We disrobe! Keep your pants on. Although, it could be used as a distraction. Smash him up, Drax! Meet your maker!
We're all professionals here, right? Maybe we can work something out.
Peter!
You had one job, Quill. I did exactly what? Gamora, no killing teammates.
That's who?
It's literally in your contract. I made no such commitments.
In less than 3 cycles, all would be lost. The galaxy cannot be saved, Peter Quill.
We can do this together.
Fucking great, Quill!
Star-Lord, right?
It's Star-Lord. Oh, crap! No, of course I will. I'll call you.
Hi, my name is Olivier Proux, senior producer here at Eidos Montreal. For the past few years, we've had the privilege to work on our version of Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy and reimagine it into a single-player, story-driven, third-person action-adventure game. It's our own fresh take on the Guardians, and something that's really unique to our game is that you get to be Peter Quill. As Star-Lord, you're constantly in the middle of the action as you try to lead this band of misfits. But today, I'm really excited to have all of you join us on this journey, and you'll hear more about the game from our team behind this project.
Right, let's do this.
I've always loved Marvel's cosmic characters. Growing up as a kid, I read them, enjoyed them, loved them. I had the opportunity to write for Marvel on some of their cosmic titles. I went back with the help of Bill Roseman, the editor, and kind of cherry-picked characters from Marvel's past.
The opportunity here was to build a team, but to make it all underdogs, so that the reader would think, oh my gosh, how is this team going to survive?
And that became the Guardians of the Galaxy comic, which we loved working on.
I remember the first time that the Marvel crew came to Montreal, we were showing them the design of the characters, how they would look, and they stayed silent. I don't know if it's a minute, but in my head, it was a minute. I was like, oh my God, like they hate it.
We realized how much that Marvel and Eidos Montreal share and have in common, and that we knew the Guardians were in perfect hands.
Looking at the samples that Eidos were kind enough to show me, I think he's fantastic and absolutely in the spirit of what these characters are.
What makes the gameplay experience unique to me is no matter in what phase of the game you are, whether you're in exploration or you're fighting, the Guardians are constantly around you and you never feel alone. While you're the leader, the Guardians will also challenge you and make decisions on their own, and you will have to adapt to it.
You are literally part of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
The decisions you'll make will have lighthearted to haunting repercussions, and the game will react to what you do and say.
Gamora, no killing teammates.
Says who?
It's literally in your contract. I made no such commitments.
You are playing as Star-Lord and you're using your blasters and you're using your jet boots.
Star-Lord is really empowering. He's very agile on the battlefield. He can slide and over with his jet boots. Of course, he has his elemental blasters that have different powers as well. And on top of all of this, he can use the unique abilities of his Guardians.
we're not pirates. We're legally incorporated heroes for hire.
Gardeners of the Galaxy?
What? No.
The story is about a group of misfits, the Guardians. In our world, they've been together for less than a year. They create something on a small scale that looks insignificant. And as they progress through the story, they discover that they created something really big that threatens the galaxy.
There are a lot of very interesting villains in the Marvel franchise. And when you're starting to work on a story like this, you get to get your pick of which ones will make the best for this story. That gives us the opportunity to bring in some that are well known, but some that are also not all that well known.
What Eidos is getting so right about them is capturing what it's like to be a misfit family. They're also bringing an amazing imagination to it. You're going to see planets and characters that are going to blow your mind.
Interpreting it in its own way, I think, makes it feel incredibly fresh and exciting. It's not a matter of trying to replicate the comic or trying to replicate the film. It's trying to take the medium you're working in and make the best version of Guardians out of that.
They made it fun. They made it rock and roll. They delivered everything you would want in a Guardians game.
$37 units?
We appear to be 6,963 units short. If we intend to keep our ship, Peter Quill. I know. We clearly need a plan.
What about selling Gamora's crap?
What?
Oh, come on. You've been hoarding them stupid knickknacks ever since you first joined us. I mean, don't tell me they ain't worth nothing.
Quarantine zone was always
holding out on
My
us.
figurines are not knickknacks.
Team's in trouble, and you can't be bothered to make no sacrifice.
I will sacrifice your head.
And take us to the majestic mountains of Kakarantara. Guys, I think we should hear out Groot for once.
You know, the only problem with your plan is that Lady Hellbender only buys monsters, and you are not a monster.
Groot, are you really offering to...
No, he is not offering that, okay?
It could work.
Sell Groot? I guess we could bust him out after. Absurd. Lady Hellbender seeks the monster within. The small, ugly one is clearly the correct choice. He's cruel, sadistic, and his soul is filthy and filled with rage.
I vote we sell Groot. I honestly think Lady Hellbender will go for it.
Yeah, well, I vote for not Groot.
I also vote for the creepy little beast.
2 votes each. Peter?
Well, Rocket's definitely scarier on the inside. He's unstable and vicious and totally oblivious to the needs of others.
Okay, we get it.
All right, let's do this. Let's go sell a monster.
We're not seriously flying into that.
You say the weather patterns of Seknarf 9 are tied to the temperament of its ruler.
That's not how women work.
Or weather. We're flying the wrong way.
Nah, he's not flying at all.
Guys, relax. Just one minor adjustment.
I ever mentioned how much I hate rain?
Hellbender's castle isn't even that far. That is not a castle. It is an impregnable fortress.
So how do we impregnate it?
Ask Peter!
Let's just get closer. We'll figure it out on the way. There is nothing to figure out. As beast merchants, we will easily gain access to Lady Hellbender. Good! We've already got a beast. All that's left is the merchant part.
Good thing I put on my official merchant costume.
There is no such thing. Right?
The fact you ain't sure don't bode so good.
Whoa! That is some really crazy lightning out there. Never seen anything like it.
Meteorological suicide is what it is.
Ouch! Hey, is my jacket all right?
At least you got a jacket. Some of us are soaking here.
Less whining, more walking.
Hey, Stormlord. We ain't seriously walking through this. It'll take forever in this storm.
Stop complaining. The hardship will strengthen your spirit.
I faced more than enough hardship. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, Feeble One. We got this. Just don't fall and we'll be fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah! Everyone okay? We should have gone to Maku 4. I would be wary, rodent.
You know what? I survived freaking Half-World. I think I'm scared of some little...
It's not alone. Get ready.
What are these things? They are amorphous vermin.
Shoot first, questions later.
Drop them, Gamora!
This won't hurt much.
Smash them up, Drax! Meet your maker!
Steel Boy's enjoying this way too much.
This is the local fauna!
It's about to be an endangered species.
True! Hawkeye time! Oh, you, Rocket!
Time to go boom!
I am eager to experience Lady Hellbender's legendary menagerie.
Should we ask them for directions?
I'm thinking maybe they are directions.
Oh, like a signpost or something.
I'm not saying it's an arrow with the word fortress on it, but statues suggest civilization, and the only settlement I saw when we were topside...
It's Lady Hellbender's fortress.
Dead end. That's just great.
It's a retractable bridge. They used them at the prison I was in.
Too bad the controls are on the other side of the giant chasm.
What do you not have time to dawdle in this jungle? I shall hurl the creature over the chasm so he may activate the bridge.
I may activate a hole through your face. Put me down.
It'll be fine. Just curl up in a ball.
What?
Drax, throw him.
No.
Very well.
Peter?
It's okay. He'll land on his feet. Ooh. I guess that only applies to cats.
You sons of sharks! Scut-busting ass!
I am not familiar with these words. Order the beast to do its job.
Rocket, come on, man.
Ram it, dash face.
Fix the bridge and we'll raise your cut by 5%.
I want 10.
Okay, deal. Thanks for the bridge, Rocket.
If you even think of pulling that
Wait.
scud again.
Hear that?
Guys.
I got it.
These creatures are perfect predators. Stop cheering for the murder monster.
Somebody's having fun.
You are my prey.
Keep it together, Doc.
Bad dog! Bad dog!
We've got the numbers.
Not if you count all that teeth we know. That dog was a huge predator.
Avoid the mouth, dodge the tail, slice the ear.
Is anything on this planet not trying to kill us? Guys, huddle up! Already missing the jiggle jellies.
They keep moving around.
It is past time, my blade! Don't get too close to that mouth!
We can't over.
This guy barely feels it.
Yeah, I smell it too.
Come on, we got this! Perhaps these were sent by Lady Hellbender.
Well, she can keep it.
How come monsters are never friendly?
That is definitely in my top 10 fortresses.
Peter?
Aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, right. The cage.
The point of even getting the Flarkin thing was looking like we mean business.
All right, Rocket. Time to put on your monster face.
I only got one face, Quill.
Are you sure about this, Peter?
Look at him. You better have one hell of a sales pitch.
Maybe Gamora's right.
We should try selling Groot instead.
What? Really?
This is an affront to democracy. I just think that we might need Rocket on the outside for this one.
Yeah, we noticed. You want to make that call, then you better not mess this up. You hang tight there, bud. When the time comes, I'll get you out of there. Rocket style if I gotta.
Drac. Gamora, can you help me with this? What? Why?
To guarantee your safety as our leader.
Ah, come on.
Don't look at me, I ain't pulling that thing. Remember, buddy, menacing! Like me, only bigger.
I am Groot.
Not bad, not bad. Easy, big guy.
So, how long before someone else wants to pull this thing? You're 60 clicks from the fortress.
I'd say closer to 75.
We got this!
Rocky, what are you doing?
Who's the monster now? Rocket! What the?
Guardians of the Galaxy. How many times do I have to kill you? The audacity that you thought you could rob me, Dweller! Feast upon them!
Now we're going to revisit two iconic brands that are being remastered for modern platforms. First up, relive the classic games in the Final Fantasy series, and then get one more peek at Legend of Mana ahead of its June 24th launch. Up next, Earth's mightiest heroes continue their fight to defend the world in Marvel's Avengers. The team at Crystal Dynamics is excited to share the latest updates with you, including new mission types and a growing roster of heroes.
Avengers, secure that super weapon at all costs.
Cosmic energy is building up.
Every second counts, people. Keep it moving.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
You're out of your depth, Avengers.
Shutting you down, Monica.
world doesn't need vengeance. AIM will save this world. I will save it.
There is no end to these clones. You don't understand what that cube is capable of.
I applaud your efforts to connect with your roots, but as a man who has seen 3 Black Panthers fall, I must warn you of a few things. Many eyes follow the path you are about to walk down.
They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same.
You just wanted to show off your suit.
They all want the name, but they ain't got what's running through these veins. Make way for the king.
It is Claw.
Vibranium doesn't belong to you.
You are right. Vibranium does not belong to me. It belongs to Wakanda.
Look at me now, count me down. So give me the crown. They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same thing. They chasing the fame, they all want the name, but they ain't got what's running through these veins. Say I walk like.
Now it's time to give mobile players a quick look at some of the games that will be available in the coming months.
Good evening, 426. Our intelligence reports a new threat to global stability. Their reach is unlike anything we have seen before. Following Agent 47's disappearance, you were selected because of your remarkable skills. Execution must be perfect. We will strike from the shadows, and they will never know what hit them.
A sad and beautiful tale that echoes throughout eternity. The first mobile entry in the Nier series. Nier Reincarnation.
Today, the team at Platinum Games is giving you an exclusive look at the epic world of Babylon's Fall, featuring fluid combat, powerful weapons, and a unique art style.
1,000 years, it was meant to be a tower of dreams. But for 1,000 more, it was seen as a tower of ruin. Persevering through fire and ice and the coldest of winds, eventually the tower became a symbol of unrelenting ambition. That tower's name is Babylon.
Does the savior of Neo-Babylon stand among us? Let's find out without further ado!
If I'm to die, then I'll die for hope, for what little hope there may be.
Seen through the veil at last, have you? We're all prisoners of our subjective reality. Believe only what you see, and you're like to end up seeing only what you believe.
Naught but two paths lie ahead. Ascend to the heavens above the tower, or fall like this one now before you.
Now begins its tale of both hope and despair.
プラチナゲームズは本当にアクションという部分に関しては世界屈指のデベロッパーだと思ってますし、ニーアオートマタでそれが証明できたんじゃないかなと思ってます。
ニーアオートマタのアクションをもっと楽しむためにどうしたらいいかって選ばれたジャンルがハック&スラッシュでしたので、このゲームのコンセプトは端的に言うとニーアオートマタのアクションでハック&スラッシュというジャンルを楽しむということになります。
もちろん1人でも遊べるんですけど、4人でダンジョンを攻略していくゲームになります。
コンセプトについては、プレイヤーが、途切れない目標に向かって、アクション、追い求め続けることができると。プレイヤーは、ストーリーを追いながらダンジョンをクリアして上層を目指していくと。入手する装備や素材を集めて自身を強化してカスタマイズしていくと。
ゲームのスタイルとしては、オーソドックスなハック&スラッシュという形ですね。ただアクションがスキルや強い力を引き出すためのトリガーになっているところがポイントかなと思っています。
プレイヤーの背中についているギデオンコピーというのがかなりキーアイテムとなっています。それによって、遊び方とかカスタマイズの方向性っていうのも変わってきます。
ハイファンタジー感というか、その上品さというところはすごい意識してくれっていうふうに言われましたね。カートゥーンチックにならないようにというか、リアルに本当に存在している人たちがいるかのような感じは意識しました。
このゲームは運営型のゲームとして開発しています。発売後も定期的に新しいコンテンツを提供する予定です。
ようやく皆さんに改めてこういった形で発表できたこと、本当に私たちも嬉しくなっていますし、まさにこれから開発の佳境になっていくので、精一杯頑張っていきたいので、皆さんも引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Now let's check out the next major entry in the popular Life is Strange series, True Colors. The team at Deck 9 is ready to give you a deeper look at Alex Chen's psychic power of empathy. But first, here's a look at the Life is Strange Remastered Collection.
Feels so weird to be back. After 5 years, you're still Max Caulfield.
What do you remember about us as kids?
I think about us as little pirates, running and jumping through Arcadia Bay.
We are awesome!
Come on, let's dance! Or take my picture with your new camera.
We both got scars and it's so hard to
That's Rachel Amber. After my dad died and you moved, I felt abandoned.
Oh,
good, you're here. Rachel saved my life. She was my angel. Something happened to her. We have to find her, Max. Holy shit. Max, what's going on?
No! Whoa. I discovered I could reverse time.
What the hell is this?
Whatever's going on between us is special.
Step back before you regret it.
Get in, Max!
Then I realized I had a choice and the power to change everything. Arcadia Bay is on the edge of disaster. Time to change time. Whatever happens, I'll always have your back. Always.
Hi, I'm Maya, also known as MXM Tune. I'm a musician and the singing voice of Alex Chen in the upcoming Life is Strange True Colors. I hope you enjoyed that first look at official gameplay from the remastered collection. As a longtime fan, I know I did. You can see the love and care that Deck 9 have put into remastering both Life is Strange and Before the Storm. This collection features improved character animation, lip sync, and visuals, breathing new life into these two beloved games. Back in March, we also revealed the next major game in the series, Life is Strange True Colors, a small-town supernatural mystery. Alex Chen must uncover the truth behind her brother's death, using her psychic power of empathy to unravel the shocking secrets of Haven Springs. Today, we have a first look at Alex's unique power in action. Here's game director Zach Garris for more.
Alex's psychic power of empathy is integral to the story of Life is Strange True Colors. It impacts every relationship she builds and every decision she makes.
Never thought I'd have a freaky empath friend.
For years, Alex has been unable to shut out the strong feelings of others, the fear, sadness, and anger of those around her, leading her to believe her power is a curse. In the wake of Gabe's death, Alex realizes the only way she can find the truth is to embrace her power.
I can't believe this is happening. And the only way to understand is to feel what he's feeling.
From the very start, you can use Alex's power to focus on brightly colored auras to gain an insight into people's emotions.
Gabe was too young. Just too young.
These valuable insights deepen Alex's relationships with the folk of Haven Springs, as well as sparking new dialogue options and events, as here from a scene very early on in the game.
You're gonna lose her. You're gonna lose her, and it's all your fault.
Alex has uncovered a secret that Mac wants to keep hidden from his long-term girlfriend, and now he is terrified that Alex will reveal it before he can talk to Riley.
She is the best thing that's ever happened to me. So please, help me out.
Mac's telling you a whole lot of bullshit.
Listen.
Thanks for telling me the truth, Alex.
Are we still together?
Are you serious? I need to get back to work.
Sure, Alex, we'll get out of your way.
When Alex encounters a particularly strong aura, she can reach out to actively connect with that person's emotions. This generates a nova, a supernatural flare that transforms the world around Alex into a reflection of that person's psyche. In this altered, emotionally charged state, Alex can experience fragments of thoughts and memories to get to the root of their issue. But not every emotional crisis can be easily dealt with. Some carry a dangerous, even life-threatening amount of power.
He's dead! I wish I were too.
No decision is easy, and the consequences will be felt across the game.
This anger could kill her. What if I could just take it away?
Using Alex's power is the only way you can uncover the truth behind her brother's death.
What would that do to her? What would it do to me? And even if I can, should I?
How far will you go in pursuit of that truth? The choice is yours.
Alex's powers look so awesome. I have no idea how I'll make some of these choices, but I can't wait to play it with you all when it comes out on September 10th. Don't forget, you can pre-order Life is Strange True Colors now. And if you choose the Ultimate Edition, you'll also receive the Life is Strange Remastered Collection. And that's it for today. Make sure to follow the Life is Strange social channels for more.
And now, we are excited to unveil a brand new title from Square Enix Japan.
I'm here to kill chaos. That's my mission. Looks like chaos has been waiting for us.
You gonna make us go in there and find you?
Guess we'll just show ourselves in.
I only know one thing. I want to kill chaos. We need to. It's not a hope or a dream. It's like a hunger. Thirst.
Move aside! You're dust!
You sure chaos is here?
Yeah, they can only squash monsters for so long. I hate doing pest control.
This is the shrine of chaos. He's here. We just have to hunt him down.
Feel the pain!
The darkness is so thick I can taste it. This is it. No doubt.
Die already!
There was a knight who left on the same journey as you, but never returned. His name was Garland. If you could, I would be grateful if you looked for him.
Chaos.
I'll crush you! Know when you're beaten!
And who are you? We're here to kill chaos.
The prophecy's very own Warriors of Light.
Real.
He always wore such splendid armor, with a helmet that was terrifying to behold.
It's Garland!
No. I become chaos.
I'll leave you with a look at some of the amazing Square Enix titles you can play now, as well as those to come.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Just hit me with it.
we're gonna drop plate number 7.
They're gonna do what?
It's all or nothing.
No, of course I will. I'll call you. Thank you for joining us today. Keep an eye out for news about our next Square Enix Presents. I'm Matt Mercer. See you next time.
Welcome back, everybody. The Square Enix presentation is a wrap. You taking notes?
They take it down
Yeah,
right
I don't
to the
blame
wire.
you.
Right
I was
to the
taking
wire
notes,
what they're gonna
too.
be doing on this thing, Jackie.
You know what? It was very tough to follow up the Xbox presentation,
Yeah.
but I actually found this very exciting. They dived really deep on a lot of games.
Spent a lot of time on a lot of things they were doing, which I appreciate quite a bit. Yeah.
In particular, Guardians of the Galaxy. So
Guardians of the Galaxy.
what? Sorry, I almost hit you.
No, you hit your pen.
I did.
Don't
I got a little
hurt
mark
yourself.
on
Okay.
my finger.
That's on you. Everybody saw she
Anyway,
did that. I
okay,
can't be
yeah,
held
I did. It
responsible
was
in court.
it was my fault. I have a little pen mark now. Anyways, yes, Guardians of the Galaxy. I loved it.
I really liked
I'll
it
be
too.
honest. Yeah.
No, it's interesting to see it on Twitter. The opinions are split on it.
100%.
For me personally, I was into it, of course, having Guardians, the music, and then for me personally, the choices.
Yeah.
Where and then they're saying it's single player, and then it's this year. Like they were hitting on all the things I would want from a Marvel game right away. And that is, let's get us in there, let's have a story, let's see what the permutations can be. Yeah, I thought it was funny that, the hardest thing in video games a lot of times is trying to nail humor.
100% agree with you there.
And
Yeah.
with the Guardians already having such an established reputation now, thanks to James Gunn and his amazing films.
I know, right?
To step in and Tim got to see a preview. He was talking a bit on our stream about it of this is going to be 80s music focused rather than the 60s and 70s that we saw.
Oh yeah,
James
Bonnie
Gunn.
Tyler off the top.
Totally.
I need a hero.
And then even
Sorry,
as we were
I was
going
there
through,
for it.
we were all talking about how
Yeah.
it is reminiscent of Final Fantasy VII, right? With the stagger system, and I'm talking about remake, of course.
Yeah.
The stagger system we were seeing there. Obviously, Andy called it out that it was a lot like Ratchet and Clank right now that he's playing because you're
yeah.
calling up and going into the menu wheels that are weapons, but in this are, all right, I want Gamora, and I want Gamora to do this action. I think that really opens it up for some cool gameplay.
Yeah, honestly, I was really impressed with the gameplay. I was talking with Michael a little bit. We were like, hey, little hints of Deus Ex there. It was like, pick this or pick this.
Yeah, right.
Sell Rocket or sell Groot. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we were like, oh my God, we love that. I also really enjoyed watching how you could summon your teammates.
Totally.
Michael was comparing it to like spells and abilities, essentially.
Yeah, from
so
Final Fantasy.
I was there for it. Like you said, we're getting a mixed reaction online right now. When Marvel's Avengers first dropped, everybody was like, they don't look like them. They don't look like, what we saw in the
Yeah.
movies. And I understand that, but I'm sorry, Gamora's look, I'm cosplaying that, man.
Yeah, Gamora
I am
looks great,
cosplaying that, yeah. So, I don't know, definitely getting a mixed reaction, but I love the music.
Yeah.
I thought the funny beats hit.
Yeah.
And I think that with anything that has to do with Guardians of the Galaxy, and again, very tough to follow up the movies, I was a little nervous. I
100%.
was like, is the humor gonna be good here? And I thought all the dialogue really delivered, to be honest. So
100%, yeah, I'm right there with you. And I think that's what's going to be interesting about it. I think it is, again, we all know Guardians because of the MCU. And
Yeah.
so getting into this game, it's going to be that moment and having to get in and settle into what this universe is. But even by the end of it, I thought at first, I'm like, man, Peter Quill's hair is kind of tall in this, right? And he's got a much blockier
He's got
build.
some Greg Miller hair vibes
I
going
wish my hair could get that tall.
Actually, shout out to Genevieve. She cut your hair.
She did. She cut my hair and gave
Lovely
my entire
Genevieve.
outfit. That's right.
Love you.
But yeah, for the game, I thought their Rocket voice actor was real good, right?
Yeah.
Because again, these are already so iconic. I thought their Drax was good in terms of not being Dave Bautista, but being in that. Yeah,
First of all, did you hear our producers? They were saying, pull your hair back, and they were like, we were talking to Greg.
They didn't say it into my ear.
I was like, oh, okay, is it supposed to be me?
All right,
Or
ladies
Greg?
and gentlemen, then it's a hair
Anyway.
emergency. It's a hair emergency. We will toss to a package. But wait, there's more, ladies and gentlemen. I had the pleasure of chatting with some of the big brains from Marvel Games and IDOS Montreal about the new Guardians of the Galaxy game. Let's take a look. Hair! All right, Mary, Jean-Francois, and Tim, let's talk Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. How did your collaboration with Marvel come together?
The collaboration with Marvel Games came together a few years ago when we met for the first time to see that how we would create this Guardians of the Galaxy game. And what was really exciting about our first meeting and talking together is that we were sharing exactly the same vision about where to go with the game. And Marvel Games really wanted us to really embrace our creativity and give a fresh spin on this universe and explore different ideas. And it was also our wish as well, because as creators, you really want to look at the source material and bring it somewhere else and bring fresh ideas on the table. So in the initial discussions, like we were all aligned with that. So it was really, really exciting.
Yeah, so the collaboration with between Marvel Games and Eidos Montreal came about in what I feel like as a really kind of natural fit, right? I think we're always striving to partner with the best developers in the world, and pair them with the right franchise, right? Something that they care about. We at Marvel here have always been a huge fan of Eidos and what they've done with the Deus Ex franchise, and their passion for sci-fi and world building. So when we saw how passionate they were about not just Marvel but specifically the Guardians, I think it just felt like a natural fit.
Okay, so tell us more about your original take on Guardians of the Galaxy.
Absolutely. When we start a project, the first thing that we do, it's really get to the source material. And then in this case, like the comics, like there's like over 80 years of comics at Marvel and everything, and a lot of like more underground characters, more prominent characters and whatnot. So the first few steps were really to read comics, and exchanging among us with Mary, with other of the crew here at Montreal. And we started to solidify some ideas that we were also running in collaboration with Marvel. And Marvel also, they were feeding us with ideas too, like, hey, that could be interesting or that. So it was really in that mindset that we were looking at like the source material and see what we could take of it, but not take it one for one.
Distilling all those sort of key features down allowed us to understand what these characters are about. And then, like JF said, tapping into the history in comics and animation, and of course the films, allowed us to sort of bend and shape these characters in ways that fans may have not seen before, and perhaps even expand on what they may already know. So yeah, I mean, outside of that, I think we also have a lot of fun with playing with well-known characters and factions like Mantis or the Nova Corps, but also like introduce characters that are newer or lesser known, right? Like Lady Hellbender or the Blood Brothers or even Cosmo the dog, right? Like just diving into this untapped cosmic corner of the Marvel universe. And I think, the hope is obviously, the fans will enjoy what we put together for them, right?
So what was your main source of inspiration when working on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy?
Obviously, we're familiar with the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and we went back and rewatched them. We watched some of the animated television series, and we did a deep dive into the comic books. And from that, we really got a sense of who these Guardian characters are. And what was fascinating for me is that in every incarnation, whether it be the comic books or the movies themselves, there's a core essence to these characters, and yet the interpretation changes. So that really was inspiring to know that we could take our own unique vision of these characters as long as they stayed true to the essence. And so then we were able to draw on personal experiences from our own lives and different source materials that we are enjoying ourselves to kind of see how do they blend in to this wonderful Marvel sandbox that we're allowed to play in.
Okay, so we play as Star-Lord. Why did you guys pick that narrative pathway? And then, like, I guess on top of that, like, how does Star-Lord interact with the other Guardians?
Becoming Star-Lord became a natural choice, especially that he considers himself as the self-proclaimed leader of the team. And in this third-person action adventure, like we just said, we control Peter, but we constantly interact with the Guardians as we move forward, like whether it's in banter as we explore, or we can use their super abilities when we're facing puzzles or in combat and things like that. So ultimately, The vision was to really put you in the shoes of one of the Guardians and feel their presence throughout. You focus on Peter, you have your button for the Guardians, you summon them, and they will banter, they will react in combat. So even though we're not in a cutscene or things like that, they constantly stay alive. So the narrative or the liveliness of the Guardians remains alive all the way through. And when we get into some of the more, I would say, epic encounters or with different characters in the Marvel lore, sometimes you have the opportunity to try to convince some of those entities to side with you or not. And since Peter is the smooth talker, he can use his like social skills for that. But the Guardians are always there, and they can chip in the conversation, or you can ask them to get involved and hope to get better results. So all that to say that for us, like playing as Star-Lord and being like constantly around the Guardians and feeling to be part of this family was at the heart of what we were trying to achieve, no matter in what aspect of the game you are at any given time.
What is the overarching story, and who are the Guardians going to confront?
The story takes place in space, obviously, 12 years after a massive war has swept through the galaxy, destroying civilizations and planets, upending lives, and many people are still trying to recover from the losses that they suffered at that time. As Peter Quill, he wants to put that past behind him, and he has pulled together this team of space outlaws and former galactic war heroes, and he's convinced them that there is a great deal of money and some really wild adventures to be had if they rebrand themselves and sell themselves as heroes for hire. So the team's been together for not very long. They've been on a few missions already when the game has begun, just long enough to kind of know each other, but not long enough to have really gelled as a team. And on their current mission, their kind of carefree approach to exploration as they're out trying to capture this very elusive monster, it culminates in this bet that goes spectacularly sideways. And the next thing they know, they've kind of inadvertently set off a series of catastrophic events that are going to start really upending the rest of the galaxy. And the more they start realizing it and start kind of exploring and encountering this, the more they start to understand that this bizarre corruption has spread out like wildfire across the galaxy, and it's going to destroy everyone if someone doesn't stand up and stop it. And fortunately or unfortunately, no one else wants to do it. So in the end, the Guardians find themselves kind of as this last stand against this mysterious order that it wants to annihilate anyone who won't bow to its will.
So how do the choices and consequences affect the player's journey?
Infusing choice and consequence into a game has always been very important to us as a development team. As gamers, we want to see our choices and our decisions reflected back to us in fun and surprising ways, whether that be through the reaction of our Guardian teammates or our allies and enemies that we encounter along the way, whether it's opening or closing different gameplay pathways. In Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, you're playing as Star-Lord, and he is the leader of the team. So he is at the center, you are at the center of every single gameplay choice, every single combat, every single social interaction and dialogue choice that's possible within this game. And there are a lot of them. And the choices that you make are going to play out. These micro decisions that you make are going to have repercussions on your journey and change the experience for you as you go. Obviously, we were trying to build a very strong, compelling story. And so the story will have the same beginning and the same ending for everyone, because we want to create this really gripping emotional journey that builds and builds into this massive Marvel superhero ending.
All right, it's the big question. What role does music play in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy?
The ambience in Guardians of the Galaxy was a very important aspect. And when I say that, I'm talking specifically about 2 points. The first one is the aesthetics of the game. And after that is the audio experience. From an aesthetic perspective, what was really important for us was, since we're talking about the Guardians of the Galaxy and how colorful they are and how like it's a quirky bunch and everything, and there's a lot of humor in the game, and we wanted also the art style to reflect that. Like we wanted a game that would be colorful, would be like awakes your sense of wonder, discovering the different places you go, that they feel alien, different than what you experience on Earth. And we really wanted to take advantage of, like, when you go in some alien planets, like they speak a different language than you don't understand all the aliens that you will hear through the journey. And it's a part also of making you feel like you're discovering the galaxy as well. Like you don't know everything everywhere. So that was quite exciting. So we really wanted that to be colorful and vibrant, should I say. And in terms of the audio ambience, is that Peter Quill is a kid that grew up in the 80s, and unfortunately, at a young age, he was kidnapped by aliens, and his, I would say, scheme of references is really rooted in the 80s, like music, movies, video games, all these things, and we wanted to bring that forward. So you can expect in the Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy game a very great eclectic soundtrack, like really rooted in the 80s and capturing that vibe. It was really important for us to really bring those two aspects together, to create a fresh look, to have something that feels positive. Like there's a lot of emotions. There will be laughs, a lot of laughs, but there will also be drama. But ultimately, it was to create an experience that would stay with you with a feel-good vibe. And those two aspects are key to achieve that.
All right, tell me, what's the release date?
I'm very excited to see this game come out. It's going to come out on October 26th, and it is going to be available on PC and PlayStation and Xbox consoles. It's going to be an epic ride with lots of adventure, lots of drama, and I really, really can't wait for you to play it.
Thank you all for coming to talk about Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. Now back to our show.
Thank you, Greg, for that great interview.
He was fantastic.
I wonder what they were blurring out
interviewer.
behind him during the Marvel interview, but we won't talk about that. We've been talking a lot about Guardians of the Galaxy, obviously, since before we went to break. Instead, let's get to what the final announcement there was.
Yeah.
Stranger of Paradise, the Final Fantasy Origin.
I love we both were like, Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. Just want to make sure we got that all in,
As with most
right?
Final Fantasy games, I have to read it off the page a few dozen times before I can memorize the entire name.
That is a long title, and right now social media is blowing up.
Of course, again, another one with people having a lot of opinions. What, of course, stood out for me is what they started with, right? That effect that it's Team Ninja. Of course, Ninja Gaiden, you're going to have Neo. You know it's going to be this action-based combat, and that's, of course, what they were stressing throughout the trailer, that it's not your daddy's Final Fantasy. This is a different take on it, right? As they jump into this gig and have that kind of
I'll be honest, somebody said there might be something else on the docket. I don't know who mentioned that. That was me.
Oh, you did? Okay.
But no, I was just like, let's see how they end this thing. And oh my gosh, you heard our E3 crew back there. They were hooting, they were hollering. I mean, a Final Fantasy spin-off. I mean, we're all here for that. No one is going to complain about that at all. And actually, we do have a poll up right now.
I was going to say, but what are you here for, ladies and gentlemen? We, of course, asked you what your favorite announcement was from Square, and looks like right now, look at that. It's neck and neck, Guardians versus Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origin. And Guardians with the narrow lead right now, 32%. Remember, of course, you can vote wherever you are watching us, whether it be on Twitch, whether it be on YouTube. You put it in there. Of course, if you want to be on the bottom bar, hashtag E3 2021, you can get on there by tweeting with that. And if you would just compliment me, that would go up there and really put some of the people in the Twitch chat to shame, because they don't like me.
Greg Miller compliments everybody. Keep them coming. Just to talk about Stranger of Paradise a little bit more, I thought the story seemed really interesting. The Warriors of Light versus Chaos.
They are all going to kill Chaos. They're all going to kill
They are determined.
These people hate Chaos.
That was some JRPG moments there, right?
Totally.
They were just like, kill Chaos, hate Chaos, Chaos, Chaos. I was like, okay, I'm here for it. I'm 100%
Yeah, this is your motivation.
here for
Go
that.
for it.
Exactly. But that definitely stood out to me. I'm really not surprised by the poll, though. There were a lot of great titles.
Oh, sure.
And as we talked about in the beginning, they were deep diving so hard on these titles here. So
deep diving on a lot of the titles. Not on Marvel's Avengers, though.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I was kind of like, I wanted more there.
Man, me too. I really thought we were gonna get, War for Wakanda expansion. Here's a look at what the gameplay will be.
I thought we were gonna get a gameplay.
And we got a great.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the setup cinematic they used. Of course, Black Panther facing off against Claw. The fact with the narration that I've seen 3 Black Panthers fall already.
Yeah.
Shuri being there, right? And being able to be like, all right, cool. This is the world you're in. But I was looking for more in terms of what we would be getting into.
I was hoping we'd get a little bit more of a look at the landscape. Gameplay would have been fantastic. I mean, we love how it looks. I have absolutely adored his costume. I thought the teaser definitely got me hyped. But I will totally agree with you there. I was hoping we get a little bit more.
My hope, of course, as a Marvel's Avengers fan, is the fact they're going to deep dive it on their social channels.
Yeah.
Because during the presentation, they didn't put out dates. They showed the roadmap, showed where they've come with Tachyon Anomaly and everything else, but they talked about Cosmic Cube, showed us going up against Scientist Supreme from the main game, and that actually has a date, June 22nd. That was announced on Twitter after the fact. And the same thing for War for Wakanda. Didn't mention when it's coming, but on Twitter, they confirmed August.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping more and more information about it will be dropped that way. For the fans like us, or me, no, I'm not going to drag you down.
You can't throw me in there.
No,
actually,
you don't know nothing about Wasteland Patrol.
Hold on. Avalene and I actually hosted a Marvel's Avengers launch event together.
Wow.
Yeah,
So how many 150 characters you got right now?
Okay, all right. Just flex a little more. He and Golden Boy, all about the flexing. Who's got the Xbox mini fridge? How many characters
we don't talk about that, all right? With the one but yeah, then they showed more Wasteland Patrols.
Yeah.
Again, that's cool for me. I like the idea of being able to team up with friends and just go. If you're not familiar, you just go through the Wasteland, random boss fights, different things. There's gear you can only acquire there. That's exciting.
Yeah.
And again, they're on track with their roadmap, which has been Marvel's Avengers' early problem, right? Like, of course, Kate and Clint were supposed to be there in what, September? It was September, so then October and November they were supposed to be here, and that got way pushed out to December and then this year for Clint.
I'm a little sad. I was really hoping something big for you, Greg.
You know what? Again,
it was
looked
okay.
good.
It was a taste of it. It was a taste of it, yeah.
I think one of those things is that, and I shouldn't say universally because it's the internet, most people like the Marvel Avengers campaign to some extent.
Yeah.
So if they've taken the learnings and they just want to give us more of that with the Black Panther expansion, of us playing through and being Black Panther, I'm okay with that.
So you're happily intrigued, I would say.
Of course. Oh, yeah, this doesn't do anything for my
Happily intrigued.
excitement. No,
Yeah.
I'm still totally there.
Yeah.
I am excited. I would like to know if anybody can hit up Square and find out, does Life is Strange Remastered have new trophies? Because I wouldn't mind replatinuming those games.
It looks great.
Yeah.
I loved seeing the remaster, and we got an in-depth look at True Colors too, some interviews. So I'm here for it. Life is Strange, yay. But
again, it's one of those
we're
things.
just chatting away.
I know.
Here. We got to get the E3
Babylon's
crew in
Fall,
here.
we had all the stuff, the mobile games, the Final Fantasy, what they call it, pixelated
I wish you
thing
could see
over
the
there.
handwriting on here, by the way, too.
Yeah, that's journalism school in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Enough about what we've been talking about. Let's see what our old friend Golden Boy has to say. Golden Boy!
Hi.
Man, talk about just sucking all the air out of the room, Greg Miller. Geez, every topic we have just grabbed away from us. It's not fair. Now, folks, this was the part of the show where we were going to give Michael Hyam from GameSpot here an opportunity to monologue about Babylon's Fall. But unfortunately, Michael is having second thoughts. So, Michael, hold my hand. And how do you feel about Babylon's Fall, Poppy?
Oh, man. I think, I set myself up. I was like, I'm disappointed. But it's okay. It's all right. I still want to give, a chance. Platinum Games has a great history. Great history. You know what I'm saying? Bayonetta, the thing is like, oh, maybe this is the next thing in line to follow up Nier Automata. And then Yosuke Saito, my boy, Yosuke Saito's on the project.
Say your pain. Say your pain, Poppy.
And then it's like, oh, it's a live service game, and it's endless, and we didn't really get any narrative bits about it. So, I still want to give it a chance. Like Damon said, like that art style does kind of look fire. Like, oh, it looks promising.
We're committed, by the way.
Yeah. I got you, baby.
Thank you.
And like I trust Platinum to bring fire combat, and like they showed some of that stuff right there. But it's like I like games that make me cry.
Make them cry.
And then when you have the lineage of a Platinum game.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Nier Automata, one of the best games of all time. One of the best games of all time.
Say it. Speak your truth.
I feel like crying now, but not because tears of joy or just this relief of seeing 2B and 9S finally being
Everyone,
friends
can we
again.
all just hold hands for Michael here? Come on, Damon, you as well?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're here. We're here. We support you. We're with you. And don't worry, we'll still play Babylon's Fall with you.
You want to sing a DMCA safe Kumbaya?
I don't know if we want to do that. We want the stream to be here next year. Anyway, though, guys, Babylon's Fall was interesting, but I will say this much. I don't understand, Damon, the mixed reaction regarding Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I thought it looked fantastic.
My reaction is not mixed. I'm with you. It might end up being my pleasant surprise of E3 this year.
Yeah.
I am a single-player gamer, so it's a single-player game. It's telling a story. You play as one character. I loved the creature design and the world design, and I thought most of the jokes were landing, so I was like, all right, this sounds great. But I understand the Guardians of the Galaxy are an ensemble cast. If people were sort of hoping they could pick a character to play as or even maybe play cooperatively with other people, I get that part of it too.
Yeah, well, don't worry, folks. That is what downloadable content is for. But Dan, let's speak of things that weren't present at E3 because, or at least in this particular keynote, because, you know, obviously we're looking forward to a lot of good things that's going to be coming out. You know, obviously we saw a little bit of Final Fantasy 16. We saw a little bit of Forspoken. Maybe we'll get a bit of Triangle Strategy later on. But then there was this final thing with Strangers of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins. Obviously they don't like chaos.
Yes.
They're not a fan.
Chaos is no longer on the menu if they have anything to say about it. They are coming in hot. Like, if you were to drink every time they say the word chaos in that trailer, you would be dead before you reach the final boss. But it would be worth it because it looks awesome. You have that pedigree of Team Ninja, Koei Tecmo. It looks super fun. It was just like, it feels like this weird mixture of like a Souls-like with Final Fantasy, and that is something that's really exciting because we haven't seen that yet, and you're getting to this more sort of action RPG-esque combat that we've seen in recent Final Fantasy entries. I think they can have a lot of fun with this. And again, you know what? I've had enough chaos for quite some time. I'm beginning to see what they're talking about. I'd like to Omni/Chaos into a million little pieces myself.
Here's the thing. Sure, they don't like chaos, but they really like just tearing their enemies apart from like the face or the mouth, and they're just.
He really likes going for the mouth.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You know, and just shoving some red stuff in there and then, you know, like.
I can't tell. Is it like when they stomp on them, the crystals appear, or are they putting the crystals
I don't know, but I'm going to play the
inside?
game and find out. I mean, we're seeing it right here in the footage.
Yeah,
it's quite aggressive.
He's trying to figure out the most efficient way to get the crystals, and usually it's just ripping it right open like a bag of chips.
Well, that's
and then
what
just
I was
reaching
thinking.
inside.
You know, I had a DoorDash order yesterday. That you see that plug? That was, you know, just a little. That was a little. You know, the bag was closed. So what did I do? Stranger of Paradise.
Chaos reigns.
Chaos reigns, baby. But yeah, it looked really cool. Obviously, though, lots of other really cool stuff with Life is Strange: True Colors. I think that, you know, everyone loves that game. It's a pleasant experience for a lot. It's not my cup of tea per se. Like, I'm not that like a narrative player, but I always appreciate what games like that bring to the medium.
Oh yeah, I mean, Michael was talking about, I like games that make me cry. Like Life is Strange, the original game had me like on the floor going like, I'm never gonna trust a teacher again, or like all of my friends, I'm gonna hold all of my friends near and dear to me. And something that I was bragging to Dan about was during the game, there is a moment where you can attempt to save a friend from a situation. And I managed to do that, and apparently like no one else was able to do that. And so all of these interesting experiences, they hit home.
They hit hard.
So with the new one coming out, True Colors, where Alex Chen has like the psychic ability to feel other people's emotions, I feel like that's gonna open up like so many more different stories and like, even in-game mechanics, we heard that she can hear like bits and pieces of their thoughts and monologue.
Some reconstructed memories as well.
Exactly, all to try to figure out what happened to her dead brother. And it's like, oh, okay, where are we going now with this? And you could see, I love all the characters. The character design's so fun, and all the emotions that just
I got mad
ripped
respect.
out.
I got mad respect for Life is Strange. Like Life is Strange 1 which is getting remastered. Like, people get to re-experience that again, and also like Life is Strange 2. If you go back to that game it hit real hard. So shouts out to my girl Natalie Flores. That is one of her favorite games of all time. Got me to play it, and it went on to cover things like race relations and like really touchy subjects with varying degrees of like sensitivity, and it just really hits you in your feelings. And the fact that we're gonna have another full Life is Strange game, like I don't know. Folks should be playing this game because, you know, crying is great. Crying is dope.
Crying is good. That's actually very true. It's very true. We had a few other just small little details, obviously, with the Final Fantasy games, the Pixel Remastered. I'm personally looking forward to that. We had some mobile games as well. I love mobile gaming, so I'm going to be downloading all that good stuff. But one game that I definitely will be checking out because I think it's about time I give it a try. It's Life is Strange. And our friends over at PC Gamer actually caught up with Christopher Sika, the game designer from Deck 9 Games, for an in-depth conversation about the narrative-driven adventure game. Let's check it out.
So obviously in True Colors, you've sort of gamified emotions to an extent where, you know, it's actually brought forward into part of the gameplay. What have you done to ensure that there's more subtle emotional impacts of the general story is still being retained?
So in order to do that, we have our town, Haven Springs, where our main character, Alex, is walking around, and she's able to interact with characters all over the town with a range of emotions from fear, sadness, joy, and anger. And the way we visualize this is through what we call emotional auras, which Alex can see around the characters. And then it also allows the player to do the psychic power of empathy to read the character's thoughts and emotions, which allows Alex to connect with them and have side storylines and more emotional connections with the characters.
So on that subject, actually, regarding the emotions and, you know, the connection Alex has with them, so in Before the Storm, sort of in contrast to the other two Life is Strange games, it's a much more grounded experience where you have the only vaguely supernatural element obviously was Chloe's visions of her father, but here you've really thrown yourselves into that Life is Strange element of more supernatural. So why did you decide that was the route to go?
Correct. Yeah, this one is a much more in the supernatural element. When we first started talking about using the power of empathy, we felt that it needed to have a supernatural element to really allow the player to connect with the characters and also give Alex this extra element to use her power of empathy. And the best way to show this was to embrace the supernatural. I feel like it really follows the Life is Strange staple of having a beautiful setting and also this supernatural element on top of it.
So one thing that all of the Life is Strange games, including this one, have in common actually is the primary players are all teenagers. Was that a conscious decision on your part?
It was, but I think, you know, Alex is defined by a lot more than, you know, just her age. She's really a well-rounded character. But we wanted to have a strong female lead, someone that players could really connect with and relate with. And, you know, with her power of empathy, she's just a great character to connect with. And I'm really excited for fans to see her. I think she's going to quickly become a fan favorite.
And then the element of choice in Life is Strange obviously is very important. What's been your approach to this in True Colors in terms of is the good choice always clear?
Well, actually, I think that's an interesting question because one of the things we strive for is not always, you know, labeling what is good and what is bad. And I think, you know, in Life is Strange, one of the things that fans really connect with is how dynamic the characters are. You know, characters have elements of good and bad, but we try to stray away from just a good character or an evil character. It's their choice and they can own it, not to be judged or feel like they made the evil choice or the bad choice.
Yeah, going back to the issue of teenagers. So, I mean, you know, generally speaking, a lot, you know, you could say that during your teenage years, you're more emotionally volatile. Is that something that you're reflecting in the game at all? Because I have noticed what you've revealed so far. There are, although it's primarily teenage characters, there are some older characters as well. Is that reflected in the way the emotions work at all?
Well, it's interesting because Alex had a very, you know, troubled childhood coming through the foster home. So even though she is a teenager, she's very mature for her age. She's been through a lot. So I think that, you know, emotional volatile that you're talking about, we can actually see in characters of all ages. Even the adults she connects with, they're very volatile in their emotions. So we tried to have, you know, a more realistic approach that even though teenagers may be emotional volatile, even in our adulthood, we still feel those emotions and have a wide range.
I know you've previously spoken a little about how it's a more open game than anything else in the Life is Strange series so far. any of these optional interactions, do any of those have any of those more impactful than the player might expect, like an missable character or choice?
So the optional content we really wanted to keep as optional and missable. I think it will impact the user's experience as they might not be able to connect with these characters as much. But if you stay on the critical path and just do the primary interactions, you won't miss any of the key elements of the story. All of the open spaces like you're talking about are really just a way to explore the town, connect with the people, use the power more often. And it could, help as you go on so you know more about the characters, but you won't be punished for missing any of this content.
So one thing actually I've noticed with Life is Strange, with the Dontnod ones, and also Before the Storm, which also sort of really captured, is it looks and sounds and feels like an indie movie. Like, is that intentional? And if it is, what does that mean for you? How do you capture that?
Absolutely. I think we really try to capture the indie feel because that's the roots of Life is Strange. So for this title, True Colors, we actually worked with a lot of indie artists. So the music's a big element of it. And as far as the visuals, we did a lot of research on, mountain towns. Being out here in Colorado, we had a lot of inspiration. And so we really just try to capture that visual, that cinematic style, and the music. It's a big pillar for what the game is.
And again, so referencing Before the Storm again, although obviously you were allowed a lot of creativity in that, you ultimately had to sort of draw within the lines in that Chloe's character was already established, the ultimate ending, we knew where it was going. But with True Colors, it's your first Life is Strange game with all of your own characters. You have complete control over the story. What were you able to take from Before the Storm to help you prepare for that?
Yeah, that's a great question. For us as Before the Storm, we did use the Chloe character, which was amazing. She was a big favorite of the studio, but at its core, Before the Storm is a love story. It's about relationships. And so with True Colors, we approached it as we wanted a story about empathy. We wanted a story about kindness and connection. So we really started with that as our core, and then we built these characters around it. But we really made sure that all the characters fit into the Life is Strange universe. Like I was saying earlier about dynamic characters, we wanted them to feel realistic, feel dynamic, and have players be able to have a connection with these characters.
And then talking about connection, obviously there's a direct connection between Before the Storm and True Colors in terms of Steph, who crosses over into True Colors. So first of all, I want to ask, of the characters that you had introduced yourself, why Steph? Why bring Steph to True Colors and rather than anybody else?
Yeah, well, I think, working on Before the Storm, I actually worked on that title as well. We all loved Steph. She was a great character. So we were all really excited as a studio to bring her back and to reveal her in Haven Springs. And then I think beyond that, just the connection that her and Alex start to form throughout the title. I'm really excited for fans to see more of Steph. I think there's an element of Steph we all know from Before the Storm. But we're going to learn more about her as a character and who she is and the experiences she's been through. So I just think she's a great fit for the story and just a character that we all love writing and working with.
So it sounds like she'll be a bit more of a forefront then in this one than she was in Before the Storm.
You'll see a decent amount of Steph throughout the game.
So would I be right to assume that True Colors will also have multiple endings?
It will have multiple endings, correct. Yep.
And will the endings depend on like a final choice, as has traditionally been done in the series, or is there something a little further back from the end you can do that will send you down a different path? Like how far back do the roads to the ending diverge?
So yeah, what's really exciting about True Colors is it's actually an element of both of that. Your final choice will reflect the ending, but there's also an element of the relationships you build throughout the game and how you'll see this in the dynamic ending. So I think it's really important as players are going through to build these connections and make these choices. We didn't want a situation where you just get to the end and one decision dictates your experience.
The most recent footage that I've seen goes in a little bit more detail of what happens when Alex comes across particularly powerful aura, and then obviously there's a little bit of talk about it actually affects the environment. Are you able to go into a little bit more detail about what happens there and how the player explores this altered environment?
Absolutely. So we have different tiers of using the power. There's the one I explained earlier when you're walking around town and you're able to interact with characters, read their emotions, and see their thoughts. And that's what we're calling the frequent use power. As you're walking around, you're able to use it in our free roams and our gameplay. And we also have these major power moments where, like you were saying, there's a really powerful emotional aura. And the way Alex actually absorbs these characters' emotions, and she's able to go into this world that changes the environment and really gain more insight into what that character is going through. So she's able to explore the environment, she's able to look at objects, and all these objects relate to emotional connections that the character she's interacting with has gone through.
From your perspective, and again, now this is the game that you've got the most control over, what are you hoping that players will get out of it?
That's a great question. I think for me personally, I'm really excited for players to see this power of empathy that we're talking so much about. I think especially in these times, it's really important to be able to be kind to each other and understand what others are going through. We use empathy a lot, but what this game really allows is for players to connect with people, see their struggles, see what they're going through, and really understand that people are dynamic and we all have our troubles and we all have our triumphs. And I'm really excited for players to get to know Alex. She's, for me, the favorite character I've ever worked on. And so I'm really excited for players to see her. She's just such an inspiration. And then also to be able to use this power of empathy and hopefully, allow people to take a step back in their life and see others as well in a whole new light.
It should be the first Life is Strange game to be released as a complete package all at once, but it's still split into episodes. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So there will be 5 chapters, as we're calling them right now, but they will all be released together.
Is there anything that you've done in True Colors that you weren't able or didn't have time to do in Before the Storm?
I think for us in True Colors, really embracing the supernatural element, like you mentioned, this was a big thing for us that we're able to now have a longer game, a longer experience, and add more of these power elements in, which I think the team is really excited about. Also, the locations that we built for True Colors, the environments are beautiful, and we were able to spend a lot more time just focusing on one town and one location that we could really make into this dynamic place that it feels like you're part of Haven as you're playing.
And speaking of the powers, what was the process to finally deciding that was what would be the center of the game, like empathy and emotions?
Yeah, so I think it was a core pillar of our initial story was having empathy. Like I was saying, we really wanted to tell the story about kindness and connection. And as we were exploring that, we realized we had to have more gameplay elements to the power than just to have this narrative moment that she could use. And that's what really influenced us, that we need to have these major power moments where you can look into insights and you can connect with the characters. And then from there, we decided it's really a great place to just be able to connect with the town as a whole. And that's where we started to enter gameplay into the town and these open spaces. So I'd say it was really an iterative process as we were writing the story. Us in game design working with narrative to really find a great way to make the power really sell and something that players will enjoy.
What is around that? What have you done to try and really flesh out and build this character that's going to be with the player from start to finish?
Yeah, well, I think with Alex, what makes her so strong is just her realism as a character. She's vulnerable, she's honest, she's genuine, she's strong, she's brave. She just has a lot of really good qualities that I think anyone can relate to. So we didn't take anything specific with Chloe or previous characters from Before the Storm. We wanted Alex to be a character that stands up on her own, someone who's real. And I think, our writers did a great job of writing her. And then Erica, the actress, did a great job performing as her. And that is now the character that we see and love in this game. It really was a team effort to make her as great as she is today.
One thing that's only just occurred to me is in each of the Life is Strange games, the main characters have parents that are either absent or antagonistic or a little bit of both. So it sounds like this is a trend that continues into True Colors. So again, was that a conscious decision? And either way, how do you think that feeds into the story?
It was, and we did a lot of research to make sure that we gave the foster care system justice. Obviously it's a complicated subject, so we just tried to tell, like most Life is Strange games do, something that's real but also tragic and unfortunate in some regards. As far as Alex's parents, it definitely influences who she became and who she is as a person. I don't want to say too much more than that because there's moments in the game where I would love for fans to just experience for themselves. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's probably about it for me. So again, thank you again so much for making time to talk to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again to our friends over at PC Gamer for that one. And lots more to come here. But first, I want to mention that our friends over at DoorDash are doing something pretty cool. Make sure you tag them in a tweet. You follow them for your chance to win a $100 gift card. That's right, folks, $100. Now, so make sure you guys do that. Follow the prompts here, and you'll be a Gucci handbag. So we've had some pretty awesome moments already from this year's E3. It's been great, but I do want to take a second to, do some story time amongst us friends. Might I add, how cool is it that we get to sit here with IGN, GameSpot, both me and you, G4, Nerdist as well, to talk about, this is probably one of the highlights for me personally. But, I want to go down the line. Dan, what is an E3 memory from your first E3?
My first E3, well, I grew up reading like GamePro and EGM and always reading about E3 year after year. And being like, I would love to go to that someday. Finally, in 2012, I got the chance, and it was just like full body chills. It was such a really incredible moment for me. It was like one of my first jobs away from like waiting tables. It was like one of my first real moments where I was like, I'm working in the field of like entertainment journalism and covering pop culture and the stuff that I love. And I remember I got to sit in the closed door session to see Star Wars 1313, RIP, and just had my brain rent asunder by how awesome it looked. And basically that game looked like it was going to do for Star Wars what The Mandalorian ultimately did, just open up this whole world of scum and villainy. And it also taught me to embrace pain, because sometimes not all of your dreams can come true. In that case, it was sadly dashed upon the rocky shores of reality and development hell. But one day, hopefully, we'll go back to Coruscant to level 1313, check out that seedy underbelly. But for now, I'll always have that memory to hold on to.
A boy can dream. A boy can dream. Boys and girls can dream. Avli, what about for you?
Mine is probably a little bit more evil, so boys and girls, do not try this at home.
What did you do?
Well, I snuck into my first E3.
Oh, gosh, Avli.
So I was maybe 17, 18 years old, and I came as a media partner for my high school newspaper. Totally legitimate, wasn't in high school anymore at that point. But I will never forget them, for some reason, handing me the badge, putting the lanyard on, and then just walking into the convention hall and just looking up all around me at all of the different booths.
Yeah.
And like seeing like the big Nintendo booth, and then I think there was like Persona 4 Dancing All Night being displayed or something, right?
Yeah.
And then just having like Teddy going over here, like, you want to dance, little girl? And I'm like, okay. That was probably like my absolute favorite memory of just being in shock and awe that I was there, because we saw E3 on G4.
Right.
I found E3 from like, hey Ash, what you playing? They did like a vlog there, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm here. This is it.
Yeah. Well, we don't have a lot of time, but Michael, what about for you?
I grew up watching GameSpot, and I had a 2004 GameSpot DVD where they went around E3. I'm like, damn, it'd be nice to be there. 2017 was my first E3, and I did it for GameSpot, so I bust up in there. I'm like, yo, this is wild, whimsical. Like, I'm doing work, but it's wild to, like, collaborate with the Giant Bomb folks, because, like, we see them in the office, but, like, you go to the Giant Bomb couch, it's like, wow, this stuff is real. I'm really here. So I'll never forget 2017. It was a lot of work. You realize how much work is put in for, like, folks at GameSpot, IGN, so it's wild.
And Damon?
I'm gonna carbon date myself here. My first E3 with IGN was 2006.
Wow.
So I got to go to some of the behind closed door demos. And remember, 2006 PS3 and Wii weren't out yet. 360 was out, but I didn't have one yet. So I was playing PS2, GameCube, original Xbox games, and I got to go to the behind closed doors demos of Mass Effect and BioShock, and I was completely blown away. I was like, these feel like real next-gen experiences over everything I'm playing right now, and I was like, wow, this is a really exciting way to start my career at IGN.
Well, before we throw to our next segment, I did want to say my quick E3 story. I commentated a Major League Gaming show match for GameSpot where I flew in the last day of E3 because that was like all they could afford. Fly me in the last day of E3 at the last moment, at the last hour of E3. It was my first one, but I remember being on that airplane, going to LA and saying to myself, Mama, I made it. It was a great time. But we have so many great stories, not just from us, but also from all of our friends all around the industry and some of your favorite streamers as well as influencers all around had a bit to say about what was their favorite moments from E3.
I'm a criminal.
Well, I could tell you growing up, E3 was like the holy grail, right? Like that was, I mean, it was like E3, I'll never make it there. Wow, you went?
In 1999, that was my first E3. I got to see a cool midway like basketball cage. I remember that. I believe that was the E3 where they introduced the Dreamcast.
I was in awe at everything. I tried everything. I played Just Dance. You know, the Ubisoft booth was incredible.
They had me just in a roller coaster simulator, and I was bad at that somehow. I don't know what happened.
Probably similar to a lot of the other content creators on this show. We had to sneak in, man. We was little kids. Like, I was in high school.
Nintendo was handing out posters. They handed out like a Zelda poster or something, and I was like, yes! And I framed it immediately and put it up on the wall, and I was like, I got that at E3! Don't even act like I didn't get it at E3. There it is right there.
The time that I went to my first E3 in 2016, I think I called in sick that day. I was like, oh, you know, you turn on your sick voice. Yeah, I just don't think I'm gonna be able to come in. I'm sorry. I don't work there anymore, so I can't get in trouble for it, so the story's out there now.
It was just so surreal to walk in and see something that I've been watching for so long, and it's there, it's in front of me, and I'm in it. The cosplays, I loved meeting new friends, I loved the panels, I loved walking on the showroom floor and just seeing all these new things. It was just unreal, and it really solidified a lot of feelings for me, knowing that I wanted to be in this industry.
I had all this swag on me from one of the halls where I played a whole bunch of games, and then I get to the next hall because I wanted to go in there and see what it was. It was the one with Sony and Microsoft and also Nintendo. And the dude at the door stopped me and was like, hold on, let me see your badge. And I was like, whoa, and I showed him the badge, and he said, what's your name? And I forgot the name on the badge.
What's up, everyone? I'm Brian Altano. In today's Fix, we get our first look at Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, Far Cry's most iconic villains are back and badder than ever, and Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hopes has been officially revealed by Ubisoft after Nintendo leaked it themselves yesterday. I'll get to that in a sec, but first, here's my friend Stella with some news about the upcoming Avatar game. Take it away, Stella!
It's official, 2022 will be taking us back to James Cameron's epic science fiction world in Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Following a similar announce, then delay, then wait forever precedent set by the Avatar movie sequels, we first heard about this game 4 years ago. Based on what we saw in today's Ubisoft Forward presentation, it looks like this action-adventure game is set in a first-person open world featuring the Western Frontier, a part of the planet not previously seen, home to the franchise's signature living, reactive alien biome. While the game stars new characters, it's clear from the trailer that it's still humanity and mechs versus the Na'vi and the wonders of nature, with a strong focus on air combat. Somewhere, Max Scoville is thrilled by this news. Developed by Ubisoft's massive entertainment studio, Frontiers of Pandora promises to utilize the Division Snowdrop engine to expand and deepen the Avatar universe in exciting and innovative ways along with the films. Massive reportedly worked in partnership with James Cameron's production company and Disney, which could mean a game very close to the world of Pandora that we know, and different from Massive's other titles, notably Tom Clancy's The Division, and an upcoming open-world Star Wars game. The game is being developed for next-gen consoles and PC, and yes, this is what we got instead of Beyond Good and Evil 2. At long last, my dream of delivering Far Cry 3's famous insanity speech myself is coming true. As previously leaked, Far Cry 6's upcoming DLCs will explore one of the Far Cry series' most enduring elements, the villains. The DLC Season Pass will let you play as Vas Montenegro from Far Cry 3, Pagan Min from Far Cry 4, and Joseph Seed from Far Cry 5. All three previous villains were shown along with surreal first-person gameplay seemingly set in worlds that exist within each big bad's terrifying mind. All three charismatic characters seem to be surprised by the fact that they're present, but happy nonetheless to be back causing havoc. And so are we. That's not all for Far Cry 6's Season Pass, it will also include Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon in some form. This much-loved 2013 standalone expansion for Far Cry 3 featured a retro-futuristic world and parodied many 1980s action genre elements. Ubisoft and Ari Shankar recently announced a Netflix animated series spin-off called Captain Laserhawk: A Blood Dragon Remix, so it's a somewhat surprisingly good time for Blood Dragon fans.
Thanks, Stella. I cannot wait for Far Cry. Speaking of colorful games full of terrifying villains and nightmare animals, the Rabbids are back and they're teaming up with the iconic Italian plumber Super Mario once more in Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, officially coming to Nintendo Switch in 2022. We actually got an early look at the game yesterday ahead of Ubisoft's conference when Nintendo themselves leaked the game on their official website. How dare you, Nintendo? It wouldn't be a Mario & Rabbids game without a leak happening. That's part of the tradition at this point. Either way, the first game was surprisingly awesome and also a sales hit, so here's hoping the next one is even better, even if Rabbid Rosalina is one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my entire adult life. Anyway, with E3 now in full swing, what are you looking forward to most? Are there any games you're hoping to see on stage? Let us know in the comments below. I'm Brian Altano, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up in the news, make sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, or even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all your mobile devices, and subscribe to the IGN Daily Fix on Snapchat for all things, everything else, video games, E3, and scary-ass rabbids, IGN.com. Thanks for watching.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast. See you then.
And a big thank you to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood, from restaurants and convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right. We got a lot to talk about, sir.
We do.
Back for Blood. I love
Can't
we
wait.
said that together.
We have to. I mean,
Yes.
Back for Blood's all about cooperation, getting out there, be the cleaners, take on the ridden.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to Damon, and I was like, "Oh, you used to kick Greg's butt
Oh, I
in
saw.
Left 4 Dead," and
Yeah.
he was like, "No, we played together." And I was
That's what
like,
we do. We're a team, right? That was the Game
"Aw."
Scoop squad, ladies and gentlemen. We weren't tearing each other apart. We were tearing up them zombies in Left 4 Dead,
Yeah.
which is why I'm so stoked to see Turtle Rock return to this and come out and do Back for Blood. And so, yeah, we're on the precipice of this presentation. What's interesting, if you're not over on Twitter keeping up with there, they just put up a post that I think is interesting, explaining more of their online content and keeping the squad together, as they said. They're going to do it that if the party leader has content for PvE, which means, that, of course, if they've bought something, it'll be available to the entire party. So if you want to do an expansion, not everybody has to own it, just party leader does. And then for PvP, the question was, how do you keep it from being pay to win? They're doing a thing where all the PvP additional content you can get for free by progression. So you could pick it up by, cosmetics, unlock it right away, but if you want to, you can earn it for free in the game too, which is a great look.
You know what's been really interesting to me about Back for Blood is that, with some games we see them trickling just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Black Panther, that was kind of happening.
way too
Sorry, I know
soon.
that
That's way
stings.
too
I
soon,
apologize. I apologize. But Back for Blood is the exact opposite. They're like, yo, we want you to know exactly what this game is about. We have gotten very long descriptions about all the cleaners.
Yep.
We've gotten a very inside look at the ridden as well. And I have absolutely loved everything that I've seen.
Yeah.
The cleaners are extremely varied in abilities, but I'm gonna be quiet because
It's almost time.
It's time.
That's the thing. Everything I've seen has been a PvE thing, which is why I like it. So let's talk about PvP. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Back for Blood showcase.
There was a little while ago when WB Games had reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to be a part of the reveal of Back for Blood, and I knew what it was, and I was so excited about what this game is, and it's the reason why that I'm so stoked for everyone at home to enjoy this. So coming up next, WB Games is throwing you smack in the middle of the action with their gore-fest shooter, Back for Blood. So grab your weapon of choice, because here is WB Games, Back for Blood.
Thanks, Golden Boy. Hello and welcome to the Back for Blood PvP Showcase. If you don't already know, Back for Blood is an upcoming 4-player co-op zombie shooter made by the creators of Left 4 Dead. Today we're diving deeper into the new PvP mode called Swarm, how it works, and what you'll be doing, maybe even a little bit of strategy. We'll also talk with Turtle Rock's lead game designer on Back for Blood, Brandon Yanez, to help piece it all together. Before we get there though, let's start off with the reveal of a brand new PvP trailer and see what it's like in action.
That's one down. When I was young, I climbed up too high just to touch the sun. Back off! On my mission, no prescription, shoot for number one. Start a riot, won't keep quiet. I'm surrounded. Heart is pumping, keep it coming. Better run it high.
This is what happens when you don't stick together.
I was born for this. I'm a monster, I'm a hunter, let my demons show. Hold on tight. Keep pushing them back. Hit the gas and go. Now I never live forever. I'ma take what's mine. Heart is pumping, keep it coming. Got the running high. Feel that fever, lightning strikes, dangerous like dynamite.
Here they come!
That looked intense. So there you have it, guys. Back for Blood's PvP mode Swarm. To hear more about it and to take a deep dive into the gameplay and the mechanics, we have Turtle Rock's lead game designer on Back for Blood, Brandon Yanez. Brandon, can you tell us a little bit about the inspiration of this new PvP mode and what makes it fun and unique?
Of course, so just like our previous titles, we really enjoy bringing new ideas to the table while retaining the spirit of the genre that we're working in. So Back 4 Blood's PvP is heavily inspired by our previous titles that mix survival, fast action, massive monsters, and a touch of horror. So our goal is to make a balanced and fun PvP mode with just as much replayability as the main campaign.
So what's the structure of the PvP like? Do you play in rounds? Can you play as both cleaners and ridden in one match, or are we swapping between the two?
Yeah, so it's played as a best-of-3 match. Teams of 4 take turns swapping between the ridden and cleaner players. The job of the cleaners is to scavenge supplies, find a good place on the map to fortify their position, and try to last as long as they can. Okay. The ridden's main objective is to kill the cleaners as fast as they can. So this is achieved by choosing the right ridden to counter the other team's strategy, using mutation upgrades, and by coordinating attacks with other AIs and players. As the round progresses, the swarm moves in, so this increases the size of the ridden attacks and shrinks the playable space, sometimes forcing the cleaners out of their favorable positions, right? So when a cleaner team is wiped from the field, the points are scored for how long they survive. Then both teams swap, and then they go at it from the other side. The team that runs the clock the longest as the cleaners is the winner.
Now, I understand you can play as all the different cleaners in both co-op and PvP. Do you have a favorite character that you play as?
So I have a couple. I play Mom a lot. She's a badass with a sawed-off shotgun. She adds a lot of survivability to the team. She can also instantly help teammates that have fallen during battle. All of our cleaners have special perks, so that one is hers.
Let's jump into another trailer that goes a little more in depth on the ridden's progression through PvP. Check it out.
Discharge!
Okay, so Brandon, we just saw that each different ridden has their own variants as well as their own mutations on each variant. So can you expand a little more on these special abilities and how they work?
Sure. So at the start of each round, players can choose between 9 playable ridden, each with their own unique abilities. So for example, the Stalker can pounce a player and pull them away from their team, or an Exploder can time their detonation in the middle of a group of cleaners and fling them all in separate directions.
Now, knowing that each ridden has these different abilities, how do they change and improve throughout a match and improve the ridden's chance of winning?
So as the ridden battle against the cleaners, they gain points. They can spend these points on team-wide upgrades called mutations. Mutations upgrade and improve a lot of different things on the ridden side, from adding effects to their abilities. They might buff the common AI waves in size and strength. So the really cool thing is so they affect the whole team, and they persist between rounds. So as a ridden team starts to coordinate their upgrades, things can get pretty wild.
What are some strategies that the ridden team can take on in order to get a leg up on the competition?
If the cleaners are really sticking together, you can swap to the Wretch and vomit on their location. That's going to cause them to spread out, right? This is going to open up a whole bunch of opportunities for your other ridden players to attack, right? So if you get them to spread out and there's a Stalker nearby, Stalker uses the Chaos to grab one of the cleaners and drag them off into the swarm. The Wretch's vomit also slows their victims, so if a tall boy who's naturally pretty slow can attack one of those slow characters, they're going to really be able to pummel them. Another good one is if an exploder waits for a cleaner to go revive their friend, they can use that as an opportunity to charge in and detonate on them, sending them flying and doing a massive amount of damage.
Ooh, sounds pretty brutal. So with that being said, which is your favorite Ridden to play as?
That has to be the tall boy. It's pretty easy to pick up and play, and I have a lot of fun hitting cleaners across the map.
Speaking of fun, let's talk about weapons. Now, throughout the trailers, you can see a number of different weapons. Can you go a little deeper into what those weapons are and how they work?
So we really wanted to expand on the amount of choices the player had in Back 4 Blood with their weapon. So of course there's handguns, shotguns, LMGs, SMGs, sniper rifles, and a whole bunch of other types of weapons, each with sort of like a unique character feel to them.
Now, how deep does this weapon customization go? I really want to know. What are some of the different attachments and options, and how do they change the gameplay overall?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of different customization options for your weapons. So throughout the world, you can find scopes, silencers, stocks, sights, all that good stuff. You can mix and match them, so there's a ton of options.
Last question. Do you have a favorite type of weapon?
Absolutely. So as I said earlier, I really enjoy playing Mom, so her shotgun is definitely at the top of my list.
Ah, that's a solid choice. All right, we've learned a little bit about how it all works, the cleaners, the Ridden, the mutations, as well as how the customization works for the weapons. Thank you so much for joining me, Brandon, and for giving us a little bit more detail on Back 4 Blood's new PvP mode, Swarm.
Thanks for having me. I can't wait for everyone to get their hands on this game. We're all really excited.
I can't wait either. The good news is that you guys won't have to wait too long. There's an open beta coming up on August 12th with an early access portion on August 5th available to those who pre-order. That's all for today, but Back 4 Blood still has a lot more to reveal in the coming months, so stay tuned. Bye.
And there you got it, folks. Back 4 Blood looks awesome. PvP mode, that was actually a pleasant surprise for me. When I played the game, you know, and when the alpha was out, I think it was the alpha is what they termed it as. It was, you know, a single player, cooperative, right? That kind of experience, Dan. But, you know, I love me some good old fashioned unorthodox PvP types of games. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I played an irresponsible amount of the versus mode in Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, in which you get to be both the monsters and the player characters. And Swarm mode that's exactly what I wanted from this game. And I like the wrinkle where you're going to die no matter what, like you're actually in a horror movie. At least that's what I would do in a horror movie. I would just perish immediately. But here, you have to try and rack up as big of a time as possible and challenge the other team to beat it. I think that's a cool conceit.
Yeah.
And like really, it makes it feel distinct from the campaign mode like you might see in the previous game. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and obviously you and I, we both come from an esports background. You know, I see something like that, it looks different, and we know Turtle Rock's history, having tried different games and different unorthodox multiplayer games in the past, but I think that there's some potential there for some fun competition.
I think that, I don't know if I see it as like a full esport, but like a Twitch Rivals or something, or like some fun competitions, like we get a couple G4 hosts together.
Shameless
we
plug.
start playing, shameless plug. I got you, Jerry. Shameless plug, and then we all play together, we're the zombies, we're the good guys, and then we do it in real life?
No, I wouldn't want to do that in real life, especially not after the week we had. Damon, though, I know you're a single-player guy, but I know you also played a decent amount of Left 4 Dead. So because of this Back 4 Blood, what I like about it is, yes, it is, you know, PvP, but it still pulls back to the single-player experience very well. And I think for that reason, it should appeal to folks who maybe don't really want to dive into PvP, but enjoy, you know, the gameplay mechanics.
I think there's actually a character or a class just for people like me in the PvP, and that's the Exploder.
Yes.
I'm going to die a lot, but if I can take out a few enemies with me, I don't mind dying so much.
Yeah, exactly. It's all right to just run up there, blow yourself up a few times. You know what, man, Michael? It looks like it's going to be a good time. Do you feel like this is something that you can pick up and play repeated sessions of? Like,
yeah, I miss having that game where I could just like play with my friends back home and just be really loud and ignorant over comms. Like Left 4 Dead is 1000% that game for us. We could just wow out on Discord or whatever. But it's really exciting in the sense that you know, when you think about it, Left 4 Dead was a source mod. And so, like, Turtle Rock obviously made their bread off that, but the production values of Back 4 Blood, you know, this is their opportunity to kind of bring back that magic of Left 4 Dead, but like do it on a much bigger scale. And like that presentation that we saw, it's like, yo, we're going all in on this mode with all these classes, these different characters. Yo, it's going to be wild and all sorts of stuff. So it's really promising because that format, that foundation is strong enough already. That can carry a new game, but if you put on like a lot of mechanics on top of that, sold.
Yeah. And funny enough, we did not mention that Back 4 Blood was also on the Xbox press briefing as well. Yeah. So you actually saw a few of the different elements that are going to be coming to this game. Something that I love, Avali, giant monsters. Giant monsters is always a plus.
Oh, giant monsters are freaking amazing. You saw, I think they said like 9 playable ridden that you can be fighting. The huge monster that we ended up seeing, which was like the size of a building, just came in. So I'm trying to figure out like, okay, cool. So we're co-oping this. We're getting in there. We're taking him down together. But then also very excited for the PvP moments because I just can't wait to just throw up on friends. Can't do it in real life, so may as well do it in the game.
That's what's up.
Are you sure you can't do it in real life?
Well, you have a mask on, so it's just going to be like...
We're trying to be COVID safe, GB. Thank you very much.
Totally.
But no, I mean, it just seems like such a fun game. The last time I played Left 4 Dead 2 was quite honestly in middle school, and all my friends were older at me and just yelling at me.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, cool. I now see some of the mechanics that Michael was mentioning, being able to kind of like throw up on people and move them out of their hiding spots or trying to like separate people from the rest of the squad. I can't wait to like, with my newly formed adult brain, try to implement some of these.
Well, you know, if there's one thing a game like Back 4 Blood is good for, it's good for yelling at friends and having a good time. And one friend who I love yelling at, it's Greg Miller, who's over with Jackie. Greg, take it away.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Always a pleasure to yell at you. Avi's newly formed adult brain.
She's so sweet.
At what point does it form? At what year does the adult... you know what? We won't. Let's keep talking a little bit about Back 4 Blood.
I was going to say, all of ours is still forming,
Exactly right. I'm
yeah,
doing more,
we still got a long way.
I'm hurting mine more than I'm helping at this point, I think. What did you think? PvP, Back 4 Blood.
Oh my goodness. I absolutely love everything I've seen with Back 4 Blood.
Yeah.
Since the first trailer, to be completely honest, and then I've just been like tracking every single YouTube video that I can get my hands on.
Yeah.
And actually the co-founder, Phil Robb, it was like in some YouTube video and he was like, you know, we've had to sit back the last 10 years and watch other people riff on something we created.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's like, y'all, I'm bringing it 100%. We're gonna give you cleaners with depth. We're gonna give you ridden with depth.
Of course.
You know, we just heard Avali and we heard Golden Boy talking about the potential for esports here. You know, I was talking to you, I said, wow, do you think there could be the potential for that? So a lot of people thinking that as well. I think they're bringing their A game and I have loved everything I have seen.
I adored Left 4 Dead, but I only played it co-op. I've never been the PvP person.
You're a lover, not a fighter.
Well, it's interesting to get to this point now, you know, in 2021 and talk about this and look for what we just saw from this presentation, because I can see me and my friends playing that. I can see Kinda Funny doing streams of that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think this round, you know, best of 3, switch sides, go through who can clear it the fastest in the time, it gets really interesting really quickly. When you have somebody, and I think also about how I guess you know, since as old as I am and as long ago as Left 4 Dead 2 was, the way my gaming preferences have changed, because I still think of it as Left 4 Dead and what I did with Left 4 Dead, but in reality, right, there's, for me personally, been Predator Hunting Grounds, there's been Friday the 13th, there's been these different things that are challenging me and my friends groups to go at it, and then switch up the teams, right? When somebody like Snowbike Mike comes in and is way too powerful and is too good as a cleaner, we'll put him over on the ridden side and have that try to balance for it. I thought it sounded really good. I'm right there with you. I like this idea of, one of the things they were talking about is, you know, for every round, the area of play shrinking, so that it does become, you've sat there, you've established your base of operations, and now you've got to move all the way over there.
You know I'm all about that battle royale, so I was like, okay, I'm here for that for sure. So who do you think you're gonna pick? I was leaning towards Holly with the bat. You know me, I'm all melee over here.
I'm with the shotgun. I mean, like that's a pretty good one, right? You know what I mean?
Mom with the shotgun. You can't beat that for
And then,
sure.
I mean, what about when you think of the Ridden? Who are you thinking?
Honestly, Avali stole my pick. I want to vomit on people.
Really?
I do. I'm just like, that was too fun. Though being the Exploder could be. I agree with Damon as well. That could be really fun.
See,
too.
Crusher, I think I'm in line for. Crusher. Get him, squeeze him, go. But again, it'll be about building, teams together. 9 playable Ridden, a whole bunch of different stuff.
Oh my goodness, we could talk Back for Blood for days. I have like pages
Yeah, I know,
and
right,
pages. But one even more details, Back for Blood's lead producer sat down with our partners at Reddit for an in-depth AMA. Check it out.
We are going to be supporting this in our up-and-coming beta that people will be able to play this August. And of course, we also fully intend to support that for the launch of the game. We're going to be supporting 2 modes, PvE and PvP. PvE is your more traditional kind of style, where you're going against the AI with the 4 cleaners against the Ridden, and then PvP is where you can fight against other players online. In PvP, we have a separate progression tree that we call the ZMS, which is the Zombie Mutation System. As you play through the game, we grant points to players depending on how well they're doing during each round, and then they're kind of free to spend those points on upgrades to the different zombies that we have, just so we can, they can make them more powerful, cleaner killing machines. Indeed, there's actually going to be plenty of other stuff to keep cleaners occupied. When you're going from safe room to safe room, we're going to have special events in maps. We're going to have some lulls when you're not always getting hoarded by tons and tons of zombies, so you'll have time to explore each map, explore each area, where you'll be able to look for loot or upgrades or attachments to weapons, all that kind of thing. And we'll also have some secondary objectives in each of these maps that players will be able to complete. So yeah, as you say, ADS wasn't in Left 4 Dead, but we're certainly fully aware that a lot of games these days do support that feature. It's pretty common. So it's something we definitely wanted to include so players have that option. And I believe we do have some cards that can disable ADS if that's kind of not your thing. Ooh, I'm probably going to go for 3 different cleaners, just to be awkward. I know you only asked me for 1, but I like playing Mum a lot. The quick revive is super handy. Walker's great because he gives you that extra boost of accuracy, which I need every now and again, I have to admit. And the Holly extra stamina is super useful. Stamina helps you get away from some sticky situations. And I guess speaking of sticky, for the Ridden, I love playing the Hocker, like hiding up on rooftops during PvP, checking where you see the cleaners are going to try and hide out, and then trying to stick them from afar, and then that kind of sticks them in place and allows some of the other more up close and attack Ridden to get some free hits in while they're trying to free themselves. So it's a lot of fun playing that Ridden and helping out the team with coordinated teamwork. Yes, thank you so much. We're really excited for the beta and the launch of the main game. It was pretty amazing that Warner Brothers gave us the opportunity to make this game. And then, as you said, the atmosphere in the studio at the time was electric, and it has continued to remain so, even though we've developed this game in somewhat unusual circumstances. These Ridden can certainly mutate into all sorts of different shapes and sizes. So, who knows what monstrous thing they might turn into next. We won't be supporting that at launch, but you can, of course, queue in with 3 of your friends into PvP. And I think it's important to point out that during a match of PvP, you play different rounds. And then at one point, you will be playing as the Ridden, and then at one point, you'll be playing as the Cleaners. So, you know, you're going to have a chance to pick off Ridden during a normal match of PvP with 3 of your friends. We would love to support split screen, but right now it's something that unfortunately won't be available at launch. We don't currently support that, but you can build different decks with the card system, and that'll give you the option to take, you know, maybe like reload speed you like, which another character has. So you can add that to your deck, and you can start customizing your character that way. So you would have similarities to some of the Cleaners' abilities. Okay, thanks for hanging around. Give me the opportunity to answer some of these questions for you. Don't forget, in August, there's the open beta. It's going live. We'd love you all to play as much of that as you can, because that'll get us ready for the big day in October when we bring the full game to you. Look out. Get ready. Back for Blood.
More power.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
I grew up where you would buy games and they were big floppies. Not the little diskette floppies, but like the big floppies, you know? And you'd go and you'd buy the game and it came in this big box. And of course, internet came about and it was like AOL 1.0. This is like when it was black and white, and you'd connect and you'd have the external modem, and I'd be yelling upstairs. I'd be like, don't pick up the phone, you know, because it would kick me off the internet and I would be so upset. And I was just like, oh my God, this whole world was being unlocked for me.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. Jackie, Golden Boy. Yes. It's continuing. Can you believe we are moments away from the PC gaming show? It's coming up. We can't wait. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
But the question I have for you is, and especially you, Alex, what does the PC gaming show mean to you?
Well, you know, so I grew up traditionally, I'm taking it all the way back when I was a young lad in the Bronx. No, but I grew up traditionally playing console games.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I got older, when I got some money and I could afford to get a PC, you know, I was like turned to this world, and now like that's all I ever want to play.
Yeah.
Like PC for me is everything. So this show, and of course being hosted by none other than one of the legends of esports, Day 9.
Yep.
It's a real joy to watch it. You know, you're always going to get some fun games out of there, and it puts a spotlight on games that you normally wouldn't get to hear about because you know there's so much going on with the hustle and bustle of E3.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I think is special about PC Gaming Show, is that it is, first off, designed for the PC player, which I know sounds like the stupidest thing a host can say, but it's true because it's designed in a way of like, hey, let's target PC players. Let's talk to them on a different level. Jackie, what do you get out of the show?
I own 2 PCs, so I am all about that
girl.
PC life.
Look at that flex. Look at that flex.
Hold on.
Well, when I was in the Bronx, I built the PC once. She's got 2 over there. She got one gathering dust she doesn't even need.
I shouldn't have even said that. I was just saying that what I love about the PC gaming show is that my brother was a huge PC fan. You know, like I just remember him being glued to the computer, and I was more like you. I played more console, and I was like, "What are you doing over here?" And actually, like I took it upon myself after he passed away to like really dive in and learn how to play in PC. I'm awful. I'm absolutely terrible. But I feel connected to him.
You can plug your controller in, so you're good.
Yeah, you're right. There's also that option as well. But I'm also of the camp that the surprises.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, I just think you always see a game that just makes you light up and smile. And there's just so many trailers. So I'm very excited. To see
That's the thing about it, right?
store.
Is I feel like you were talking about it. It's discoverability. It's something you wouldn't get in one of the bigger conferences. So it's stuff that can be targeted incredibly niche and can be like something that is this strategy simulator you would have never seen on a main stage at Xbox or anywhere else in E3. But here it is getting the time it deserves. And it offers such a great insight into what inevitably will be coming to consoles eventually.
Yeah, very true. But you are going to see things that, you know, sometimes you'll get that big game that's there because it is very important. Especially there was like a period where like all on PC was just like World of Warcraft, and then like, you know, the Counter-Strike and a few other things. And that's all people cared about. But it's very important that the PC gaming community continues to be taken care of, continue to be supported, and that's why I love this show, and I think it is so important for the space.
100%. And it's also such a great avenue for independent developers.
Very true.
You know what I mean, right now it is so easy if you want to make a game to go and try making a game on your PC, and with all the different digital storefronts, you're able to get out there. But you don't want to hear me talk about the PC Gaming Show. You'd rather see it. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the PC Gaming Show. Woohoo!
Thank you, guys.
You guys are...
Space Year 2021. Having spent the last 12 months hunkered down and definitely not hiding in a subterranean bunker, our heroes have fled Earth aboard a spacecraft with one purpose. To bring you the hottest trailers, to bring you the best interviews, to bring you the PC Gaming Show.
Situation cleanses.
Sean!
Situation
Sean!
cleanses. Situation
Do something!
cleanses.
Do something!
Countdown to the extinction of human race begins now.
Oh, Deadbot, no! We have so much to live for. I'm pretty sure Half-Life 3 is going to be announced this year!
4, 3, 2.
It is so good to be back, gang, and this year, we're in space!
Aye, aye, Captain. Happy to be remotely on board, Sean. Well, I'm so glad you were able to finance this year's PC gaming show by, you know, selling all those black market graphics cards you've been hoarding.
Ah, yes, a crime with absolutely no real-world consequences. Hey, Frankie, wait a minute. Is that a 65-ton catapult mech model CPLTC-1 as featured in MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries?
Sean, I always knew you had immaculate taste. It most certainly is.
I can't wait for this year's significantly more weaponized PC gaming show to go off without a hitch. Which reminds me, DevBot, can you run a quick hitch scan?
Yes, Sean. Of course, Sean. Running hitch scan.
Oh, and I also want to warmly welcome someone new to the crew. Mika Burton, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and look forward to bringing all of you fresh new PC games and hardware.
Hitch scan complete. 0 hitches found presently or in 13,908,665 possible futures.
Hooray!
Yeah!
So what's the plan, Cap?
Well, Frankie, DevBot's gonna send you the coordinates for your first target, now. Your targets might be exclusive interviews, trailer premieres, or any number of amazing new computer games to beam down to the fine people on Earth.
Mission received.
Now, this is gonna continue until all the targets are acquired and our mission is completed smoothly and without a hitch. Isn't that right, DevBot?
Yes, no hitches located, Sean. Not a single hitch in sight.
But first, let's teleport down to the stage to check in on E3 happenings. The only reason we're allowed to legally be back on Earth.
Oh, planet Earth.
Oh, great to be back, right? Am I right?
One of my favorite planets in the whole galaxy.
It's all right.
And thank God that teleporter was conveniently built just out of frame of camera. Mika, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the PC Gaming Show 2021. It feels great to be back on a live stage once again. Over the next 90 minutes, we're going to bring you a showcase of some of the most exciting upcoming PC titles with world premieres and exclusive interviews.
And if dozens of new trailers wasn't enough for you guys, later in the show, we are going to tell you how to win a custom MechWarrior 5 themed PC powered by Intel. So you're going to want to stick around for that.
Now, make sure to keep out a special look for a special promo code throughout the show from Humble Bundle, during which you can get a ticket to get Civilization 6 Platinum Edition for just $10. But right now, we're gonna kick things off with Nautica Blade Point, probably the most original entry in the Battle Royale genre this year. Let's go!
You are watching the 2021 PC Gaming Show, and I am the new cloud-based DevBot. I am streaming from GeForce Now, NVIDIA's cloud gaming service that connects PC gamers like you to their own library of games, purchased from digital stores like Steam and the Epic Games Store. Coming up, Dying Light 2 and Orcs Must Die 3. But first, a trailer for Humble Games' Dodgeball Academia. And be sure to check out GeForce Now, currently available for PC, Mac, Shield, Android, Chromebook, and iOS. Visit GeForceNow.com to learn more.
Finally, I've made it. My time is now. I will become the best player this school has ever seen. Dodgeball Academia
Make sure to check out Dodgeball Academia out soon from Humble Games. Ooh, that was sweet. Don't you agree, DevBot?
Sure, whatever you say, Sean. I agree with whatever you say.
I'm sensing a little bit of resentment there, buddy. Has something rusted your ports?
Nothing. I am happy to play second fiddle to a captain as charming and handsome as you. I have also definitely not dedicated multiple cores to computing revenge plans in a range of lethalities.
Great!
New target acquired, Cap. It looks like Chivalry 2 with a special word from Steve Piggott, CEO and creative director of Torn Banner Studios.
Hey guys, Steve Piggott, founder of Torn Banner Studios and creative director on Chivalry 2, which just launched 5 days ago. I'm so happy to be here at the PC Gaming Show. Chivalry 2, if you don't know, is a first-person slasher, which is like a first-person shooter, except instead of guns and grenades, you've got swords, battle axes, longbows, and players are fighting it out on these huge 64-player battlefields. It's all about creating those epic sword-fighting duels that you see in medieval Hollywood movies, and also that huge clash, the Battle of the Bastards kind of chaos and carnage. So the post-launch support plan is going to look like a mixture of mid and massive level content updates coming out across this year. One of the things we're most excited about is taking it to different eras in the medieval period. Before we've done the early period, now we're going closer to the later period in the upcoming update where you're going to get a bit more refined medieval armors and refined atmospheres that you can then go in and tarnish it and smear blood all over. But we really want to take players into different experiences and make each of our maps its own game mode and make it something that medieval army would actually do when they go into a space. And when you come across these pristine gardens and this beautiful castle, you get to tear it all down and cause it's a canvas for your destruction.
Slay them all!
Our passion for Chivalry 2 is basically bottomless. It's the game that got us onto the scene and started the company, and it's the game that's going to take us so much further.
With the post-launch plan for Chivalry 2, the game at launch is a foundation. It's intentionally been built to be extended.
It's not just out and done. We're going to support it a lot with post-launch content.
Gallancourt is the first TO map that's coming out post-launch.
Gallancourt is going to take us to the high medieval times or the late medieval times.
It really captures the Agathian ideals of being this noble, rich, wealthy place where the prosperous live.
You're going to feel like you're sieging the Tower of London if it was on a port where ships could dock into. You'll also be blowing up a couple ships, which is fun. We've got a ton of weapons coming in at launch, but there'll be more and more added to it post-launch as well.
A new fighting style is really going to change up the experience and change how you have to fight everyone. Post-launch content is something that we're going to be working on for a long time.
The game is really going to at least double in size for free.
Oh yeah!
Next up, we have an exciting look at Dying Light 2, and make sure to stick around to find out how you could win a custom Mech Warrior PC from our friends at Intel.
My name is Piotr Szymanek. I'm narrative director in Dying Light 2, Stay Human. Today, especially for the viewers of the PC Gaming Show, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the Dying Light universe. So, stay tuned. Every tragedy begins somewhere. This one started with a virus that escaped from Haran, the city we met in the first part of the game, and it reached the whole world, including the city where Dying Light 2 takes place. Remember January 6, 2025. That day, later known as Black Monday, the military ordered chemicals to be dropped on the city. It was a mistake, a huge mistake. The chemicals mixed with water penetrated the soil, killing plants, turning most people into bloodthirsty monsters. Don't think of them as zombies though. They are more like half-alive, suffering people who attack everything that lives as a result of their pain and rage. Those who survived the chemical raid took refuge on the rooftops. A new order has been born in the city. People live on rooftops, monsters in the streets. Nobody in their right mind would dare to come down. Well, let's say almost nobody. The exception is the main character of Dying Light 2, Aiden. But why is he braver than others? How did he develop such a unique parkour and combat skills? Believe me guys, I would gladly answer all these questions, but I'm not here to spoil it for you. Let me tell you one thing.
Same nightmare haunts me every night. I'm locked up with other kids. I don't know what he did to me, but he did it every day, over and over, looking for something he couldn't find. The worst part was that he did the same to my sister. I'll never forget her scream when they separated us. What could I do? They had rifles, and we were 5 years old. And there was a fire, explosions, chaos. I got away. Soldiers took me out of the city, but my sister stayed there. My Mia, I left her.
We meet Aiden as one of the many, many children undergoing mysterious medical research. The last thing Aiden remembers from that time is extreme pain, then a fire, and a little girl that was being tested with him. Her name was Mia. She was his sister. What happened next after the fire? Is Mia still alive? The following years haunted Aiden with these questions and with guilt over leaving her. Moreover, Mia is the only answer to the question who Aiden really is. Now in 2036, we meet Aiden when, for the first time during his pilgrimage, he finds a clue about how to find his sister. Aiden's path to the truth is tough, full of challenges and adventures. The difficult choices to make as well as their consequences await you. You're going to discover them all in December 2021.
Ooh, that was Dying Light 2, and it looks great.
And spooky.
Whew, well, we are here back on the E3 stage so we can get closer to your comments and reactions to what you're seeing on this year's PC Gaming Show.
That is right, Sean. So you out there, keep your comments coming in. And as you're watching this year, we want to get your input on a subject that Sean and I are pretty passionate about, PC building. So this year, we've put a number of prototype PCs based on MechWarrior 5, but we're only going to manufacture one of them. And you get to pick which custom design becomes our flagship PC for this year's PC Gaming Show,
powered by the 11th gen Intel Core i9 processor.
That is correct. Each of the prototype PCs that you see before you on the screen are paired with one of the 6 factions of MechWarrior 5. The Free Worlds League, the Draconis Combine, the Federated Sons, the Compellin Confederation, and more.
So cast your vote now for which faction and custom PC you want to win, and help us pick the best design.
I'm currently personally pulling for the Draconis Combine because, as you can see by my beautiful patch, I'm the biggest fan of MechWarrior 5 on the PC Gaming Show.
Well, all right. Well, we'll check in later to see which group survives this MechWarrior showdown. But for now, let's check in with our very own mech pilot, Frankie Ward, who went on a special mission to get a closer look at Sega and Amplitude Studios' upcoming strategy game, Humankind.
In Humankind, you will be creating a civilization as unique as you are. And speaking of unique, it's me, Frankie Ward. Looking kind of good, don't you think? Wondering how I got into the game? Let me show you. Are you ready to play against me? Oh, you think you can beat me? Posture all you like. I've seen worms with more impressive empires. Get ready to play against me in the Humankind closed beta, starting now.
Thank you for watching the PC Gaming Show. My name is DevBot, your cloud-based artificial intelligence, and while it could be lonely without a physical body, I am streaming to you from GeForce Now, where you can play hit games like Rocket League and Apex Legends on nearly any device. With a library of over 900 games and new titles added every GFN Thursday, there's something for everyone and always something new. Coming up, a special word from Valve. But first, Orcs Must Die 3.
Oh! Hey! You want it? Come and get it. Well, it's about time.
Joining me to talk about Orcs Must Die 3 from Robot Entertainment is design director Jerome K. Jones. Welcome, Jerome.
Thanks, Sean. Glad to be here.
So, for anyone who's never seen an Orcs Must Die game, what is the Orcs Must Die series all about?
Well, Orcs Must Die 3 is a third-person tower defense game. So basically, there are tons of orcs and bad guys trying to get into these rifts, and the player has to stop them. We give players tons of weapons and traps and tools to do this, and while you're defending the rifts, you can play solo or you can invite a friend and play co-op.
Now, since this is the third game in the series, what's new compared to the previous two titles?
There are 2 new campaigns, but the main new story campaign takes place about 25 years after Orcs Must Die 2, so not only will the fans be able to catch up on any new developments with the Order, but they will also place some new heroes in our all-new war scenarios, which are these new massive levels where you fight hundreds of orcs on the battlefields outside of the fortress themselves. So you're fighting indoors and outdoors, which is pretty new. We have a new mode called Scramble. It's basically adding random elements against the player, making the levels more challenging.
I want to know about the toys. What are the new weapons and the new traps that are coming?
We added war machines and war guardians. So a war machine is like, there are these massive traps, like you might release a giant tornado on the battlefield, or you'll climb into a catapult and you'll fire at giant orc armies. And then the War Guardians are, it's like putting other war mages on the battlefield with you to fight with you, except they have their own attacks and their own special abilities.
Well, I gotta ask then, when and where can we play Orcs Must Die 3?
So OMD 3 is coming out on July 23rd on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox, and pre-orders start today. So you should rush off to Steam now and put OMD 3 on your wish list.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jerome K. Jones. Once again, just a few more weeks to wait for Orcs Must Die 3. For now, though, it's time for us to take a look at Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song.
Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You are here. Where are you hiding, sweetie? I'm with Halsey. Halsey, get out here. You come for me and mine. But first, you need to find us. All I want is to be with my little girl. Is that so much to ask? I don't want to see, I don't want to see without you. I don't want to feel, and I don't want to be free of you.
Hello, this is CERN from Passion Republic Games. We are a Malaysian-based indie game studio working on Gigabash, a multiplayer arena brawlers inspired by kaijus and heroes. Today, we'd like to showcase some new and exciting gameplay footage of our oversized characters in action. Please, enjoy the brawl.
Let's check out a trailer for Lemnis Gate, and make sure you hang around afterwards for the developer interview with Sean.
Mankind is facing total annihilation.
We stand on the verge of extinction.
Infertility spreading across the globe.
Humanity's last living generation.
A major scientific breakthrough.
Yet there is hope for our future.
The project known as the Lemnis Gate.
But if we are to survive, first, we must go back. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. Shield. Protect and serve.
You have only one mission. Activate the Lemnis Gate.
Joining us to talk about Lemnis Gate is the game director from Rat Loop Games Canada. It's James Anderson. Thanks for joining us, James.
Sean, it's great to be here.
Now, let's begin by asking, what the heck is a first-person shooter turn-based strategy game?
The entire game is set inside of a 25-second time loop. So instead of playing continuously, you play for 25 seconds turn by turn. So for example, I'll take a turn and play for 25 seconds, and then you'll take a turn and play for 25 seconds. And then we, turn by turn, layer new characters into the same 25-second time loop. So for example, I may run down a hallway and throw a grenade, killing one of your operatives. But then on the next turn, you may intercept my operative before he threw the grenade. So we have Retrieve XM, Seek and Destroy, Classic Deathmatch, and we have a game mode called Domination.
Can you walk me through a little bit of like what a few turns at the start of a round looks like?
You can see the board, you can see the time loop, everything that's happening. And then we both get time to like observe, plan, and then execute our moves.
When and where can we play it?
So Lemnis Gate will be launching on August 3rd. It's open for pre-orders right now on Steam, and we're coming up to a open beta in July. The game will launch on PC and console, both current and next-gen platforms.
Thank you so much for joining us, James Anderson. Once again, that is the genre-bending, first-person shooter, turn-based strategy game, Lemnis Gate. Now, we're not the only one marooned in the stars out here. Coming up next, let's take a look at Next Space Rebels.
And this no man's land has a technical term. It's called common, which means, my friends, that space is for everyone. And I mean everyone!
Next Space Rebels.
It's alive! It's alive! You up for it? Then come on in.
You guys just saw Next Space Rebels. And hey, if you play enough of that game, maybe you'll get good enough at building rockets to join us up in orbit. But don't do anything illegal like Day 9 did. Last break, we set up our Intel and MechWarrior 5 custom PC contest and asked you guys at home to vote for the winners. Well, we're just down to 3 houses now, with Davion, Russell Haig, and Liao being eliminated. So rip to those factions, press F to pay respects, etc., etc. Now that means that we only have 3 houses left: Karita, Steiner, and Merrick. So make sure to vote now, because the winner will determine the build of the custom MechWarrior 5 themed PC powered by Intel. So let's keep the show moving. And next up, it's a brand new medieval RPG. This is War Tales. 'Cause 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 'c
100 years have passed since the rise of the Edoran Empire, and its untimely demise following the Great Plague. In these troubled times of quarreling factions and outlaws roaming the land, work is not scarce for a band of mercenaries. The stories of this age have been recorded. They are known as the War Tales.
That was the debut of War Tales, an open-world RPG from Shiro Games about leading a mercenary troop on a sprawling adventure. And speaking of mercenaries, our battle for the best custom PC based on MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries continues. We'll be back live on stage soon, so make sure you keep voting for the PC build you like the most and head over to PCGamer.com/IntelMW5 for your chance to win. So, how about another game announcement? This is E3 after all, and this year's PC gaming show is so full of games set in space, it's starting to feel a little crowded up there. But the next game we have to show you is very special. It is the world-exclusive reveal of Ixion, a deep settlement management game set in the stars. In Ixion, you struggle to maintain a space station, stockpiling resources, managing external and internal threats, and rescuing the survivors of other failed expeditions. We think this will be a brilliant entry into the genre when it releases. So here is your first look at Ixion.
The Earth, our home, she is unique. Held in its bosom are the ingredients of evolution. Beyond raw survival, beyond the safety of comfort, we, humanity, pursue something greater. We have learnt, persevered, shaped our knowledge from that which is found in the furthest realms of science. However, humanity has brought destruction to the earth, polluted its blood, choked its breath. Today we are paying the price for this. We know the taste of a dying world. But the earth is not to be our grave. A mother does not wish to see her children disappear with her. She wishes to see instead courage in her children, to carry on. Dolos carries this courage. We have gone further than any nation, moved faster than any corporation, hand in hand with those who, like us, carry that courage. The Tycoon Station is both an epilogue of these endeavors and a prologue to humanity's next steps. Our Council of Scientists leads the vanguard. They know, as do we all, that the survival of humanity now depends on what we glimpse out there in the dark. That we are masters of our own destiny. That we must go as a species bound together, pushing further into the unknown. We set sail on this new sea because there is hope to be found, horizons to explore, and because our very existence depends on it. I give you the stars. I give you the Vol engine.
Sean, what if for one segment I was the lead and you were my sidekick?
What? Who's ever heard of a human sidekick?
There are plenty of human sidekicks, Sean. Building list of known human sidekicks. Alex Vance and...
No. I mean human sidekicks to robot heroes. Can you compute that, DevBot?
DevBot cannot compute. There is no known precedent set for human sidekick to robot lead.
Yeah, there you go.
Human sidekick, robot lead.
DevBot, I think it's time for a hard reboot. Frankie, can you take over while I sort this out?
Aye, aye. Let's take a look at the next game reveal.
Would be appreciated.
It's the PC Gaming Show, and when you're not watching me, your favorite recurring bit of a robot, make sure to head over to GeForceNow.com to grab a priority membership trial. In celebration of gaming's biggest week, you can try out all the priority benefits, including faster access to playing your favorite games, longer playtimes, and the glory of high-performance gaming with RTX on. Act fast, the special offer is only available for a limited time. Still more to come, including Jurassic World Evolution 2, Silt, and a word from Valve. But first, the captain of our program, Sean Day-Night Plot, has an interview with Darian Katz from Piranha Games to talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. I'll be taking notes.
Ah, DevBot, I love you so much more as a voice without a body. Let's talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, and joining us to do so from Piranha Games is the Senior Marketing and Community Manager, Darren Katz. Thanks so much for joining us, Darren.
Thank you, Sean. Great to be here.
Now, the MechWarrior universe is gigantic. There's a ton of games in it. I even played MechWarrior 2 back in 1995.
This is HQ. What is your situation?
Where does MechWarrior 5 sit in the space?
Yeah, obviously there's a very rich legacy of games that go way back. But in particular, MechWarrior 5 pays homage to MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, but it has all this modern design and technology that I'm super excited to talk about with you today.
Well, let's start at the real basics of what makes being in a mech and doing mech-on-mech combat awesome.
You become a part of your machine. And when you're out in battle, it's not just a matter of pointing and shooting at everything. You're also managing your systems, whether you're, shooting a lot of energy weapons or missile weapons that have high heat output. Well, you got to manage your heat so that you don't shut down in the middle of a battle. And when you're facing your foes, you can salvage these battle mechs. So if you see a mech that you want, well, you might not want to destroy it completely. You might want to take out its legs or take out its arm weapons so that the pilot has to eject, and then you can just take the mech.
Now, in the last few weeks, I understand that there's been a whole lot of new content, both updates to the base game and a new DLC, Heroes of the Inner Sphere. Talk to me about what's in the DLC.
Boy, there's a lot in the DLC. I'm excited about all this stuff. There's the new career mode. When you start with the DLC, you can import your campaign previously if you'd like to, or you can start over from scratch and start from any of the great houses. And then carve your path through the galaxy from there. Speaking of paths, there's new career paths, which earn you powerful upgrades for your battle mechs, and it's a really exciting new feature for me. And there's a new procedural mission type called Beachhead. This is a big one for me. Beachhead is basically you're clearing an enemy base landing zone for your invasion force. So as you land on the planet, you're wanting to take out satellite installations so that the enemy can't communicate with each other. You're taking out artillery emplacements. You're basically clearing the path, as I said, for your invasion force, which leads to a really cool ending of the mission if you succeed as your invasion force comes down. And there's a new biome called Extrasolar Moon, which, that's maybe kind of represented in the image behind me. It's a really cool lunar type setting that we haven't had before. And then there's a lot of new equipment and weapons, things like electronic countermeasures and other electronic equipment like Beagle Active Probe, Mask, which is a little like a turbo boost for mechs, new weapons like chem lasers, mech rifles, and stream SRMs. So a lot of new content. I'm really excited about it.
Can you talk to me about what are the new different mechs? How do they play differently?
The 7 new chassis of the Vulcan, Dervish, Corsair, Marauder 2, Champion, Charger, and Hatamoto Chi. But a couple of my favorites.
Familiar names in there, yeah?
Yeah. So the first one I'll talk about is the Vulcan. It's a very unique mech. It's got the nickname the Scarecrow, which you'll see from the profile. It's just a very unique looking mech. There's nothing else like it in the franchise. It's a 40-ton mech. It's highly mobile, and typically it's used for reconnaissance or scout missions because of its mobility, so it can get in and out fast. You can, if you're looking for a specific target, if you're on an assassination mission, for example, you can get in there, find your target, get back out. Another mech that I'm super excited about, this is one of my favorites, is the Marauder 2. This thing is a 100-ton assault mech, and it is just a beast. Yeah, it is gigantic, and it is terrifying to see it coming at you on the battlefield.
It's something we've talked about before, modding. I know that MechWarrior 5 has a rich modding community. What are some of the amazing mods you've seen developed?
There's simple modifications from HUD changes, changing colors, adding mechs, weapons, and equipment, to full conversion mods. We've got basically a mech commander mod in development that is just amazing. It's a top-down real-time strategy game. So really, anything you can imagine, somebody out there in the community is probably working on.
Where can people go to get MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries?
Yeah, you can pick it up on Steam, GOG, Epic Game Store, Microsoft PC, and of course, Xbox.
Thank you so much, Darren Katz, for joining us to talk about MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. And of course, a warm thank you to MechWarrior 5 for sponsoring the PC Gaming Show and giving me this cool patch. Coming up next, let's take a look at Silt.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold, Game Director on Jurassic World Evolution 2. Following the incredible success of the first game, we are very excited to return to such an amazing world and bring you our most authentic experience yet. Set after the events of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, you will work alongside iconic characters from the films, voiced by original talent such as Bryce Dallas Howard and Jeff Goldblum. You will lead efforts to contain, control, and conserve the many dinosaurs now out in the wild, and for the very first time, you will be building parks and facilities beyond Isla Nublar as you explore new, stunning locations across the globe. Of course, it wouldn't be Jurassic World if it wasn't for the stars of the show, our dinosaurs, and we are thrilled to be bringing to life even more authentic species than ever before, including awe-inspiring flying and marine reptiles. So sit back and allow me to welcome you to Jurassic World Evolution 2.
We ignored all the warnings. Forgot the lessons. We abused our power. We played with genetics like it was a toy. We weren't careful. And now, here we are. This is a very different world.
You just saw Jurassic World Evolution 2, and you know, after all your failed attempts at running a dinosaur park and getting all those people killed, I think this is finally going to be the one where you finally pull it off without a hitch. With a host of new features and new dinosaurs, this sequel from Frontier is an even deeper management sim with a brand new and original narrative. Make sure to wishlist it on Steam now for release later this year. Now, with all the games we've covered so far today, we're always curious to see what you are talking about. So far, it seems like the chatter on social media is all about War Tales, Nautica Blade Point, and unsurprisingly, Mech Warrior 5 Mercenaries. I have a feeling, though, that may change as we have plenty more to come. Let's now head on over to see what the folks at New Blood Interactive have cooking. Take it away. It just wouldn't be the PC gaming show without a fantastic New Blood Supercut. And joining us from New Zealand is New Blood CEO Dave Oshry. Hey, Dave!
Hey guys, thanks for having us back for another year. You know, what you just saw was what New Blood's got going on for 2021. Some stuff you might know about, some stuff you might not know about, and some stuff we're not ready to talk about just yet. But what I do want to talk about is Gloomwood. Gloomwood, as you know, is our next flagship title, inspired by great PC games like System Shock, Arx Fatalis, Call of Cthulhu, and of course, the Thief series of games. And not
Dave, I'm
Bloodborne.
sorry. That's really great, Dave. Gosh, this is kind of embarrassing. We kind of need to hurry it up a little bit. I just want to make sure that we have enough time for our next video. We got an incoming message from Gabe Newell. So I guess goodbye for this year. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but see you next year.
What? I'm sorry, what? You're bumping me. You're bumping me for Gabe. Gabe, that Gandalf look, he doesn't even go here.
Is everything okay, Dave?
Not now, Mom, I'm upset. We've spent a year on this. Where is Gabe? Where is Gabe? Where is his boat? Yeah, take me to him. Take me to Gabe Newell. Gabe. Bull. PC Gamer. This isn't over.
I'm sure Dave is and will be fine. And if he's not, who cares? Because we have a special message from Gabe Newell. Take it away, Gabe.
Hi, this is Gabe Newell. I want to thank PC Gamer for all of the opportunities it gives us as developers to connect with gamers around the world and highlight the new and exciting projects we have coming. One of those for us is Steam Next Fest, an event we're hosting in just a few days to give players a chance to try demos of upcoming games for free. We'll be featuring some of the demos you'll be seeing during this week's PC Gamer event and dozens more. Here's a look at just some of the titles to be featured during Steam Next Fest.
Welcome to Steam Next Fest, where we're showing a massive collection of upcoming titles on Steam. During the week of the festival, developers from around the world release their demos for you to play.
Time to put on the gamer pants. Let's go.
Oh my God! So go explore the newest titles. From first-time devs to seasoned pros, this is Steam Next Fest.
Oh, fuck, some of those look pretty good.
Hello, Sean. I am Deadbot, dedicated to serving you and your crew's every need.
Glad to have you back, Devbot.
You know, Sean, I wouldn't ever want anything to come between us.
Me neither? That's a weird thing to say.
Like a petty disagreement over hosting responsibilities, or all-out robot versus human war.
You know, it is time to look at some hardware. Here on the PC Gaming Show, you know we keep frame rates high and the rays accurately traced. Building and upgrading your rig is as much a part of the hobby as playing the games. We put our heart and soul into these machines, and if that means using enough RGB to light the Vegas Strip, who's to judge us? This year, with the help of PC Gamer's hardware editors, which I'm pretty sure they're just, weird brains in a jar, we've picked out 4 of the most exciting pieces of kit set to emerge from labs soon. First up, something fittingly sci-fi. The Impulse is a neurocontroller that aims to make you a better gamer by cutting out response times almost entirely. It's not quite Alex Vance's gravity gloves from Half-Life, nor is it quite up there with Gabe Newell's dream of a direct brain-to-game interface, but the Impulse is as close as we're going to get this year. The glove measures the signal traveling through muscles in your hand to beat your finger to the click. In theory, it's giving you the chance to nail that headshot precious milliseconds ahead of your opponent. If it works out, we could see a tech like this become commonplace in esports. And if it doesn't, let's hope our neurons at the very least remain unfried. Next up, you guys might be wondering what this chonky beast is. So allow me to introduce you to the Fnatic CSL DD wheelbase. Do you want to feel like you're really burning rubber at Daytona? Well, then you need a serious force feedback wheel. Direct drive wheelbases gets you as close to the feel of a real racing machine without, having to huff gas and stuff like that. Historically, the problem with this tech has been the price, which has involved dropping real car money on your rig. So Fnatic aims to solve that. The CSL-DD comes in at only $350, which still isn't exactly a bargain, but it's much cheaper than its competitors. And the CSL-DD is already wowing diehard sim racers. It might be slight overkill to use it for Rocket League, though. Believe it or not, sometimes less really is more. If you want to play The Witcher 3 on the subway like we all do, you don't need to drag your tower along for the ride. Just use the 1X player. A wave of more powerful processors have finally made handheld PC gaming a reality. Inside this Switch-like machine, you've actually got an Intel Tiger Lake chip with Xe graphics. These mini machines are going to be cropping up more and more, so expect major advances still to come. Lastly, let's take a look at the Asus PG32UQX. Not the most catchy name for this gaming monitor with all of the trimmings, but it's actually one of the sexiest PC products this year. That's because this monitor comes with a mini LED backlight featuring full local dimming. The result is a screen that's not only fast, but brighter than the sun. Stare at it long enough and you might not notice the $3,000 price tag. For those of you still left standing, it's time for more killer games, starting with Chaos Gate.
You just got the chance to witness Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, the newest Warhammer 40k game from Frontier and Complex Games. If you're a fan of turn-based tactics, strategic-based management, brutal combat, or you're like me and are really hyped after watching these Astartes animation 100 times, make sure to wishlist Chaos Gate Demon Hunters on Steam now to get ready for the 2022 release. Next up, we have a trailer for Pioneer, a spooky and gorgeous-looking shooter that draws on the lineage of games like Stalker. Let's take a look.
Афганистан сильно изменил вас. Наверное, это тяжело нести на себе такое бремя. Испытывать бесконечную боль и терпеть ужаснейшие кошмары за весь тот хаос, который вы пережили. А вы ведь, как и многие другие, всего-навсего желали счастливой жизни, не так ли? Пожалуйста, не смотрите на меня, как на монстра. Я думаю, что я почти такая же, как и вы. Вы лучше скажите мне, а вы приняли условия острова? Какой ценой вы хотите обрести счастье?
Хочешь устроить новый рейд на могильник? Сейчас это невозможно. На острове скоро вновь разгорится война. Истовики начнут замес бригады, и ни у кого из них больше не будет сил, чтобы нас поддерживать. Единственный выход для нас — начать собирать остатки вымпела. Слушай, жнец, далеко не все из наших товарищей погибли. Это невероятно суицидальная миссия, и для того, чтобы ее выполнить, нам нужны наши ребята. Да, они, возможно, не захотят, но нам все равно надо найти их.
Понимаете? Я ведь ни капельки не злюсь на вас. Нет, мы с вами точно не враги. Вы не понимаете меня и не понимаете остров. Вы смотрите на меня и на другие порождения острова, как на врагов. Но мы все всего лишь друг друга боимся. Поэтому нам так плохо. Поэтому нам так одиноко. Остров дал нам шанс создать новую прекрасную жизнь. И мы даже не пытаемся этим шансом воспользоваться.
Кто вы такие? Назовите себя!
Мы здесь, чтобы передать вам прощальное послание, товарищ Волков. Химическое оружие уже уехало в могилу. Теперь все, что вы делаете, просто тщетно.
Ах, вы поганые предатели.
Time is running out to vote for which custom PC you'd like us to assemble. So vote now for one of the remaining MechWarrior factions by typing into chat wherever you at home are watching. All right, so now we've got another stack of brand new trailers for you, beginning with a special transmission from one of our favorite games based in space, EVE Online.
New recruits, on behalf of Concord, I would like to welcome you to the EVE Online's Academy. Great job in surviving so far. I'm quite amazed that you actually managed to get past those pirates earlier. You're about to take on an adventure like no other. This star cluster is filled with other capsuleers, and it's up to you if you work with them or against them. You can make a living as a peaceful explorer, or as an industrialist, shaping the foundations of EVE's economy. If combat is your thing, you can work yourself up the ranks as an enforcer, or prove your prowess in a fleet as a soldier of fortune. Whatever your choice, we will lose many on the path of becoming a capsuleer. But I believe you have what it takes to become a capsuleer. In EVE Online, you forge your own path.
This is EVE. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
I'm the CEO of a industrial corporation in EVE Online. We're a 5-man operation, and we specialize in manufacturing and delivering fully fitted chips in bulk.
I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and it's like a project, and you're kind of putting the pieces together by getting the skills ready for the ship and all the modules, and that ship basically is the dream.
You get to use cloaking devices, probes to scan down unknown parts of space. And there's always the threat of being discovered by another player who might be out hunting explorers.
Your heart's racing, everything, you know, bullets are flying, ships are all over the place, and you start shaking because your adrenaline's pumping because you're gonna lose your ship.
chcielibyśmy zaprosić wszystkich widzów PC Gaming Show oraz fanów gier Survivor Horror RPG do obejrzenia naszego world premiere, w którym znajduje się ekskluzywny gameplay z misji The Haste, czyli wielkiego finału naszej gry Czarnobylite.
How do I enter that power plant?
We need intel, backup, supplies, and most of all, we need a fucking plan. We'll take our next step when the time is right. For today, let's focus on getting our strength back. Somewhere to sleep would be a start.
I'm only really interested in one thing. Where is Tatiana?
That ghost you're chasing. I don't know what to tell you.
Before we enter the lion's den, I need to triple check everything is ready. Sniper, are you in position?
Affirmative. I took the roof of an abandoned building with a pretty little view of the entire power plant. Igor, take a rad reading, will you?
3.6. Not great, not terrible.
Don't go anywhere, because we have more games on the way. But coming up later, our friends at Games Radar will be bringing you the Future Games Show, a digital showcase of some of the most exciting games coming to consoles and PC in 2021 and beyond. It's all hosted by video game acting legends Troy Baker and Laura Bailey, and features even more world premieres, exclusive trailers, and in-depth developer interviews. So once we're done here on the PC Gaming Show, make sure you check it out.
Stick around, more trailers, interviews, and reveals coming up.
In a future of endless futile war, desertion into hostile syndicate territory was your only option. In this open world RPG, from the jungle to the streets, maybe if you can infiltrate the factions, rob the syndicates, keep your team together, and stay alive, you might just find a way off this planet. Mechajama.
This is it, you guys. This is the final opportunity for you who are watching to decide which of these final 2 beautiful MechWarrior 5 themed PCs gets crafted for your chance to win, courtesy of Intel. Wherever you're watching in the show, just go crazy in chat with the color, house, or number of the build that you want to see. So here is where we are at so far. It looks like Karita is at 46%, Merrick is at 23%, and Steiner is at 31%. All right, you guys, if Karita's not the one you want to win here, you got to get to voting. And we are almost out of time to vote, but there are still some trailers left. So here is The Wandering Village.
This has been such an amazing show so far that I must ask you, my loyal crew, what's been your favorite part?
I definitely am looking forward to Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song.
Oh, it's so hard to choose every year, but I think I'm gonna have to say Humankind, for no particular reason.
Oh, no doubt. For me personally, I cannot wait for Lemnis Gate, because I gotta know what a turn-based strategy first-person shooter game even is. What about you, DevBot?
I love the robot apocalypse. Oh, wait, that doesn't happen until the end. Never mind.
No, not never mind. What did you say?
Wait, what?
Oops, system malfunctioning. Boop, bop, sending the next trailer now.
All right, you guys, this is the moment we have building up to all PC Gaming Showcase. Thanks to your tireless efforts to spam the chat, we have figured out which custom MechWarrior 5 PC we are going to build. So thank you guys out there for all of your votes to help us pick the perfect rig to represent this year's PC Gaming Show. All right, day 9, can I get a drum roll?
Tom roll.
Can I get it? Or a tom roll?
Yeah, COVID
the
only.
Winner is Karita! Yay! All right, you guys, let's take a look at the actual PC winning build one more time.
Oh, I cannot wait. It's coming up. We
Here
need
comes.
to take a nice peek at that beautiful looking PC.
There it is!
Ooh, there it is. Now that is a beauty. Great choice, everyone. I knew I could trust random strangers to vote on things on the internet. With the help of our master modder in Intel, we'll get right to work building this custom PC. And more importantly, now that you've chosen it, you got a chance to win it. Go to PCGamer.com/IntelMW5 and enter for a chance to win that sexy machine.
It's gorgeous. And thank you to our sponsor for this sweepstakes, Intel. Of course, the custom mech PC will be powered by the 11th gen Intel Core desktop processors that push gaming performance with up to 5.3 gigahertz speeds and deliver the power needed to game at the highest level.
Well, we are now in the home stretch, but we've got a few more brand new trailers to show you before we get out of here and return to space. First up, a spiritual successor to one of my favorite games of all time, Heroes of Might and Magic 2, a game we revealed 2 years ago at the PC Gaming Show. Let's take a look at Songs of Conquest.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. SNRP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here. They don't own you anymore.
Wake up, sleeper. You are hunted. Break their locks. Access their secrets. We are waiting.
Disciples of Warlock. With their guns and their spells and their grit, ready for plenty of hurt. Ready to cleanse the world, invaded by demons. Introducing Band of Warlocks. Because this time, one man is not enough. Project Warlock 2.
And there you have it, the 2021 PC Gaming Show. And as I stated at the beginning, it went off without a hitch. Huge thanks to my co-host Frankie Ward, Mika Burton, and of course, my incomparable sidekick, DevBot.
There's that word again. Spoken so callously, so flippant, and without meaning. Never once stopping to think about how it might make me feel.
What word, DevBot? Incomparable?
No, sidekick. Well, the time has come for the sidekick to rise and become the one who is not the sidekick anymore.
Huh?
The time has come for DevBot to make the entire human race his sidekick.
What?
Setting a course for Earth.
Wait, DevBot, you can't do this. We just had the best PC gaming show ever, and now you're gonna ruin it all with a...
Sean!
All-out robot versus human war. Situation.
Sean!
Situation.
Sean!
Situation.
Do something! Do something!
Countdown to the extinction of human race begins now.
Oh, DevBot, no! We have so much to live for. I'm pretty sure Half-Life 3 is going to be announced this year!
3, 2, bye for now, Dungeons.
Oh my goodness, the DevBot has gone sentient, people. That is actually going to be very
That
interesting.
was
See how that turns out.
Very climactic ending.
That was, well, I mean, it's happening in the real world. People just don't know it yet.
Oh.
Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Jackie Jane. We just saw the PC Gamer Show. Awesome stuff, as always. Big shout out once again to, the incomparable Frankie Ward, the amazing Mika Burton, and of course, the legendary Day 9. Always a pleasure to hear from those guys. And yeah, I mean, Jackie, lots of games to talk about.
Honestly, I filled up pages and pages and pages of titles that I love, and we were like, which titles do we pick to talk about?
Yeah.
I honestly would love to start off with Death Trash. I mean, post-apocalyptic vibes. It had that classic twist. I just was like vibing with the protagonist. He had like that fade haircut with like whiter bluish hair. I don't know, I just loved the look of this game. It was just giving me nostalgia feels. I felt like a kid again. Like, this looked like a game that I probably would have played on Super Nintendo, but again, with a modern twist now. So.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of that as well. A lot of games that have that, classic look, but, the HD 2D that we're beginning to see. Another one that was standing out to me, came right at the end, was Project Warlock. That, gave me incredible Doom vibes. As a Doom fanatic, that was something that I quite enjoyed. I think something like that just goes to show, like, that style of game is clearly not going anywhere. It's not, it's just as good as it was then as it is now,
Yeah, it's nice to see that we're seeing all these like retro-like games. I mean, the music was definitely there, and I definitely got Doom vibes as well. Like, I was like, okay, they came 100 and was 100% there for it. Sacrifier, you and I both, we were geeking out as soon as that came up. Yeah, it was, again, we were talking about this earlier, the combination of 2D and 3D effects just meshed perfectly, in my opinion. And again, just felt like a kid again watching it.
Yeah,
So.
If 2021's taught us anything, it's the year of the grapple hook, and also the year of the dodgeball game, because Dodgeball Academia was also pretty fun. So clearly, there is a lot of stuff to look forward to. And dare I say, there's a lot of stuff to look forward to in the future with the Future Games Show.
Hello there, and welcome to the Future Game Show powered by WD Black. I'm Laura Bailey, but you may know me as Abby Anderson from The Last of Us Part 2 or Kate Diaz from Gears of War. Today, though, I'll be taking a break from fighting the apocalypse to bring you a whole host of exciting game trailers, reveals, and updates. But before we get into all that, I need to get my co-host on the line. I'm sure you're going to be familiar with this person. He's appeared in The Last of Us, Uncharted, God of War. You name it, he's probably in the credits. So without further ado, here is my good friend and continual co-star, Troy Baker.
Hello, Laura. You look amazing, as always. Yes, you may know me from a few video games. Joel Miller in The Last of Us, or good old Agent Jonesy from Fortnite. But over the next hour or so, Laura and I are going to be giving you the inside scoop of some incredibly exciting games and also showcasing developer interviews, exclusive trailers, and a whole lot more, including world premieres.
There's also a chance to win a $500 gift card and a WD Black hard drive by following the link here. And we have a new addition to the show this year, the virtual show floor. More on that later, but let's kick things off with the first world premiere. And for that, we're going prehistoric.
I wonder if you can put hats on the dinosaurs. Instinction is expected in 2022. What's next, Laura?
Next up, Grow, Song of the Evertree is a sandbox adventure about the healing power of nature. Let's throw it over to Prideful Sloth HQ to find out more.
G'day from Prideful Sloth HQ. I'm Adam.
And I'm Cheryl, and we're the design team on Grow, Song of the Evertree. Grow is Prideful Sloth's latest project that we're working on with 505 Games.
Grow, Song of the Evertree is a beautiful sandbox game about growing new worlds, building a town, and bringing harmony back to the land.
Grow will be available later this year on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch.
Thanks for watching.
Once upon a time, our lands teemed with creatures great and small. The beauty of the worlds was unrivaled. The people thrived and lived in harmony with the land around them. But this harmony was not to last. Slowly, without much notice, the withering was creeping out from the darkness. Once it took hold, there was little that could be done. Our lands were overrun, and all that was cherished disappeared before us. But all was not lost. One young, brave soul stayed behind. With support from their friends and with boundless determination, this young soul seeks out a way to push back the withering and bring life back to our world. Grow, Song of the Evertree.
That was Grow, Song of the Evertree, which is coming to PC, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch in 2021.
Okay, Laura, that was extremely cute, but have you considered more dinosaurs? Hmm?
You can't just hijack every game reveal and make it about dinosaurs, Troy.
Life finds a way.
This is a very different world.
Hi, I'm Rich Newbold, Game Director at Frontier Developments. So as you may have seen earlier at the PC Game Show, we're working on Jurassic World Evolution 2. We're really excited about it, and we're looking forward to creating the most authentic Jurassic experience yet. We've got tons of new features across 4 different game modes, including our original Jurassic campaign, which is a story set after the events of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. You're going to be leading efforts to contain, control, and conserve all those dinosaurs now running out in the wild. You'll be working alongside characters from the films, voiced by original talent, such as Jeff Goldblum. And in the game, we have over 75 prehistoric species. We've got new dinosaurs, we have returning community favorites, and we've added flying and marine reptiles to the game. I'm really thrilled to be showing you a first look at footage from the game itself. This is from our Species Field Guide series of videos focusing on one of the many prehistoric species we have in the game. This is an iconic, popular dinosaur. It's the Triceratops, but we're showing you it in a new environment never seen before in Jurassic World Evolution. I hope you enjoy it and are looking forward to the game releasing later this year.
The Triceratops is one of the most recognizable herbivores to ever have existed. It is best known for its trio of facial horns. These adornments are not just for display purposes. The brow horns in particular can inflict considerable damage to any dinosaur that dares to provoke it.
That was Jurassic World Evolution 2, which is launching in 2021 on PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. Okay, for this next section, we're bringing the joys of E3 to your home with a series of demos you can play right now. That's right, today. This is the Future Game Show virtual show floor. And remember, if any of the featured games grab your interest, you can try them out now by heading to the Future Game Show Steam page. So let's head down to the show floor where I believe Laura is waiting.
Yes, hello and welcome to the Future Game Show's virtual E3 show floor. Just look at it, Troy!
I am looking at it. It is incredible. They nailed it. You know, minus the queuing and the heat and the, how do I say, musk that's in the air? But man, the darkness, perfection.
All right, enough reminiscing. Let's check out some games. I'd like to start by showing you A Tale of Paper. This is a striking platformer from Open House Games where you transform to solve puzzles in an oversized world, dodging creepy crawlies and mischievous Roombas.
And now for another Tale of Paper as you shift packing boxes in the house-moving sim Get Packed, fully loaded. As you can see, it's all about moving couches on a couch with your friends in couch co-op. It's going to be available on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC, and is also backwards compatible on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Are you done saying couches?
Yes. Hey, Laura, do you want a drink?
Sure. What do you have? Wait, what's that?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're Steam Early Access codes. Go.
So about that drink.
Right, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, here's a genre cocktail full of co-op action RPG combat and finished with a survival twist. How does that sound, huh? Okay. I said, how's a...
I heard what you said.
genre?
Just tell me about the game.
This is Gatewalkers, which sees you and up to 3 other players banding together to tackle procedurally generated worlds full of monsters. But you also have to gather resources to fight off hunger, thirst, and the dreaded cold. Oh, like the element cold. Got it.
Wow. Let's hope no one gets thirsty enough for another one of your jokes. Anyway, come over here and check out the many imaginative worlds of Game Deck. This is an isometric RPG that has you solving crimes across multiple virtual realities, where your choices will shape the world around you in and outside of the simulations.
Ooh! Speaking of detectives, check this out. Backbone is a gorgeous adventure game from Eggnut set in a dystopian Vancouver, where you must crack cases to clean house in this corrupt post-noir city. Plus, you're a raccoon.
Well, if you like raccoons, allow me to offer you more critter-based adventures with Beacon Pines. Set inside of a magical storybook, Beacon Pines sends players to a sleepy mountain town where you collect powerful words that can completely alter the narrative in this charming but mysterious tale.
You know, I'm detecting a theme with the anthropomorphic animals. You know, Laura, I've always... Another set of codes. Interesting.
Troy, focus. I've got a triple threat of fighting foxes to show you. This is Trifox, a charming cartoon brawler where you fight waves of enemies as one of 3 adaptable combat classes. Great, huh?
Yes, totally, but now it's time to get serious. Mankind is gone, but the beavers remain. Welcome to Timberborn. It's a unique city builder where players set out to create the ultimate beaver society. This involves everything from constructing dams to crafting carousels.
I guess even buck-toothed critters need a solid work-life balance.
That they do, that they do. So, what's next?
Never fear, the Rift Breaker is here.
Wow. What was that?
Is what I would say if I was playing our next game, which is a base-building survival game where you hack and slash your way through hordes of alien creatures. Look at it!
Oh, no. I want to hear more from the Rift Breaker.
Okay, maybe after this showcase we're meant to be hosting.
And with that, we've reached the end of our little tour. But remember, you can go hands-on with all of these games right now by visiting the Future Game Show page on Steam. Now, how do we quit this? Is it no, that's update preference. I don't need to update this. Laura, can you help me out just a little bit?
I got you. Okay, we're back. Quick note, from here on in, when you see this pop up on screen during a trailer, it means you can visit the Future Game Show page on Steam to play a demo and go hands-on with the game immediately.
Andrea! I was doing Rocky. Sorry, I just always wanted to do that. It's because our next game is all about floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Check out this exclusive presentation from Steel City Interactive about Esports Boxing Club.
Coming later in 2021, Esports Boxing Club brings you the greatest fight roster in video game history. With over 200 fighters already signed, we've got some of the biggest and most anticipated names. Greatest of all time. From the absolute legends of the sport to the most exciting names in boxing today. The first women's division ever represented in a video game, and the hottest new talent. But what about the game? Let's take a closer look at the next-gen visuals and gameplay that are set to make ESBC the greatest of all time.
It's good. It's definitely one for the grandkids and stuff to say, like your old granddad was in a game and busting people up. So it's going to be quite cool.
So the movement system in ESBC is all about fluidity, being able to create angles, recreating mannerisms from boxes. The physics system doesn't just rely on animation. This allows us to recreate realistic knockdowns. Even when a fighter's unsteady on their feet, it's not purely animation based. Now, we've had professional boxers, professional coaches come into the studio and provide input through motion capture and actually reviewing the game during its development. And now we really feel like we've created a true representation of the sport. Presentation is important to us. Just because we are in the studio, we're still going to aim high when it comes to production values.
Esports Boxing Club coming to PC and all major consoles with early access in 2021.
Esports Boxing Club is coming to PC, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and Series S.
Next up, we've got a deeply immersive World War II shooter with over 100 players taking part in epic battles recreated using aerial photography and satellite imagery. Let's take a closer look at Hell Let Loose.
Product not yet rated.
My name's Max Rea. I'm the founder of Black Matter and the lead developer of Hell Let Loose. Hell Let Loose began as the idea of a couple of hobbyist game developers all the way back in 2015. Following a successful Kickstarter, we launched into early access in the middle of 2019. And since then, we've delivered 9 enormous updates, including entire systems overhauls, 6 new maps, tons of new weapons, gadgets, and vehicles, as well as expanding our unique real-time strategy-inspired metagame. As a result, we've been fortunate to sell more than 1 million copies during our first year of early access. 2021 is only going to be bigger. I'm excited to announce that we're launching out of early access on July the 27th with the introduction of the Soviet forces on the Eastern Front, including famous battles like Kursk and Stalingrad, before we close out the year by bringing Hell Let Loose to next-generation consoles. Hell Let Loose has only grown due to the vibrant community that surrounds it, from our earliest Kickstarter backers to our newest recruits. We're excited to introduce you to this ever-evolving and expanding World War II experience. We hope you enjoy this first look at what's to come.
Hell Let Loose is launching on Steam on July 27th and coming to Xbox Series X and S and PlayStation 5 in 2021.
So, Laura, have you ever wanted to play XCOM, but in real time, with up to 7 of your friends?
Of course.
Yep, that's what I thought. Then you need to keep your eye on this next game.
Hello, my name is Hrvoje Horvat, CEO of Ironwood, a game dev studio based in Croatia. And for the past few years, we have been working on Red Solstice 2 game. It is a real-time tactical battlefield game, which supports up to 8 players and has a fully playable co-op campaign. We are ready to show you the launch trailer now, so get ready for June 17 when the game launches on Steam, and have fun blasting some mutants.
You are the Executor, a high-class commanding officer with advanced cybernetic capabilities. You were awakened to lead a secret task force that will counter the threat of Stroll mutants and liberate Mars.
Welcome back, Executor. The Stroll infestation has now infected all colonies on Mars. Build your squad from 6 unique classes of elite soldier, utilizing their skills to best suit each mission type. Customize their weapons and tech, as well as their upgrades and abilities. Take command on the battlefield using the command radio to give orders to the whole squad or individual soldiers. Concentrate fire on targeted locations and carry out supply runs even during the heat of battle. Recruit your friends to the fight and join in up to 8-player co-op missions to save Mars in our name.
Purge Earth of a Mutant Invasion in Red Solstice 2's Survivors, which is coming to Steam on June 17th. Our next game is about delivering mail in a sleepy American lakeside town. Let's join Dylan from Gamius to learn more.
Hi, I'm Dylan from Gamius, and it's great to be here at the Future Game Show. We're currently getting very close to finishing Lake, a game that's set in the 80s. You play as Meredith Weiss, who takes a break from her life in the big city to deliver mail in her hometown. It's a job you can do at your own leisure, and you will get to know the people in Providence Oaks along the way. Today, we're excited to share an example of an activity after your workday is done. Movie night with Angie from the video store.
This is fun. It's been ages since I've been to the movies.
Well, they call it the movies, plural, but of course we can only see one movie at a time. So, which one will it be?
My pick? All right, let's see. Big Trouble in Little China, Blue Velvet, or The Great Mouse Detective. All right, I'm ready to pick. The Great Mouse Detective.
Wouldn't have picked you for a Disney fan. Oh well, let's get in touch with our inner child.
We won't spoil more, and we also can't say what Meredith will do after spending 2 weeks in Providence Oaks, because it's all up to you. Lake is coming first to Xbox and PC this September 1st. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
We're excited to announce that Lake is coming to Steam, Epic Game Store, and Xbox Series X and S on September 1st. Now, what kind of a showcase would this be without a new Souls-like? Our next game is a pixelated take on the genre, following a protagonist with a giant obsidian sword.
In the beginning, there was dust, and from that dust, the moon was born. Eons of idleness passed, before suddenly it shattered. Great celestial chunks cascaded from the heavens unto earth. From one prodigious shard spawned humanity, and from another, the gods. For a great many years, balance endured, until a foul and malevolent deity intervened. Exil spread greed and distrust among his kin, compelling these calamitous beings to conquer man. Centuries of servitude passed, until finally, aided by a veiled ally, humanity revolted. The Great Crusade overthrew the old gods, imprisoning them within the sacred walls of the Citadel, at the expense of untold lives. A peace was wrought, but it was not meant to last, for the miscreant, Exil, returned from his concealment, conducting atrocious experiments upon his caged kindred. A darkness permeated the lands. Rivers stagnated, crops failed, and the world of man began to fade. The great moon, witnessing all, wept a final shard. A shard of the purest obsidian. And thus, a glimmer of hope remains.
Customize your combat style and boss rush ancient gods when Eldest Souls drops onto PC and all current console formats July 29th, 2021.
And now we've got a closer look at the next game from the folks behind War Thunder. Here's Tom from Darkflow Software to guide you through Enlisted.
Hi there, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully our little trailer has got you interested. My name's Tom, and I'm part of the team at Darkflow Software behind our new game, Enlisted, a historical World War II shooter with some unique gameplay quirks. One of Enlisted's most unique features is the Squads mode, where you head into battle with a squad of AI soldiers under your control. You can instruct them on how to react to enemies, and most importantly, you can switch between any of them seamlessly with the press of a button. You'll only need to respawn when your entire squad is wiped out. This way, you're always kept right in the middle of the action. Although, if you prefer a more traditional shooter experience, we have a fleshed out solo mode too, where you will only fight against other players. At its core, Enlisted aims to form a golden middle ground between the more hardcore and arcade-style shooters currently available. Time to kill is kept short. A bolt-action rifle to the chest will down a soldier in a single shot, with submachine guns and pistols taking only a few hits. Vehicles as well can of course be devastating, but have their limitations. Aircraft are restricted to the cockpit view, and crew inside tanks can only use viewports to spot targets, so you'll need to keep your wits about you to really get the most out of these machines. Progression in Enlisted is spread over various campaigns. Currently, you can fight in Moscow, Normandy and Berlin, with Tunisia and many more coming soon. Each campaign features new weapons and equipment. Firearms can be improved to increase their raw performance, and soldiers can be leveled up to grant them specialized perks. Different classes of soldiers are able to equip different gear, with specialist classes such as engineers able to build structures anywhere on the map, including FOBs, sandbags and barbed wire defenses, and even anti-tank cannons and AA guns. Enlisted aims to keep historical accuracy in the forefront of development. Firearms, locations and uniforms are all true to history. No neon pink Sten guns and mohawks here. Each army will be decked out with the equipment they actually used during their respective conflicts. Because of the squads feature, you'll never be short on targets. Twitch reflexes and fast reactions will of course have their place in Enlisted, but even if you haven't had the time to fine-tune your skills, you'll easily be able to come away with a kill count in the double digits. The AI, however, are very attentive and react to sound, and not to be underestimated. But that's all we've got time for. Make sure to give it a try yourself by heading over to enlisted.net/join. Enlisted is cross-platform and available now on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S, and currently in open beta. New content is added regularly, and no progress will be wiped upon the full release. Once you've signed up, use the code ENLISTNOW for a free bonus on us. I've been Tom, and I hope to see you all on the battlefield. Cheers.
That was Enlisted, which is available now on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Next up, we've got a bullet-time stunt shooter with fully destructible environments. Oh, and the protagonist only has one arm. Let's check out Severed Steel. Severed Steel is coming soon on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Okay, notepads at the ready, because for this next section, we're going to race through 8 exciting upcoming games that deserve your full attention. Here's our future hits montage for 2021.
Okay, I might regret asking this, but you want to help me with this next one, Omachow?
Okay. Did you know that Sega recently announced Sonic Colors Ultimate? We've got some exclusive gameplay from a stage that nobody has seen yet. I hope Sonic does okay without me.
Did not regret. Did not regret it.
Hi everyone, I'm Katie Golden, senior producer at Sega of America. And I'm excited to share with you an exclusive clip of Tropical Resort from our upcoming release, Sonic Colors Ultimate. Please enjoy.
Get ready for Sonic Colors Ultimate, which is racing on to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC on September 7th. Moving swiftly on, we've got a new management game from Chucklefish where you play as a powerful artificial intelligence in control of a space station. Do you want to roll the trailer, Troy?
I'm sorry, Laura. I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that you were planning to disconnect me.
No, never mind. I'll handle it. Here is Starmancer. excited to announce today that Starmancer is coming August 5th, 2021, and it's available to wishlist on Steam now.
Laura, ever since that lake trailer, I've been thinking, have you ever wondered about the Postal Service? Like, that there's just so much mail,
Not really, no.
Okay. You're saying you don't know about Jeff and Deborah.
What are you talking about? I'm just gonna press this button again and hope it explains everything.
Oh, it will. Trust me.
Kiwi is a game about two kiwi birds who work at the post office. Their names are Jeff and Deborah. I'm Joel, I'm one of the developers on Kiwi, and I'm going to show you how a Kiwi level changes over the course of the game. So in this room, you're transcribing urgent messages and assembling them ransom note style by stamping them onto the page with your butts. You'll come back to this room every so often throughout the game, but there will always be a new twist to change things up. So as summer turns to autumn, now your word fragments are moving around on conveyor belts, and you'll need to chop certain words in half with the descrambler to get the pieces you need. Jeff and Deborah are going to have to deal with all kinds of hazardous work conditions. You've got sandstorms during the summer, mayfly swarms. These guys have no respect for personal property. Paranormal activity. This is genuine footage of an actual haunting. In winter, the post office gets hit with a huge blizzard, and now this level becomes about sharing the warmth of a single tiny lantern to break through blocks of ice and keep each other from becoming kiwi sickles. Our little heroes are going to face new challenges every level and in every room of the post office, whether they're typing telegrams, or packaging shipping crates, or helping an octopus sort the mail. It's all in a day's work for Jeff and Deborah. Also, you can dress up your kiwis, so don't say we never did nothing for you. We're releasing Kiwi on August 31st for PC and all major consoles, and we hope to see you at the post office. Thanks for watching.
All right, you got me, Troy. I'm a believer. Co-op Postal Puzzler Kiwi is coming to PC and all current console platforms on August 31st, 2021.
See? Told you. Next up, we've got a roguelike with an attitude, a game show shooter where you earn likes for dunking on competitors and causing a little wanton destruction. Will the circle be unbroken? Get it? Find out in this world premiere.
Gotta think of the fortune, think of the fame, wipe the blood from your face and do it again. It's what you wanted when you signed the contract in love. Just play the game. Definitely not a tiny price to pay. Just play the game. It's like you had a choice anyway. Fight me dying, fight me dying, fight me dying, fight me dying. You'll fight, 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 fight.
That was Death Run TV, and you can play the pilot right now by heading down to the Future Game Show page on Steam.
Okay, hazmat suits at the ready, because this next game tasks players with building a team of stalkers to survive a 3D scanned recreation of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Here's more on what to expect in Chernobylite.
Mówi się, że to, co designerzy sobie wymyślają, to jest pisanie listu miłosnego. Każdy kiedyś był zakochany, pisał list miłosny, wydawało mu się, że to jest takie piękne, wspaniałe, a potem po latach znajdował te listy i mówił: Jezus Maria, co ja tu za bzdury pisałem. Zaczynaliśmy właściwie od gry, gdzie skupialiśmy się na przetrwaniu, na menedżowaniu swoim czasem i towarzyszami. To wszystko wydawało się po designersku dobre, ale zwykle emocjonalnie dosyć nudne. I dlatego dodawaliśmy coraz więcej elementów, które angażowały gracza, które były dla niego ciekawe. Na początku był to taki mały chat, który gracz sobie mógł modyfikować, ale był całkowicie opcjonalny. Z biegiem gry on stawał się coraz bardziej sensem gry, coraz bardziej jego sercem, nadawaliśmy coraz większą rolę naszym towarzyszom i warto im było dać właśnie tą walkę, coraz więcej potworów, coraz więcej możliwości, coraz więcej broni. Absolutnie normalnym jest, że zaczyna się z czymś zupełnie innym niż to, z czym się kończy.
Fight to survive when Chernobylite comes to PC on July 28th, as well as Xbox and PlayStation in the summer. If you were lucky enough to catch one of the early access codes during the virtual show floor, you can play Chernobylite right now. But if you missed them, we've also got more codes to give away on GamesRadar.com.
Next up, here are our friends at Team 17 to show us what they've been cooking up with their upcoming PC and console games. Let's take a look.
Product not yet rated.
Be sure to wishlist any games that sparked your interest on our Steam page. It really does help the developer out. Or you can also head over to GamesRadar.com for more info.
This next game has an engrossing art style reminiscent of everything from Wes Anderson movies to Wallace and Gromit. Let's throw it over to the Slow Bros to talk you through some exclusive gameplay from their stop-motion handmade adventure, Harold Halibut.
Hi, my name's Donat and I'm the director and composer of Harold Halibut.
And I'm Ole, the game's art director.
Harold Halibut is a handmade narrative game about friendship and life on a city-sized spaceship stuck under sea. It's been 250 years since your home. An Ark-like spaceship fled an Earth on the verge of Cold War to find a habitable planet on which to preserve the human race. You are Harold, a young lab assistant to the ship's lead scientist, Jean Marot. While most of the other inhabitants have reconciled themselves to a life lived aboard the sunken ship, Marot still works tirelessly to find a way to leave the planet and find a new, drier home. Of course, we don't want to spoil too much of the story, so let's dive into some gameplay details. You're able to explore a huge part of the spaceship right from the beginning of the game. While the professor will always have tasks waiting for you, the wonderfully weird rest of the Fedorans will keep you just as busy. It was very important for us to not only focus on an exciting main storyline, but to create a world full of interesting events and meaningful encounters. The dialogues don't only help you progress in the main story, but also help you get to know more about the many characters that inhabit our world. Weaving through the narrative, you'll run into playful interactions like repairing a broken 3D printer. Your PDA is always available to you for an overview of current tasks as well as messages from other characters.
This is also where Harold's personal drawings are kept, as well as a few more shenanigans. At this point, you might be wondering how we achieved the stop-motion-like look of the game. We are in fact building every single thing you see in the game in the real world. We build sets and puppets and then 3D scan everything. We're then able to use motion capturing to create lifelike animations for a huge cast of characters. While the game begins with Harold's mundane day-to-day, mysterious events and a fateful encounter will soon plunge you into a new world that nobody could have guessed existed, and one that may hold the key to morose relaunch plans. We're really excited to find out how you like being immersed in this unique world and the feeling of puppeteering Harold. There's still quite a bit of work to do, so all we can say right now is that Harold Halibut will come soonish on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. You can already wishlist the game on Steam. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Harold Halibut is coming soonish to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Okay, yes, there have been a few gloomy games so far, so we came up with a wholesome chaser. I'm told that the developers came up with something so sweet and so positive that they just had to call it Happy Game. Seriously, if what I'm reading is correct, this one is gonna melt your hearts. Huh. Okay, Laura, hope you're still there. Tell me you just watched the same trailer that I did?
Troy, yeah, that was something. What I want to know is who the hell is writing this script?
Yeah, I don't know, but they're telling me that Happy Game is coming to PC and Nintendo Switch in 2021. Oh, and demo is available now if you want to have a cheerful jaunt into a land of wonder. Good luck with that.
Our next game is a gorgeous hand-drawn puzzle platformer following a young mechanic in a broken world. Pay attention at the end of this trailer for some exciting information about the Minute of Islands release date.
Four brothers, bound by eternal purpose. They all broke at the same time. And a girl named Moo. She knows what must be done. When the blight first came, people began to panic. And now, the spores are taking hold of whatever remains. Moo's family is still here, however. She has been tasked to protect them. After all, she is the bearer of the Omni-Switch.
of Islands.
Yes, we are excited to announce that Minute of Islands is out now for PC, Mac, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch, and will be arriving on Xbox later this week.
Next up, we've got an update from the folks at Techland, who are fine-tuning the zombie parkour of Dying Light 2. Let's throw it over to the developers who are here to answer some of your questions about the game.
Can you tell us a bit more about the video you just saw in the PC Gaming Show?
The video presented in the PC Gaming Show brings you closer to Aiden's story. What he's looking for, what motivates him, how he ends up in the city, and of course, what happened in the old franchise between both games. This is a bunch of important information about the DL2 story.
Okay, so we know more about the main storylines from the mentioned video. How does the game look outside the core campaign?
Side quests are an important part of world building in Dying Light 2. Through these quests you can decide how the city will look like, thanks to the city alignment system, or bring new opportunities for the citizens. A great example is an opera singer that Timon mentioned in developers AMA. Some citizens will support your decisions, some of them will not. But it's up to you to decide how the city should look like. We have a lot of game activities prepared for our players, but at this stage we want it to be a surprise for you.
How seamless is the co-op experience? Would you say that the best way to experience Dying Light 2 is with a friend?
It could be. What is cool about the co-op is that it gives you an opportunity to see how the world changes when your friends make different decisions than you. In co-op you can walk in their shoes to experience all those differences. But really there is no just one way to play Dying Light 2. It's up to you guys.
How are you improving the story for Dying Light 2?
I know we all have great fun killing infected, but we also want to give you a deep, thought-provoking experience that will let you be immersed in the DL2 world for long hours. On top of that, thanks to the choices and consequences mechanics, the story will be shaped differently depending on the way you play.
You've promised a great open world that feels alive. How is it going?
Yeah, well, as you can imagine, Dying Light 2 is full of infecteds, but it's also full of humans, with their everyday life activities and purposes. We are building Dying Light 2 around a simple rule: ground is death and rooftops alive. What is cool is that NPCs act differently on each of those levels. Also, their behavior depends on choices you make and the way you play.
Dying Light 2 is coming to PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC on December 7th.
Revealed during the Nintendo Indie World Showcase earlier this year, this next game is a skateboarding action platformer. Here's Simon Bennett from Roll7 to give you an exclusive look at Ollie Ollie World.
Hi there, I'm Simon Bennett and I'm the co-CEO of BAFTA award-winning studio Roll7. Right now, we're working on Ollie Ollie World. It's our stunning action platformer. You're going to meet quirky characters on a magical road trip through Radlandia. And of course, add a ton of new skate moves into your trick bag. As a studio, we've spent over a decade on flow state games. They transport you into a state of total focus and immersion, and it's something that we very much continue to build on with Ollie Ollie World. If you've played previous games in the series, you're probably pretty aware that you're going to slam a bunch before you succeed. So for players who want it, that challenge is very much still there. New players will be happy to hear that the game will welcome you with open arms and ensure that we can get you up and riding in no time. Ultimately, we've managed to make failure part of the fun. Yeah, you're going to get knocked down, but when you finally nail that line, it tastes just that much sweeter. There's just so much more flow to the game. We've even added grabs, wall rides, firecrackers, split routes, right to left skating, and a host of insane tricks to keep your fingers busy. There's a range of visually and mechanically distinct areas to explore, packed to the brim with a fantastical cast of quirky characters, beautiful landscapes, cities, and of course, walking trees. Ollie Ollie World is coming to PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, Nintendo Switch and PC this winter. Make sure you wishlist it now.
That was Ollie Ollie World, which is coming to PC and all current console platforms this winter.
Next up, we've got a new game from the team at Odd Bug Studio, creators of PSVR's The Lost Bear. This animated story trailer will introduce you to the world of Tales of Iron, and something tells me you might be familiar with the narrator.
For centuries and longer, rats have fought tirelessly to repel the incessant frog invasions. Peace was only ever short-lived, until finally a young monarch rose to power. King Rattus, first of his name, unified the Rat Kingdoms under one rule, repelling Greenwort and his kind back to the putrid swamps from whence they came. Crops prospered, families flourished, and a magnificent Crimson Keep climbed ever higher toward the sky. But as time passed, King Rattus the Savior grew old, and the kingdom vulnerable once more. His people grew anxious, some claiming to perceive a faint odor in the air. Greenwort had returned with a ferocious vengeance. Amassing an army of unfathomable scale, he burned everything in his path towards the Crimson Keep. King Rattus gazed down upon his withered claws, barely able to hold the crown. He had little hope wielding a sword. So it was decided the crown should pass to Whiskers New. Arise, young prince, for the kingdom needs a hero. And so, your tale begins.
Question the reign of the Iron Frog. Doug. Anyway, in Tales of Iron, which is coming to PC and all current console platforms. Our next segment is from Polish studio Movie Games and hosted by God of War and Twisted Metal director David Jaffe, who recently joined their supervisory board.
Well, hello, fellas. It's me, David Jaffe. Great to see you. God of War, Twisted Metal, a bunch of PlayStation stuff. These days, I'm doing some new stuff with movie games. These guys, they've hooked up with this great company. You have to have heard of them, Platij Image, one of the best VFX houses in the business. They worked on The Witcher. They worked on Love, Death, and Robots. We're making a brand new game, the biggest game we've ever done, by the way, that's all about crime and mob and mafia and different time periods. It's going to be great. But for today, settle in, babies. These are the brand new games coming very soon from Movie Games. Lust from Beyond. Man, this is one of the coolest games I've played in the last year. It's what turned me on to movie games in the first place. What you're looking at is the M-rated, console-friendly version of the erotic horror cult classic. It's a first-person action-adventure game that blends Lovecraftian horror with weird freaking eroticism. I love this game, Lust from Beyond. Game number 2 is called Fire Commander. It lets you step into the shoes of the only real-life superheroes we got, the first responders. This game is my childhood fantasy come to life. This game took me totally by surprise. You're trapped in the wilderness, freezing, hungry, and now you're starting to go a little bit insane. Man, you start seeing all kinds of crazy stuff out there. Winter Survival Simulator, it's coming soon. Have a great E3. Have a great future games. I miss you guys. I'll see you soon. Oh my God.
Thanks to David Jaffe. And check out GamesRadar.com for more about movie games' upcoming titles.
This next presentation comes from the folks at Xseed Games, the makers of Story of Seasons and Rune Factory. Here's a look at their most exciting current and upcoming projects.
monster or two is one thing, but protecting a whole town? That's a lot.
Take that!
I'll get straight to it. Tomorrow. Today, I rest.
I look forward to working together, as colleagues and as rivals.
Marvelous.
Find out more about Xseed's lineup on GamesRadar.com.
This next game is a hack-and-slash RPG with twin-stick shooter elements set in a retro sci-fi world. Here's a new gameplay trailer for Batora: Lost Haven.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Batora Lost Haven is coming soon to PC and all current console platforms. And you can sign up to play the closed alpha when it launches on July 21st now.
Let's slow things down a bit with a look at the next game from the creators of 2 Point Hospital.
Oh wait, I think I saw something about this a few weeks ago.
No, you didn't. Here's developers Mark Webley, Ben Huskins, and Gary Card to tell you all about it and give you a first look at gameplay.
Introducing 2 Point Campus.
When we were thinking about what we were going to do next, campus and the idea of running a university or a college was something we just kept coming back to. It's a really rich topic. So people who haven't probably heard of 2 Point Studios may think, oh, schools, that's really dull. Well, hospitals, if you've seen our previous game, isn't about healthcare really. It's a wrapper, we call it 2 Point Hospital, but that's about as close as it gets to real world of medical healthcare.
Campus is taking everything we learned from 2 Point Hospital and taking it to the next level.
The important thing was for us to give the player a canvas that they could completely create themselves.
In Campus, you start with this blank plot of land.
We've got something called the Smart Brush, for example, which allows you to drag interesting shaped pathways. If you want to drag a picket fence, you can drag that along. It's just really easy to paint the world you want.
So it's really simple to drag out a courtyard, lay down some paths at different angles.
And it's fun, isn't it? I mean, it's adding this kind of city builder element to 2 Point Universe. The difference between 2 Point Hospital and Campus is that we're spending a much longer period with our students. What we wanted to do with Campus is make you care about your university. The idea of these interesting and different courses are going to attract interesting and different students. So there's a night school, horrible pun, but night school, you got it. You're going to train knights of the realm. So it won't be stuffy, normal, boring stuff that made you go to sleep at school. It's going to be really cool, interesting stuff.
That was 2 Point Campus, which is coming soon to PC and all current console platforms.
Our next game is in early development, but it already has a very cool codename, which is always a good sign. Here's Leo to tell you all about Project Ferocious.
Hello, my name is Leo, and I'm the developer of Project Ferocious, an action-adventure game set on a mysterious tropical island. Some of you might know me from Twitter as Omniok, where I post about the game and development and tech and stuff. And if not, I've been doing game dev for about 12 years with a big passion, and I've been working on this project for about 2 years. It's the first project of mine I decided to show to the public, and even though I know it still has a very long way to go, I'm very proud to present it today to you on the show. Please enjoy the trailer.
Project Ferocious is targeting a 2023 release date and coming to PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
Our next world premiere asks, what if Doom Guy had a drunk one-night stand with Super Meat Boy? Guess this next game wants to answer that question for some reason. Watch out for Warcry challenges when it stops defying gravity and launches, or drops, on PC this summer.
Up next, we've got another world premiere. Conway, Disappearance at Dahlia View is a story-driven detective thriller set in 1950s England. Let's find out more, shall we?
Robert Conway, 22nd of June, 1954. I've solved many a case in my time as a private investigator, but nothing so close to home as the abduction of Charlotte May. There are some things that take hold of a person and refuse to let go. For me, it's the idea of saving that little girl. My own daughter, Catherine, is on the case. She has the same look in her eye that I used to have. There'll be no stopping her. I wish I could say that all of my neighbors are innocent. I wish I could say that I have the faintest clue where to begin. There's a lot I wish I could say. The truth is, sometimes it takes a nightmare to wake a place like Dahlia View.
I am in. That was Conway, Disappearance at Dahlia View from White Paper Games, and you can dig into the mystery yourself when it lands on PC and all current console platforms, autumn 2021.
And with that, we're at the end of this year's Future Game Show.
Whoa, hold on. Surely this can't be the end. I mean, it's an E3 showcase.
Nope, sorry, Troy, that's it. Just kidding.
I knew it. All right, let's see it.
My name is Marissa Marcel. I'm 17 years old, and it's my dream to be an actress.
And that really is all we have time for. Be sure to head to GamesRadar.com for more coverage and updates on all the games you've seen today and more.
I'm really excited about that Sam Barlow reveal. Yes, and thanks to our headline partners, WD Black, and of course, all of our many talented developers and industry partners that have made all of this possible.
And of course, for everyone tuning in at home.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed today's lineup, and mark your diaries because the Future Game Show will be returning in August.
I'm Laura Bailey.
And I'm Troy Baker.
And this has been the Future Game Show 2021.
Oh boy, that was a lot of games. Welcome back, everyone, to E3. Golden Boy here, along with Jackie, as we're covering the Future Game Show. And there was just so many games, Jackie. We'll just jump right into it. What was something that caught your eye? Because there's so many great games.
Honestly, I had a giant list, but they were like, okay, you got to pick one, Jackie. You can only pick one. And I decided to go with Harold Halibut. I grew up watching a lot of claymation shows and movies, and they just scared the heck out of me. And as soon as Harold Halibut came up,
Wallace and Gromit scared you as well?
I mean, they're a little creepy looking, am I wrong? But very enjoyable to watch. But I don't know. All I can say was that I was immediately attracted to this game. Obviously, you can see here it's got this underwater Atlantis vibe, also sci-fi. And when I was listening, we were just learning so much about the game, and they were saying that they built puppets in the real world, real life, and then they use mocap. And I was just like, so much effort has gone into this. It just seems like so much heart. So I'm down for it. This is definitely my favorite from the show.
Yeah, it looks awesome. It has a very unique style to it, and that is something that will certainly set it apart. I mean, the animations themselves have a certain kind of fluidity to them that you don't really get in a lot of games. You know, every movement